Good morning. Today is 17th of May 2025, and we're going to be racing today. Today, we are going to be racing in Doomben. Uh, this is in Queensland. There are some very prestigious races here today, and we've got about 9 races. The ground reading is soft. The last finishing mile from the last bend to the finishing post is about 350 meters. And this is a difficult track. They are not. This place is not easy, which means it's a good track, and we'll see what we can do here today. And we've got 9 races, and we'll see. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing 5 days a week. And we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we've chosen are looking good and good to go with, we stick to our picks and place our bets. But if we find that there are circumstantial changes, or there are better horses in the paddock, we do make changes with our bets and then play. The idea is to make decisions that are worthy and in favor of us, and that's exactly what we try and do. It's horse racing, so we need to be vigilant. I've got 3 tabs open in front of me. The first one is where we get to see the races, the live feed. The second one is where we get to see and refer to the scratchings and the odds. And the third one is Palmerbet, where we refer to the official winning numbers. So that's what we have. And we'll see what we can do here. We'll see if we got the feed.
1, 2, and 5. They do. I've gone 1, 2, 5, and 3. Got them Miss Space Girl. First 2 runs this time into is very unlucky. Yeah, and I don't know what to think of her next couple, but anyway, we'll give her another chance here today. Keegan Nathan, good draw. I thought number 2, Orthies, only lightly raced, shows a bit of good potential too. Of the others, I've put number 5 in there, which is Tango Queen, a little bit of money for her this morning. And the other one I played in 3, Delt from the Kira Mar camp. Only won at Muswellbrook back in March, and I was given a quiet trial recently, but I've got 1, 2, 5, 3. 1, 2, 5, 3. Let's get stuck into the quadrilla, race 5, the first leg of the quadrilla. This is the eventual benchmark
4, 9, 17, and 2 for the first one. 4, 9, 17, and 2.
At $3.80. Victory Lane from the Robert and Luke Price, $4.20 alongside Titanium Miss. And then out to Kaima's $4.80 against the blinkers on, $6 Flying Salt, $10 Lost Padre. I think this is a ripping race to start the quaddy. My word, I've gone 4, 5, 3, and 2. I got Mitch Beer's other horse, Lost Padres. Yeah, very good winning your first time. The run was good the other day. A lot of horses here running a week and 10 days ago. They got it back up, so we're just going to watch where the trainers probably wouldn't be running if they weren't going to handle it. I thought 5 would be the danger, Titanium Miss. Tracy Bartley's got a good record when he brings horses down here. And I thought she hung tough last start there at Wyong. With the others, I thought number 3, Victory Lane. Had one run back from the spell. That was at Randwick. This is a bit easier. And the other one I've thrown in is a 2 Apollo Mission. Very ordinary at Randwick last start, but that was a much harder race. On a best form, I think he's got hope in the race for sure. 4, 5, 3, 2. I didn't realise why he was so short. Yeah, seems short. 4, 5, 3, and 2. Let's go to race 6. This is the benchmark 64 over 1,000.
Jerry, welcome back.
Favourite is from the Robert and Luke Price stable. Zaragoza, $2.60. Keegan Latham on board. $4 Mr. Rocket, $4.60 Oceans 1, $4.80 Flying Rani. Runner is at $10. Not a big field, race number 6. The speed, I think Oceans 1 might be marked urgent, but I think they'll all get their chance in, Wayne. Well, it was ridden quiet the other day. I've gone this way, 2, 3, 1, 5. I've gone with Oceans 1. The 1, the 2, the 3, Mr. Rocket.
Have a safe journey. Have a safe journey, Jerry. Be safe on the roads. So here is the first one. We see 1600-meter benchmark 85. The odds are 4, 9, 17, and 2. The 4 is the favorite, 4 is the linear. It's a 422. I have a strong feeling that this is going to go through our, the normal racing. Yesterday, Albury kind of played with the pressure line, so advantages and all that. I think that was a particular season that was there to work with. So anyway, let's not get there. Anyway, so that 4 is the favorite. Okay, 4 is the linear. If you look through the rails, 4 is here. Now, generally, it's that and then the drift. So they've got 9, which is a drift, but the larger drift is here, which is the 2. So 2 is there within the rails. I mean, 2 is here. That's the highest. 4 has the jockey, which is the highest pressure. 2 has the jockey, which is the lowest pressure. And that's more or less. But this is the linear. This should work. And the other possibilities, the 17 is there, which comes from a very wide gate. It's got some management, has one of the best jockey. Those are possibilities. 7 is a tailing gate, which is there within the rails. So that's there. And if we talk about 14, then the best hand is here, which is this one. So that's a 72 by 32. This is 62 by 32. This is an appreciation. So 15 has better chances than 17. That's that. 17 is a class drop probably. So is 13. 13 is in very good hands. Okay, that 13 is in very good hands, but that's the highest accuracy. Now but that's falling down. 4 is good. 4 is good. 2 is good. We'll see how that gets placed. 4 is good. Probably this should work. There's no reason for this not to work unless there's 64, 63, 63, 11. There's an EW here, which is a 63. This is a 64, 59. This is the highest advantage, so we'll keep that as a check. This one has got league races and all that is there. That's the EW. It's a downfall. It's a downfall for this horse, but that is still advantage, and we've seen these horses doing disasters all over. So if we look through the FR, then that 4 is there, 64, 64, 7, 6, 7, which is there, but this stays a danger. We can't avoid this. This is a 65% drift out. I hope they don't get in. They don't have the records to get in, but that is still a threat. A threat is a threat. The other one is here, which looks like a downfall. This looks like a downfall. All this looks like they kind of are, I don't remember what exactly is the term. It's the class factor. I mean, drop in class. I'm sorry. These are like the drop in class. So we've got the pressure line here, which is fabulous. Then we've got this one. We've spoken about the 6, which is here with one of the best hands, but generally that doesn't happen. What happens basically is the linear. and then the drift, then some advantage works, or an advantage will get in and then the drift. So 2 probably is an EW. This is there. The 7 is in between, which is another drift. And if that kicks in, then that kicks in. And that is anyway a tailing gate. So if the jockey is smart, it'll work. This jockey is an apprentice jockey. That's a problem, probably. 2. We'll take a look at 2. J Mott, no. But it is disadvantage on that horse. It is disadvantage, but the advantage is here where the relaxation has been given. So one side it is like that, and then the other side it is like this. So there's an advantage definitely given to this particular jock. So 4-6, 4-2-7 is a possibility. And then 11, if that moron comes in, then we are all doomed. So is the 13. The 13 is touching the roof, and it's in very good hands. That's the highest accuracy. That means in this particular spell of this horse, spell is the season of the horse racing. The number of races that it has run. It's got the highest accuracy, so that's 13. It's the highest, but it looks like it has defaulted and has gone down, but it is not at this. It is not as down as these ones. These are like 70%. This is 139%. So that's probably out of question. This is 1. So we kind of in good hands probably. We'll see how it works. Now they give us Flemington, man. Lewis. Doomben Rakes 1, 17.
In the yard as we start with number 1, the Grandstand Galloper for Jeff O'Brien and Tainui, and the rider Cody Nesta.
First highway runner, so he looks a pretty well connected 3-year-old this, so he's got a brilliant record. 6 starts, 3 wins, 3 seconds, can't do much more than that. He has to freshen up from a couple of runs over a touch further, 2100 metres and 2000 metres, and he does hold a sneaky nom there for a Queensland Derby, I noted.
Looks really well in the Brad. He's not a lot of him, but he looks good.
Okay, we go to the 2. This is Ringle Hawaii for Ray Hartley and Aaron Bullock. Take note that Damien Thornton not riding in races 2, 3, 4 with transport difficulties, but Bullock goes on board this one.
Pretty handy replacement, so well beaten by Tanui at Tamworth last start, but it was a race that did turn into a bit of a sprint home, so has raced well in one previous highway run, and it was coming back from 2,000 metres, so there is a bit of a precedent there to suggest that he could be over the odds.
He's had a good few runs this time around, but he still looks well enough. He walks out very freely and smooth, and yeah, he looks well.
On to number 3 we go, Raj Nish for Cameron Crockett and Mitch Stapleford.
Nose roll again, tongue tie again for this 5-year-old. So Stable won this highway last year with Dancers with Hooves. So this horse is just struggling for his best form at the moment. Miles suits now, but I need to see him again.
Couldn't knock him as far as appearance-wise goes. He's a short, sort of stocky type of horse, holds good condition, walks out well.
Number 4, Rouge Moulin for Brett Robin, Clayton Gallagher.
Was working home well behind Ballandary Sal in Highway Company 4 weeks ago. First try mile, but gives the indication that it should be fine. He's a horse can really power through the line at the end of 1,400 metres, and I think he's a big beneficiary today of a drying track.
I don't remember him the last couple of starts at Randwick to be getting warm. He's getting noticeably warm, especially behind the saddle horse.
Locally trained galloper. First up is the awesome Fred number 5 for Scott Singleton and Jace McMurray.
Not the most conventional setup, is it? First up mile, no official trial, but this has been a target race for this horse. You don't see too many highway horses make the transition from highways into benchmark company, and that's exactly what he did at the back end of last campaign, albeit out over a touch further. So big player here, and not surprised there's been money.
He's another one. Sorry, he's just starting to get a little bit warm behind the saddle cloth.
Number 6 then is Feather Topper, Matt Dunn and Chad Schofield.
She's hit the line well and 2 runs back. The latest in Benchmark Company in Queensland. The stable have won plenty of highways with horses off a very similar profile. So she'll get a long way back, but look for her late.
Really like the way she's stepping out. She's obviously feeling really, really well. Cut's nice and healthy. Attitude's great.
Mulvader is the last start winner. This is a stablemate of Raj Nish for Cameron Crockett and Donovan Dillon.
Has had the 3 runs now for their new stable, so eligible for highways. There's often something to be read into that as far as this being a target race. Last start winner at Mudgee, 4th up mile, timing right and on the home track, so a few positives.
Really neat type of horse. First time I remember seeing him. He's obviously feeling well. He's nice and bright and fresh. He's having a bit of a play. Got a massive hindquarter on him. He looks well.
Push Telegraph is the stablemate, the 8 Ascot and Reece Jones.
The stable returning or resuming her over the 1600 metres as well. Now, that's not by design with this mare. She has been dodging wet tracks, hence her one trial was back in early April. Well held in Highway Company before spelling. Can be a touch hit and miss, but capable on her day.
Another one that's nice and bright and fresh. She's been up on the toe since walking into the yard.
Number 9 win the day for Barb Joseph, Paula Matt Jones and Alicia Collin.
Has been up a while, but she's going well. Been forgiving it last time at Warwick Farm. She was up in grade, had to be dragged back to last from the wide draw, and she was back in trip. Great in Highway Company prior to that, despite covering ground. So untried at the mile, but it does look to suit.
Big, strong, rangy type of horse. Always looks well, and same again here today.
Number 10 Duke Alzini for Daniel Cyber, Jay Ford.
Never an easy watch for punters that back this horse. He tends to get a long way back. He hits a bit of a flat spot, but then he surges again through the line. So if there's a positive to take from the fact that he has drawn wide, at least he'll have plenty of room to click through his gears.
Noticeably sweating up. A couple of these horses in the yard here have got a bit of a lather going, so I'm not sure what's going on there.
Number 11, Your Temptation for Wayne and Shea Wilkes.
Dropped out to be well beaten in Newcastle last start. Does deserve some respect, given he jumped $17 in a benchmark 64 there, but he'd need to improve sharply.
Not a lot of him. He's a little bit worked up, but yeah, no real knock.
Down to another Cameron Crockett runner, Ferrazano in the market, number 12, the rider Molly Burke.
And rightly so, he has to be one of the horses to beat here. Only has to repeat his last start performance to be in the finish once more. Ran second to Canadian Ruler 2 weeks ago in that Hawkesbury Highway. Beat third pretty comfortably. The mile looks fine and easy horse to make a case for.
Not a lot of him. He's paraded well so far. I couldn't really find a negative for him.
Sanzino onto the 13 for Matt Griffith and Break the Knock.
Just grabbed late there at Mudgee last start, went 1700 metres back to 1400 metres. So a bit of a bunch finish, just a length from 1st to 5th, which is often a red flag, but holding his form well and better suited back out and trip.
He's a big, strong boy. He's with the pony. He hasn't put a foot wrong since being in the yard so far. Looks nice and healthy.
Rose is imminent, number 14, Lou Mary, Jake Tracy Holmes.
It was a non-event for her last start in Highway Company. No run really presented in the straight, and she really attacked the line when it was all done and dusted. So nice trial since. Keen to see her out to the mile, and I think she's pretty dangerous at bigger odds.
I really like her. I think she's nearly been the pick of the yard so far, Brad. She's got a beautiful, healthy coat on her. She walks out very freely. Her attitude's good. Yeah, it's a big tick for mine.
Number 15, Image of the Sun, 3rd up, Paul Massara, Leah Gavranich, Ash Morgan.
She was good last start. 2nd up mile, 4 weeks between runs. Just peaked, I think, that last 50 metres. So sets up to improve again off that 3rd up now, and this too has been a target race for her on her home track.
Another one that's just getting slightly warm as she leaves the yard.
And Sevilla, the last of them down the bottom for Rod Northam and Harry Coffey.
I thought you boxed away okay. Went 4th to Gentileschi at Musselbrook last start. Both previous wins have come over the Scone Mile, so a bit of history there, which could see her improve.
She's been really wound up since walking in the yard. Not getting hot at all, but she's definitely on the busier side.
Okay, they just
Got a performance on here.
Okay, so they're heading out. They're just having an issue there with Sevilla, who is now just out onto the track. That got a bit hairy there for a couple of moments. It was Harry Coffey who was gripping on because Sevilla was not having a bar of it. She was backpedaling. She was going in every which direction, but finally the clerk of the course has jumped in and she's now off to the gates, thankfully. And she'll get around there okay. $6.50 the field, though, really does tell the story here. In race number 2. So they're getting around to the gates. We'll go to Brad very shortly, and also a market update with Tim. Corey's had a good chance to have a look at these runners in the yard. Sevilla, as I say, very, very fractious going out onto the track. But
I don't know, Lewis. Could be anything. Scone, I guess.
Corey, what do you like in the highway?
Yeah, I really like number 15, Image of the Sun, Ash Morgan. Obviously trained here at the track by Massara.
No, not Doomben, definitely.
Really absolutely neat type of
Doomben,
horse.
we are going to be
Beautiful
racing.
action is paraded.
This
Should
is
get a
not
nice number up
Doomben.
from a soft draw.
The late mail numbers, I've got 9, 12, 10 and 5. As the market suggests, this is a terribly open race. So 9 win the day. At least she's holding her quote at around that $10, which I think is fair enough. Forget last start. She was great in Highway Company the start prior and does have a recent win over Canadian Ruler, which also reads well for this. So can go forward, and I think she's looking for the mile at this point in her career and her preparation. 12, Perizano only has to repeat what he did there a few weeks ago to be in the finish once more. 10, Duke Calzini. He's got a few tricks and his strike rate doesn't inspire confidence, but he'll be working to the line really strong, as he often does. And Fiorsome Fred, the setup horse, locally trained and looks to be the money horse here. It's him now $6 for Fiorsome Fred. So 9, 12, 10 and 5.
Yeah, the local gallopers have seen plenty of support here in this Tab Highway, and Fiorsome Fred, your new favourite, was still at $8 chance this morning. It is now into $6. $7.50 taken not long ago. Good bets all the way down to that $6. So it looks like he will run the favourite. That $6 may even just firm again. We're still seeing good support at that quote. $6.50 a second.
PC will come. PC probably getting prepared.
$6.50. Been some good money for Feathertop. Matt Dunn's galloper, $13 into $7.50.
PC is going to be here
today.
probably.
Calzini a little bit soft. There's an
Getting
$8.50
prepared.
chance as it is win the day. Raj Nish, another local galloper that's met with some good support, $17 into 11. It is a firm on that same line. Senzino has an $11 chance. Corey's tip, Image of the Sun. There's a little bit of specking for this Masara Gavinich, another Scone horse, 17 into $15. I have to mention Rosa Simonente. Corey gave it a good push from the yard. No money for 11 out to 19. Fitch form ties in pretty well, had no luck at all last time out. Your favourite firms again, as I said, we were seeing good support at the $6. It's into $5.50 for your awesome friend.
Wide open highway, as typically is the case. Class 3 this week, and it is over the mile. And the runners, Shani, are getting around there behind the gates.
They are indeed, Gav. Yeah, so they've taken their time getting around here, but the first horse I'll touch on is Fiorsome Fred, so that's just him.
1600, this is Doomben. Bro, this is Doomben.
He certainly does.
This is Doomben.
Likewise, I don't know a lot about him, but still
5 minutes
well
to
enough.
go.
I had a look at him up at the top of the stands and he looked well enough, so he's a bit hot down at the gates here. The rest of them are actually, they've arrived in a really good nick, to be honest. Image of the Sun is in good order. Corey's on top selection, and then you had Raj Nice, who was on the quick back up. Seems to have come to run really well. Sorry about it, Mudgy the other day, and you wouldn't even know he's gone around. Duke Calzini is in tip-top order as well. He's handled the travel up and nice and settled type of fella. So nothing wrong with any of these horses, to be fair. We've got one riderless, and I think that would be, I can see Shea Wilkes on the ground there, so it would be horse number 11, Your Temptation, will be loaded in with the blindfold and also the saddle blanket, the barrier blanket there. But Gav, nothing negative to report from the gates here.
Shani, thank you, my friend. So last minute update here. Team ahead of race 2, so back to $6.
Yeah, we just got back to $6 about Fiorsome Fred. It is still your favourite, still the best backed runner in the race, just in front of Ferrazano there as a $6.50 chance. Good firms today, Feathertop and Raj Nish. Bit of further money too for Corey.
I'm going to be out for the first one, we'll see.
He firms again into $14, so it is a late firm there, Image of the Sun. The best back, the local gallopers, Fiorsome Fred and Ferrazano.
So the last few getting set for this week's highway. Class 3 over the mile, and then not too far off.
This is Scone. This is not...
4 out of line. And in goes Duke Calzini for Daniel's side, who had a runner yesterday on Scone Cup Day. Win the day, about to come up for Barb Joseph and Paula Matt Jones. Here's the highway.
And Bolvo are the remaining runners to move into line for the second of the day here at Scone on a soft 6, and we're bathed in sunshine for this star quality program today. Walking, painting led throughout in the first. And we're just about right now for race 2, with the last horse moving into the outside draw. That's Mulvader. There's the light, and we're ready to run. Stand by for a break. And they're off and racing now. Fearsome Fred jumped well, so did Bush Telegraph. pushing through Ferrozano, and Tai Nui is right up on the speed as well. So Tai Nui goes to the lead here by about a half length on Ferrozano. Then came Moulin Rouge, wider out then Bush Telegraph as they find their positions in the early stages, and going right around the outside of them, Sibylla, having a crack for that forward roll. Behind the speed is Rajnish with a head up in the air a little bit. On the outside, on the inside is Fearsome Fred. Then Senzano, feather top deep out. They're followed by Your Temptation, pushing through on the rails. Further back to Malvader, wider out there in the red-coloured cap as they go into the bend, win the day behind. Then came Image of the Sun from Duke Calcini, Roses Imminent, and Ring Ahoy is the last one. So they've sorted out their order, and Tai Nui leads the way by a length on Sibylla, followed by Rouge Moulin tucked away third on the inside of Ferrozano. Bush Telegraph off the track. Mulvader's even deeper and trying to get into the race on the outside. Rajnish close to heels from Fearsome Fred as they straighten for the run home now. And Tai Nui pushed on the inside from Sibylla. They're followed then by Ferrozano, Bush Telegraph, Mulvader still having a decent crack on the outside, and Rouge Moulin getting a gap towards the inside. So very wide out Mulvader, moved up to Fearsome Fred. Fearsome Fred takes the lead now, inside the 150, and is getting stronger and stronger. Fearsome Fred will go home and win the highway. Very tight to the minors. Now Mulvader will get second, despite the wide run on the outside of Sibylla. They're followed then by Rajnish. Win the day ran home well with Feathered Top. Now back towards the inside, Rouge Moulin and Image of the Sun, together with Your Temptation. Du Calzini. Dropping out of it was Tai Nui, and Sanzino was one of the last ones to finish.
The money was right. 5 will defeat 7, 16, and we'll get you that fourth number after the highway.
Well, welcome to racing on Doomben 10,000 Day here today. Horses are in the yard for the first. Fukubana is the favourite from the Matt Dunn stable, and this is a benchmark 85 handicap over the mile. Let's kick off with Mississippi Prince from the Brent Gray stable with Sammy Collin aboard.
1,600 metres could be a little bit of a stretch for him, Bernie, but he's very fit and he will go forward and relish the track conditions.
All right, Victory Win is from the local stable of Annabella Rob Archibald. We are going to call them Queenslanders today, Maxie, if the Queensland based horses win. Jamie Motteray.
Okay. Yeah, well, he's got a great chance. This guy, the soft 7 is perfect for him, and he's back to his right trip at his favourite track.
Matty Dunn trains Eaglemont, the 3 with Andrew Mellion.
Just happy to watch him go around. He might want something a bit further.
All right, he also trains the favourite. This is Fukubana with James McDonald.
Yeah, he's a very talented horse. He's not the most straightforward horse to ride, so they're going to try and put him in the box seat today. There's no in-between with him, but he's got the best jockey in the land to get the job done on him. And look, he'll be hard enough to beat in this grade, I would have thought.
She-Hat will be the 6 from the Laurie Mayfield Smith stable with Robbie Dolan. Loves a wet track, Maxie.
Yeah, I think he's really good around 1,1500. He's won 1,600, so a slight stretch for him, but he's in just great form at the moment. He'll relish the track conditions. He will need luck in running, that's all. They're moving into the gates for race number 1. I'm with number 6, Shehab, each way to beat 2 Victory Win, 4 Fukubana, and number 13, Scarletrix.
4, 2, 18, 13. I'm with Fukubana here. Just needs a good ride. I think with Victory Win, good long shot here. Twigman, and I'll throw in Scarletrix.
Yeah, he certainly looked good, the favourite Fukubana. However, I am sticking with Demon Darba. Still a good parade from him. Let's get to David Fowler for the call of race 1.
Just on 10,000 days. Starter Roscoff has the button. Fukubana the favourite, best back to beat at Demon Dar. 15 to run. Stand by. Racing. Fukubana began reasonably well. Demon Dar jumped smartly off the inside, and Mississippi Prince showing its customary speed and space age. He's going up into the thick of things early as well. Victory Win and Twigman just behind them as they round that first bend, and Caprice de Dieu settling in midfield outside of Sizzling Gal. Smart Legend 3 wide. Then came No in a Deal, followed by Eagle Miner. Scale Electric's getting back to 4th last. She-Harp 3rd last. Piraeus is 2nd last. And Red Top last of the 15, and 15 off the lead. Travelling along the back straight now towards the 1,000 metres, and Space Age took over. Leads Mississippi Prince by a length and a quarter, and 2 to Fukubana. J-Max got the favourite, travelling beautifully in 3rd spot, following the lead pair. His main betting rival, Doomben right behind him in fourth, the inside of Twigman. 2 to Victory Win, dead set centre field, outside of Sizzling Gal. Covering ground was Scale Electric, so then came to the inside. Caprice de Dieu, Smart Legend, Piraeus, asked to go, being pushed along. Then No One a Deal, Eagle Miner, Red Top and She-Hum a mile off the blast of all. They come up towards the home turn now. 500 left to Rana, and the leader on the inside was Space Age. On the outside, trying to get on terms, Mississippi Prince. Now, Fukabana has been given every possible chance. Not an excuse of the world if happened to be beaten. And Demon Dove comes to the outside to give chase. Wilder with Scale Extrix. On the outside, Fukabana having a bit of a job to get the Mississippi Prince, who's boxing on well. Then came Demon Dove. Fukabana now heading top gear. Fukabana, 50 to go, moving away further and further, and the favourite is home. Fukabana first, Mississippi
Fourth.
Prince second, Demon Dove third, Photo finished fourth, Space Age or Scale Electrics. Then came Sizzling Gal, Twigman, followed by Victory Win, Piraeus, No One a Deal, Smart Legend, Eagle Mod, Red Top, She-Hum and Caprice, Danier, last home.
The favourite Fukabana for Matt Dunn and James McDonald put in precisely the right spot there. Gets the money after a couple of very, very good performances in Sydney. Mississippi's Prince at any old price holds down second. Demon Darb runs on for third. And for fourth, David mentions Space Age may be holding on, and Scarlet's there as well. But Ronnie, Fukabana, the one you want to be on, approaching the turn.
Yeah, you may have paid the tax with J Mac on, but you were very happy to pay it in the run there when he just switched him off behind those two horses, just rolling along beautifully for him up front, and it was just a pretty to watch ride. So he'll get a bit of confidence. He's always been a horse loaded with talent, and that may just send him on a winning way now and be competitive in maybe something a little stronger.
All right, winning trainer Matt Dunn joins us for a chat. Fukabana with J-Mac aboard has delivered for favourite backers here in the first. You would be very thrilled.
Yeah, he was good, wasn't he? You know, he got an exceptional ride. But in saying that, he sort of got himself in front pretty early in the straight. And he was there to sort of have something to get to him that could. But I think the exciting part about him is every run that pretty much since he's come back from his injury, his last 100's been the best part of his race. So I don't know how far we need to get with him. I just noticed when tempo slackened mid-race then, he just wanted to maybe overdo it slightly. But
that has been a habit sort of that he's had for a while.
yeah, probably. And he's got a decent space between runs too. So, we'll just get a bit of freshness. But as we move on, we'll sort of take one step at a time with him. He's obviously destined for bigger races and sort of benchmark racing at some point. But there's no rush with him. He's done a good job for his owners, and they've been patient with him after he hurt himself. And he's come back in good order. Good to see him get it done.
And have you sort of held him back a little bit from those better races just till his racing style and manners sort of became appropriate?
Yeah, pretty much so. We sort of held him back distance-wise, heading into country championship, basically, because he's probably designed around 2,000 metres, possibly even further. So as we start to train him that way, he'll learn to settle better, and I'm sure he'll improve.
Great start to the day for you, Matt. Well done.
Thank you.
All right, there is winning trainer Matt Dunn. 4 beats 1, 9 and 7. 1:38.12 the time there. I'm thinking it says 37.08. Just a quick word from J-Mac. Well done, hot favourite.
Yeah, thank you. He's good.
How was the track?
No, it'd be closer to it is probably a 9 now, but it won't improve.
So what happened that 4 went through? We spoke about the 2 that did not get through. Now, what happened? This one, which was the largest outer, that went through. All pressure lines. So 4, 9, 1, 9 and 7 here finally, but this one was a good one. And that happened. We'll go to the next. Six, 7, 11 scratched. 10, 2, 16, and 4.
Real lot of speed in the race, so he gets an easy run in front. Bard always has his horses pretty fit.
$34 Flying Betty, Kerry Parker, Chad Lever.
Think she's got to improve a bit here. Ran last at Kembler and then we run midfield to Sapphire Coast. That's not good enough to win.
What about the bottom one, Wayne? Number 10, Explicit. He's the favourite. This colt by Stitzel out of Breakfast in Better. Husson A. Mare. Mitchell Bill riding for Sterling and Gerald. $1.65 for this fella.
Only thing I can see, the only problem I can see is a 2-year-old taking on no other horses, but his 2 runs have been at Warwick Farm and Hawkesbury, beaten by a horse called Aerodrome in both races. Aerodrome's unbeaten, obviously winning those 2 and hasn't run again since that I know of. I like the way he's finding the line, this fellow, so he might be better next prep, but, well, hope he's good enough today.
Numbers in the first for Wayne Harris.
I'm going to stick with my preview numbers, Rich. 10, 6, 4 and 2. Yeah, Explicit. I think you ought to take the short odds here, I know, but maybe the Quinoa for the stable, so make Regan or Regin or however you want to pronounce it. Then you've got number 4, Navy Boy. Should be a very fit horse here today. Just starting to sweat up in the parade, as I mentioned. Now, throw in number 2, Kickstart. I think the run's been better than what was seen on paper. I think you'll appreciate the 1600. 10, 6, 4, 2.
Staley Alexio joins me. They got the favourite here, Explicit. 2-year-old taking on the old horse, but a nice horse.
He's a city class horse in the making. He's not quite the sharpest tool in the shed, and his mind can just wander at times. But I think when he puts it together, he can make a nice horse.
Well, that said, what are you thinking today then, at short odds?
Well, I think he comes out of a really good form race. I think if he brings that form here, he wins. As simple as that, basically. But like I said, he's still learning his craft. It's not easy, 2-year-old over a mile against the old horses, but expecting to be very hard to beat anyway.
Still at the stablemate, Reg.
Yeah, solid horse. Step up to the mile. He's sort of tipped out box. He can just be quite one over Northern stages. So I think if Bucko can sort of rate him in the first 2 or 3, that'll give him a chance to finish off and be the finish.
Good luck, mate.
Thank you.
Lee Alexio and, of course, Gerald and I, they've got the 2 runners here, number 6 Region, but more importantly, they've got the favourite Explicit, $1.60, the man in the hot chair. They say he was out just trying to drown his sorrows last night till they got up this morning, 5K run. They said he's pumped, he's ready to go, he's at Scone, he's going to get the claw back the money today. I hope he does, and I hope the punters finish on top. Timmy Ryan, what's happening in the first here at Kembler?
Yeah, good afternoon to you, Richard. Yeah, look, Explicit, the favourite here in the first. I didn't want to take too many chances with it putting markets up yesterday. We put up 160. It's got all the form in the world. A City maiden at its City Open class race at its last start back to a maiden. That form looks really strong for it. Surprised they bet around it early. It was 168 to 175. The late money is with the favourite. 175 back into 160. Actually, that 160 now gone back into 155. So really good go here for the favourites. The only one the punters won around about 72% of the investment on the race for the favourite. There was some money for Navy Boy earlier in the week or yesterday. It was $4.16 to 4, but it's back out to $5.50. It is hard to lay late. There's not a bean for the stablemate to the favourite Region. It has been a big drifter, $4.80 out to now $9. The ones that have spec'd at longer odds, Richard, there has been a little bit of money for Kickstart, 13 into 12 today. I guess it'll likely push forward from that wide gate there. Marabello, a $16 chance. It's been a little bit easy. It's the other firmer in the race, 26 into 16 today. So a bit of money for Kickstart, Marabello at longer odds. But all the big money is for the favourite, a $1.55 chance. That's in from $1.75 after scratching this morning, Richard. I think this looks the favourite's race.
Let's hope it is, Timmy. Let's hope it is. The first for Kembla Grange. They're all with Explicit. Heavily back, number 10. Let's head upstairs. Here's Ben Hall doing the duties this afternoon.
So Kickstart to come forward, and Flying Betty will be the last. We run 1600 for the first race of 8 on our Country Music Race Day. Thanks to Richard and Wayne from Sky Central, and we are set for the first. We're ready to jump. The red lights blink on top of the stalls and they're off at racing. He'll be happy with that one, the starter. He caught them as one. And Donington off the inside left, well, showing speed. There is Navy Boy. Think of One's out deep. Explicit the favourite, not far away. Out wider was Marabello in those red colours pressing forward as the favourite's now being restrained. Region went underneath the favourite there as they run the first 300 metres. Then Kickstart, Prize Gesture, and last was Flying Betty. 1150 metres left to go, approaching the first turn, and the top weight, Donington led by 3/4, Think of One. Third is Navy Boy, then Marabello now getting in, one off the rail. 2 lengths away was Region on the inside of Kickstart, out 3 wide, and the favourite Explicit splits that pair. They were followed by Prize Gesture, and last was Flying Betty inside the 850. Donington led by a half length, Think of One, and Navy Boy Park third. Marabello 3/4 away in fourth, then Kickstart and Regions back on the rail. Then Explicit, who's got about 5 to make up. Then came Flying Betty and Prize Gesture past the 600 metres. The sprint goes on now, and Donington led up to the turner. Think of One cruising on the outside, going to it. Then came Marabello getting to the outside. Navy Boy Explicit's getting out very deep. Then Kickstart, and out further was Flying Betty at the 400 metre mark now. Marabello moved up, took a narrow lead. Region gets out and starts to chase as well. And Explicit's out even wider. 250 to go. Region got to the lead from Marabello. Explicit has to dig in this short price favourite. Region in front with 150 to go. Marabello can't match it. Then came Explicit, who can't match that pair. And Region will win. Region drew away and scored by a length. Marabello second. Explicit disappointing. Could only manage third. Then Navy Boy, 5 away. Prize Gesture, Flying Betty. Kickstart was next. Then Think of One. They were followed in a long last by Donington. Got very tired in the latter part.
Good start for the bookies, a bad start for the punters. The stablemate to the favourite, Region wins. Grant Buckley, he finished on a high down here last Saturday with winning the Jockeys Challenge, and he starts well today. $10.50 at 2.20 Region. 3 Marabello with the blinkers on, $2.40. The favourite Explicit, $1.04. 4 Navy Boy runs fourth, 6, 3, 10 and 4. The winner, Good Wayne. The favourite Explicit. Maybe it's all just come too quickly for this young horse because he's got a future. But today it wasn't his day, Explicit. 6, 3, 10, 4.
All right, this is the second one. If we look through the odds, it's 10 to 16 and 4. 10 is the favorite. 10 is the favorite. The linear is 3. The second linear is 14. 10 is the third linear. All right, 10 is the third linear. Then like that. $31, 57 by 31, 66 by 24, 16. That's the largest outer drift. But that's not the same. 47, 14. This is the largest inner. That's gate number 14. But the problem is none of them are within the rails. Within the rails are these two horses, 15 and 12. 15 and 12. These are the ones which actually has the physics of this thing. Who happens to be in the best hands, but it is kind of not the greatest, not the worst. That's what the thing is. This will probably go wrong. This is 1, 48, 49. That is 8. And it's difficult for this one to climb up. 10, honestly, I'm not sure. 4 is there to 16, I understand, is the largest inner, but will that work is a question. These two horses are within the rails, and here is the best jockey. I'm going to go up 15 EW. That's all that I can find out in this race. There's nothing else. I mean, this is not in a position to beat 10. I don't know why it is favorite, but honestly, if we look at 10, it came in first, 1400 last. It came in first, 1400 last start. That was 8 weeks ago. The pressure has been increased 3% on this. So there's a, I don't know if that will work. 15 is with Tim Clark. So that's the best that I can go with at this point of time, because I don't know if that'll work. That's a lot of pressure that has been increased on this one. It's no doubt a good horse that's there. It's here. That kind of handicapping is difficult from here to deliver, but this is also difficult, but this will come in. 3 will get a place for sure. That is not a problem, but 4 is the other one, which is here. This is in good hand. 56.41. It is still better than this. 12, 11. It's still within the rails. This probably is a bad idea. This probably is a bad idea. Who's riding 4? Oh man. We'll see. I like the 15, but I don't know. 10 looks difficult. I don't know if the 10 is going to deliver. Araman, welcome back. Doomben, bro.
This nursery on debut, that was back in December behind Within the Law, beaten 4 lengths, has run through the line in both trials. I couldn't find a spot for her in my top 4, but I thought she was a sneaky hope at bigger odds.
I think she's going to be a really nice horse later on. She's big, she's gawky, she's nowhere near the finished product yet, as you would expect. First preparation, but she's just got something about her. She looks well.
Number 13, Full of Love, Richard Will Friedman, Ash Morgan.
Comes through a fast race on debut behind Agarwood. The winner looks pretty smart, can only come on from that, and these colours did win this race last year with Lazura.
Couldn't find a negative for the horse, looks well.
Darker is number 14, second of the Chris Lee's runners, rider Andrew Gibbons.
Another horse that I expect to run better than the odds do suggest, so didn't get a lot of luck on debut at Randwick. That was back in January, over 1,000 metres. Didn't show any early speed, but went to the line with a little bit more to offer than she got the chance to show. I like the way she's trialled as well.
She's settled down now that Andrew Gibbons has got up on top, and she was very buzzy when she first entered the yard. She had a bit of a play. She's obviously feeling very well. She's a neat type of horse. I couldn't find any negatives for her.
Sylph is the 15, Michael Friedman.
Grandma!
But she's as talented as any 2-year-old here. She just doesn't really know what she's
Grandma!
Racing manners have proved costly in 2 runs. She'll jump from the widest gate, but doesn't.
Long time, Grandma. Thank you so much for doing that. We miss you here.
Yeah, she's another neat type of horse. Her coat is actually very, very healthy. She paraded really, really well.
Thank you so much for saying that, and thank you so much for dropping by. We miss you here so much, Grandma.
Yeah, she was quite excited in the yard. She had to go out with the pony. She was starting to play up.
Miss Arisa down the bottom, John Ramsey, breaks knock.
Another one that was well held last start and entitled to be big odds like here.
Another one that looked paraded well. Couldn't really find a negative for.
So they're off to the gates after 2-year-old fillies. Neil Payne is here for Gay and Adrian with Stardom. We saw her at Wagga, Neil, and she was great down there.
Oh, she was good, Gav. Yeah, like naturally, like the field was and all that strong down there, but it's the way she done it. She pinged the lids good and run along good. So admittedly a stronger field and, you know, a little bit of a minus that she's coming from 1,200 back to 1,100 in a tougher field, but this filly has got ability.
Yeah, she'll go forward.
Oh, definitely go forward with that and more ornaments on it. She's drawn 9, come across, see the lead or sit outside the leader, because there is a little bit of pace underneath.
Is it a push that John Cornish is here to see her run?
Oh, isn't it good, eh, Johnny? Yeah, no, Torrey Burnstad. You know, they've been great supporters again, Adrian, Torrey Burnstad, and John Cornish and his son here to see it run. You know, it's really good to see John. He's been a great friend of ours for a long time.
He's a good man, as are you. Good luck, Neil.
Thanks, Shab.
Right, let's go over to Corey. The girls are at the gates.
Yeah, I'm with Stardom as well. Gav, I just thought she was a picture of health in the yard. Obviously, she's lightly raced, won down there at Wagga last time out, but she's just the way she paraded. She's the ultimate professional, and she should get that perfect run. If she's not leading, she'll be outside lead.
The late mail numbers 2, 15, 6 and 14 to Acacia. It has been relentless for this horse and just holding firm now at that 250, 260 mark. You thought once these percentages came down a touch, she'd be a little bit easy, but that is not the case. She is rock solid here, I think. Rightly so.
Big bet
She
2.
does have a right price. All horses do, but she's been great in 2 runs. She was
2 is in
fantastic
the
on
best
debut. She had a lovely
hands.
turn of foot to win a deep
There's
race.
no other match. I can't find any. The PC. Welcome back, PC.
So she'll need the right run just to blend into the race at the right time, but speed looks to be genuine. She gets her chance to stalk and pick them off late. 15, Sylph, she obviously bottomed out at around that $8 or thereabouts. We'll hear from Tim in a moment. She's got a few tricks, but she's loaded with ability. I do love that.
2 is in the
form.
best
6
hand.
started. She'll roll forward. She'll prove hard to chase down. She too has been met with a lot of support. And I thought if there was a roughie that could overachieve.
This is how it looks like. 2 is like they are the best. They are the best in this.
for the favourite. It's a big
One of the
loser.
lowest pressure the horses like that, 15, but they're not within the rails. The physics is the problem.
50 chance Stardom. I marked favourite on Wednesday, and she had been really, really soft, $364. She even got to $480 at one stage today, but it has been a late rally for her. She's back into $340. The market's saying there's only really 2 chances here. They both have linked form, but even with that late money for Stardom, we're holding 6 times more on Acacia than Stardom, but the betting's just all over these 2 runners. Sylph was a firm early in the week. She's back to $9 chance. Miss Freelove, soft at $9.50. At longer odds, the only one I can give you a bit of a push for, Be Sharp. We laid 50s this morning. It's in the 30s. But it's a 2-horse race according to the betting. Fate Firms again, $240 Acacia, $350 Stardom, a late rally.
Shani, over to you behind the gates.
Okay, thanks, Gab. Most of the field are locked and loaded, but I wanted to touch on Miss Freelove. She's arrived here in just tip-top order. I've seen a bit of her, and she's just got the sweetest attitude, and she was the first one loaded into the gates. Absolutely perfect. Stardom, touching on her, I don't know a lot about it, but she did come around with the pony, and she's quite hot, but that may be her, so I don't want to get ahead of myself and say it's a negative parade or whatnot, because that could be what she did, but she seems settled enough now, which is certainly a positive. Sylph, again, another really relaxed filly. I've seen her in both of her runs, and she's just got the coolest, calmest attitude. We know the ability's there. We'd love to see it from her today. Chad Scotfield's just jumped off Shakespeare Girl, and they'll load her in riderless there, but most of the fillies are in a perfect condition, to be fair. They're all nice and settled. They're all standing there, just trying to get Shakespeare's Girl into the gates.
Shani, thank you. So it looks like there's 3 left to load. Very good fillies, Brad, have won the Woodland Stakes in prior years.
They certainly have. So Lazura 12 months ago, In Secret 2022, and you go back to 2019, and Libertini. So it has been a bit of a launch pad for these handy late season 2-year-olds, and a lot of these winners go right on with the job.
So there's Sylph over there behind the gates, along with Be Sharp, along with the Keep Fancy, or one of them in Stardom. Tim, any late money there?
Yeah, it's just all for the 2 horses. It's just an absolute 2-horse race according to the betting. Now at $2.40 chance, Acacia, but late money continues for Stardom. It's getting closer to the favourite there at $3.30, but hold-wise still 6 times as much on Acacia than Stardom, who started the week as a second favourite and is now your dominant favourite. You're all the way out to a $9.50 chance, almost double figures about your third pick. So betting says it's a race in 2.
Okay, so 2 left to load. So Sylph and also Stardom to come up, and they'll be right. Here is the Woodland Stakes. We go to Darren.
Running board is Shakespeare's Girl. So it's taking a while to get these fillies fully loaded in. I think Nerf Noir going up at a big price here. Now Be Sharp's finally in the gate, so Be Sharp in. Bruce Jones aboard for Rod Northern. Rod had a winner here yesterday. Now Sylph about to move up, and the speedy filly Stardom in the Torryburn Silks will be the last to move in. So 1 out of line here for the Woodland Stakes at Scone, with Stardom going in, and now they're locked and loaded. Stand by. Racing now, and Stardom given a real wind-up out of the gates in the setter. Kujenga jumped well. Sylph jumped quite well wide out, but Stardom's going to lead. Listen, face right on the speed. Rainbow Glow pushing through, and Sylph fourth is wide out. They're followed off the speed to Wolzeel. Then came Miss Freelove, who's about 6 in the early stages. Be Sharp on the outside from Shakespeare's Girl. Then came Ephemeral. I think Nerf Noir pushing through the middle with a darker on the fence. Now, Kujenga starting to drift back in the field, and the outside are full of love. Now, the favourite is third last, Acacia, from Backhander and Miss Arisa. Coming around the turn, Rainbow Glow and Stardom, stride for stride. Miss Freelove is starting to creep up behind them. We'll have to get to go back to the inside. Wolzeel is angling into the clear. Then came St. Face and Sylph, and now Acacia about 5 off them. Don't give up, she's coming. Keep racing to the lead. Stardom from Wolzeel on the outside, and Acacia the outside a length off them. It's Stardom gripping on from Wolzeel. Stardom kept going by Hieronymus, and Stardom too strong. Beat Wolzeel, a length and a half. Acacia third to Miss Freelove. A gap back to Sylph from St. Face, full of love. Then Backhander from Vic Nerf Noir at Darker. Then Be Sharp from Miss Arisa, Ephemeral, Kujenga, Shakespeare's Girl, and Rainbow Glow, who was up on the speed weekend to finish last.
Oh, she's a good filly there. Set a famous set of Cullens, and she goes virtually all of the way. She had to sit outside the leaders today. and that was Stardom, because Rainbow Glow picked up underneath of her. But then she gained the lead. She was under siege and looked like she was in trouble, but she's come again to pick herself up and win over Woolsey. That was a terrific run to get up and run second. Acacia was a long, long way back and has made up a stack of ground, and Miss Freelove will wind up fourth.
A bit of that Tulloch Lodge toughness just really kicked in late. You thought a few from the back would start chiming into the race there, yet she was simply too brave, too strong and too powerful at the finish. So absorbed that pressure in the middle stages, gave a kick and gave nothing else ultimately a chance. So you did think that Acacia there for a moment or two was going to make a real late bid, but she just half-peaked on her run. She had a lot to do from the second half of the field.
He's riding in terrific form out of Myronomus at the moment. He's really put him in the right spots. Like, he could have been tempted then to give the horse a little bit of a squeeze after jumping so well and taking up the lead, but he elected just to
Yeah,
let the leader do the
welcoming
work.
itself.
They said he grabbed the lead early, but stuck on really, really well.
Numbers here, 6, 7, 2 and 3 on the Woodlands.
Welcome back to Doomben for the second race on the card. We are now officially a heavy 8 also. Let's take a look at these horses in the yard for race number 2, a benchmark 78 handicap over 1350 metres. And Winsome Star is the favourite. Promise is the first one to take a look at here. Ronnie, Matt Dunn and Emily Lowe.
Yeah, first run for the new stable. Talented went right. Did run second at Tabby time, 3 starts back last prep. So, but I just needed to see a touch more in that most recent trial.
And Maxie, deep respect, second up. Kelly Sweeter, Jacob from Chester.
He's back in good form. That was an excellent first up run, went second behind Sir Joe. He's just got to be able to handle the track, but everything looks good.
Here's Naval Trader, Matt Hoyster, Josh Parr.
Yeah, he ran well first up. Last 2 starts, I think there's a little bit of a question mark on those.
On points from the Rob Heathcote stable with Talia Fenlon.
Well, that first race, the leads ran along and they ran second and fourth, so that gives her a great chance here of perhaps leading all the way. Big tick.
Flashing Steel likes a wet track. Annabelle and Rob Archibald, Jamie Mott.
Now, I've had a few little excuses of late, but just hard to entertain with any confidence looking at that last start.
Where do we put Starry Eyes? Chris Anderson, Ron Stewart.
Yeah, first up run, seemed to run it okay. Maybe wants something even further than 1350.
Michael Hemmings trains number 9, Super Duck, Bailey Wheeler.
Yeah, it's a big step in upward class for him, so I'm probably looking elsewhere.
Here is the favourite, Winsome Star, Robbie Dolan rides for Simons and Laxon.
Yeah, it's about 7 or 8 weeks since he won the Class 1 at Eagle Farm, and he absolutely blitzed them. He was too good. He is better than a Class 1. He will drift back in the field, though.
Kira Ma trains Lynx with Cody Collis.
Yeah, one to watch this mare. She wasn't bad in the solid midweek Sydney race there last start. So first run on the heavy track, but I'm respecting any market moves there.
The Cullinan is trained by Brian Dayas, Luke Tarrant.
Yeah, it might take him a couple of runs before he gets up over ground.
David Van Dyke trains Banana Slide with Kyle Wilson-Taylor.
Interesting horse, 2 for 2 last prep. He's bred to like it, but wet being by Sebring, that's for sure. So it's a huge yard market one. So just looking at the yard, it looks a neat sort of a horse.
Mazua is her stablemate with Tim Clark.
She's a talent, but just first up from the spell, watching.
And 16 will be Jealous from the Rob Heathcote stable with Rachel King.
Yeah, I think she's back for a really good campaign. I'd like to see her over further, but she will run well here.
Alrighty, that is how they looked in the yard. I am sticking with my on top pick from the form. That is On Point, who's been a little bit gassed at her last few starts early in the race. They're going to take it a little bit more steady to get to the front here. So let's hope she can hang on at 13.50.
All right, Bernie, she has been well back to On Point. I think punters are thinking that she's going to be right.
I'm going to go with a coffee on 15. I don't have any opening.
Jealous. She's a back marker, unfortunately.
I don't have any opening. 2 PC is spot on with the 2, which is the best management. But
Star and 2 Deep Respect.
I don't know.
Favourite 10, 14, 2 and 16, and all
Not sure.
Solid enough. So needs a bit of luck, a sticky draw, but happy to stay with Winsome Star here. I think the danger is Banana Slide, although very soft late in betting here, so maybe expected to need to run. Deep Respect fits in, and we'll learn more if you can make up ground here with Jealous, who's usually a big finisher. 10, 14, 2 and 16.
All right, just slight correction on the final 600 for race number 1. It was 36.08, not 37.08 that was originally put up. Okay, the last couple are loading here for race 2 at Doomben. Let's get upstairs to David Fowler.
Paddock will be the last one up.
Super Duck about to join the other runners and will be set for the second. Star benchmark 78, running 1350 metres. Red light turned on. All set. Racing. Good line out, Barmazier and McCullough. Super Duck out wide began fast on point. She's showing her natural early speed and flashing steel third away. Starry Eye settling down in fourth and Naval Trader. Followed by Links, Tip Prospect about centre field in sixth or seventh. Followed then by Premise and then Jealous. Winsome Star, well, it's custom to get back in the field, and that it is. It's three wide around Monsieur and McCullough over on the inside of that pair, and Banana Slide settles in last. Heading into the first bend now, 8.50 left to Rada. Super Duck with a length to spare over on point. Two to Starry Eyes third, and Flashing Steel secures a good run mid-race, fourth on the fence. Two to Naval Trader, one deep Prospect, one away Links, three-quarters Premise. A length Jealous, one McCullough. Winsome Star spots from about 8 to 10 at the 600, with only Monsieur and Banana Slide behind it. Travelling up to the turn, 500 left to Rada. Super Duck and on point of B controlling affairs from the get-go. Starry Eyes in third, Flashing Steel 4. Then came at the head of the others, Naval Trader. Winsome Star being pulled to the outside. Jealous is trying to run on as well. Deep Perspective out midfield. Super Dark currently holding on point. Then came Starry Eyes, Flashing Steel. Premise down the outside with Banana Slide. Super Duck with 100 to go as the leader. Premise and Banana Slide are trying hard. Super Duck's in front. It's holding on. And Super Duck won the money. Big Banana Slide, Premise and Jealous up for
9.
Deep Respect, Naval Trader, Flashing Steel. Starry Eyes, Winsome Star. Never got into the race. A long way back to was Monsieur, and towards the tail, Links on point, and the colour of them was a clear last.
We made a mistake.
Super Dark at a big price for Michael Hemmings. Gets the money going all the way. We thought that On Point will lead, but Super Duck was too fast. You could see that drone shot down the back straight, and Super Duck humming along in the lead. On Point was chasing, trying to chase Super Duck. So he didn't get it cheap in front.
Jock on 2 is
under Ange Jones. Banana Slide wanted to shift in a little bit in the home straight. Premise and Jealous hit a bit of a flat spot, Ronnie, after they turned into the straight.
Yeah, just wants further Jealous, I think, but I don't know where that come from. Super Duck, and I'd like to have a bit of the first four or trifecta there because he was any old odds and unfancied there getting the money. So a big win. Premise was ran a really good. There's probably more to come from her for the new stable, and a nice first up run from Banana Slide there, who could be one to follow there. But yeah, a very, very...
No, nothing bad happened. I'll tell you what happened.
Michael not here, but here's 2IC. His wife, Naomi Hemmings, is here. What an emotional moment.
We made a mistake.
Congratulations.
We made a mistake.
She's your stable favourite. Oh, he's a funny little guy. Everybody loves him. Sorry, I always call him Duck. What sort of chance did you give him here today?
Well, I wanted to go to Chinchilla, but he has a lot of
We'll take a look at the winning numbers.
He was quite reasonable, really, behind Sir Joe last start. That was a decent race.
He got a bit blocked up on the rail there.
9, 14, 1 and 16.
What's the plan to lead?
Pretty well go forward, sit outside the leader, so he obviously is feeling pretty good, so he went just a bit further forward.
Well, congratulations. I know you're doing the work. Enjoy the win.
Thank you very much.
All right, Ange Jones on the...
So what happened is, the mistake that we made is whenever there is a confusion like this, there is a huge confusion. There's nothing here, nothing there. That 9 was the second horse pool in any ways. This was the second horse pool. And since there was so much confusion that they had done, this one went through. This is the second horse pool in any ways. This is what is going to be second. There 9, 14, 1 and 6. So 9 and then 14. 14 was a good one. This is like the second linear, but it's very difficult from here to climb there when you are like that, but it is easy for this guy to climb up. I went with 15. That did not get anywhere. So 9, then this one, 1 and 16. Where is 1? 1 was this one. 9, 14, 1 and 16. 16 was there within the odds, which was the largest inner. So the largest outer will beat the largest inner any day, any given day. That happened. This was the second horse pool. I mean, when there is nothing working. I mean, this is something that I keep forgetting every time. Whenever these two are here and nothing else is up here, then it is this, which is the one to go as an EW. When the linears are here and they have no chance to climb up, then we need to look for the largest drift, which is going to be there. So that was the largest drift. It's a bad mistake. We could have gotten this one, but that's...
Had 2 trials, given a very quiet time in both of them. Number 8, Gemarai from the Robert and Luke Price Stable. Heavy Van de Hooven's on board, $17. Tasman Racing January.
Jock was ripping its head off.
Sapphire Coast. Unplayed from trial recently, easy, but I haven't got him there.
Louis Bouzlin rides the bottom one for Adrian Bott and Go Waterhouse. Steel Range, name, 5 stars. We haven't seen him for a while.
He hasn't always been in that stable. Formerly with Anthony Cummings. Hasn't run since July last
9
year.
and 12 has been
Two trials been
scratched.
on place. Looks very, very one pace.
Your numbers
1, 2, 8 and 5.
Here on the card, the mate for Colts Cottage and Enties.
I can't see a recent change from the previews, I don't think. 7 on top, Hitzendorf, the Godolphin first starter. Very, very quiet trials. He looks very well educated. I've got him on top. Number 2, pick up the tab. A little bit tip around for him to run well here first up. He's had easy trials. Good money for number 1 here. Sifanelli, a lovely horse by Castelvecchio, races in the Arrowfield colours. A couple of very, very quiet trials. And Dunlin Gunn, you've got number 5, Homerick from the Snowden camp. So it'll be 7-2, 1 and 5.
7, 2, 1 and 5. James Fathers joins us from the Gary Portelli stable. First things, how are you, mate?
Yeah, very well, thank you. Nice bear on a busy day at Campbell. Looks great.
What about Chifinelli, this horse? Geez, I reckon it might just be a nice horse.
Yeah, its work's been pretty good actually. You know, in 2 trials, comes here, sort of a bit of hope, I'd say.
Yeah, it was 7, as I said, not too bad. One of the boys think it might be a little bit worse. Your feeling with your horse?
Yeah, well, we were surprised when they got up to 6 this morning. It's obviously worse than that now. Casabecca seemed to like it. It's obviously an unknown, but we've got a bit of noise on.
That run that he had, was that just a tick over run, then back out of the paddock, come back, and he's a different horse?
Yeah, exactly. He was probably a bit immature still then. He's got a huge amount for that break, obviously the 2 trials back, and he's a lot more mature horse now.
Have you had something? I know that you're an astute. Have you had something on?
I haven't, but Gary Portelli, the main man, has a little bit each way, so let's check.
Wish this any head straight out, but we'll take each way. Good luck, mate.
Each way odds.
There he is, James Fathers from the Gary Portelli stable. $2.20, the favourite on tab. Fixed odds, pick up the tab. $3.70 for Homerick, $4.80 for Hensendorf. I've had a peanut on the 1 here, Timmy. Chip Finelli. Any of the punters going with me?
Oh, Cipriano.
Right, this is the third one. This is again the same distance, 1350. This is an open race. We need to take a look at what's going on with their vacation, that's all. 1, 2, 8 and 5 is the odds. If we look through the rails, it is like that. 1, 8, 2 and 5. They're all here. Okay. And now this is where in this one, this was here. This one is very difficult. The 14 is the linear. All right, 14 is the linear. It's very difficult from here to climb up there. That's that. That's that. Now this one is an EW. It's dropped 100%. This one dropped 100%. So that's the second linear. All right, the first linear is here, the second linear is here with management, so 2 definitely is the first choice. The pressure is also high. The 1 is in very good hands. It is through the rails, so that'll probably get a place. But that becoming a queen is difficult, because then we also have the larger outer drift and inner drifts. So the larger inner drift is this one, which is 6. So 14 is way down there. That's not going to be possible. 2 is here. That's 25, 35. Okay. 25, 30. Sorry, that is 47, 35 here. This one is with management. This is with rails. 2 and 3 is good. They are together. But now we look at the drop here, which is this one. Definitely this one is a 6, 31, 34, 16, 38. This is not within rails, so it'll be difficult for to climb. This should not be a difficulty for this one to climb. Having said that, now we have the neutrals. These morons, God knows what they do and how they do, but you know, I have no clue how these linears get through, and I'm sorry, the neutrals. I'm still not able to figure out why and how this neutrals get through. 5 is an EW. This is 6600% drop. Probably, maybe, because that's it's between 5, which is gate number 4, which is following the 1. If the jockey is smart, that will happen. But technically, it should be 6 in between. Technically, it should be 6 in between. I kind of like the 2 because of the fact that the pressure is more. This is a good horse. It has been to a group 1 race that is there. This one, the highest pressure, that from that position is very difficult to deliver. It's gate number 1, but doesn't have the weight to carry. So that's the problem. That is the problem. So yeah, that these are all tailing gates. That's there. But I kind of like the 6 as well, which is from gate number 10. That generally should happen, but those are far-fetched thing. I'm going to go with 2. And then 1 will get there, but as a queen, 2 and 1, that generally doesn't happen. Something else gets in between. So this is the largest outer, which is gate number 8. All right. And so yeah, that the jockey is here with 4. Is a neutral. This is a neutral. It's a 56 by 21, 50 by 25. So yeah, that 4 is a check. That 4 is a check. That 4 has quite capabilities of getting in if the 6 fails. I mean, this is where it gets tricky, because I still have no clue how the neutrals work. I still have no clue how the neutrals work, but that's more or less the kind of situation. But 6 9. This is a good one. The 6 is a good one. It's a larger drift. So 2, 6, 1 maybe, or 2, 5, 1. That's the lowest pressure for one of the highest. That's the lowest pressure for one of the highest. That's that. But I don't think they're playing all those nonsense any further, because here we've seen this one going through, so that went through the pressure line, so no advantages. Today they're doing good racing probably. So here definitely the 2 is good. This is the highest, which is here. This is the second highest, which is here within the rails. Why shouldn't it work? I have Flemington. Yes. Wait. Here is Flemington.
Coming back from the field, it was much better last start behind Long's. Another horse that doesn't get out of turn, but Lesty's going the right way now, and probably will drop back to Wednesday's race. He can be quite competitive.
You did have the favourite on top, John, but it sounds like you might have done a little bit away from the favourite as well.
So you bet around decent money when the markets first went up on Wednesday. That's what price I've got Party Crash. I've got it very clearly first pick, but at $1.40 or so, I'll be happy to just watch and hope I can get it as a punter. Dixie Whistler, I've got second pick. She's got out to around double figure odds in places. She's going well. Even though it's only a good 4, she might just get a tiny bit of view. She always likes that. I would say there goes my hero for third. He's not a bad price either. And Lake's Folly, I was really buoyed by how he looked in the mountain yard. Yes, he'll go back from that wide gate in the little field, but he's clearly good enough to run a good race in a race of this grade, and he looks fantastic.
And Grand Maxim over the odds.
I think Grand Maxim over the odds. When the favourites sort of come into this $30, $40, it has to push some of these other horses out. And I think there are a few here that have gone out to a very decent price.
We can see Tim Edwards has gone 3, 4, 1 and 2, so he's with Party Crash as well, $1.35. The second Achievable will be right on our heels with Adam, but right is Tim, race 2, Palm Strike, Euro Bill. Next, won't take them long. 7 of them here to do battle. Shouldn't be too much tempo in a race like this either, you wouldn't have felt. Grand Maxim's gone in, waiting for High Society Girl to take her position. She does that now. So we've got 2 out, Human Dyer and Dixie Whistler. Will be set to run. So heavily back, the 3-year-old here, Party Crash. I'll start about the 100-metre mark here, just in front of the winning post. I'll do a lap. Red lights on. We're set here. Second, Walkerville Parks. They stand well. Party Crash will draw on the inside. And the starter says go. We're away and racing. Off the inside, Party Crash has stepped handy. Good speed, there goes my hero. Dixie Whistler's now pushing on as well. So past the post the first time, it'll be, there goes my hero with its head in front. Dixie Whistler's now challenging the outside. Shim and Dyer's caught 3 deep trying to get a position. Party Crasher, meanwhile, is in behind the tempo, securing a lovely spot. And in between runners is High Society Girl. They're trying to drop anchor up right here as they're about to commence their run out of the home straight to the back now. Then came second last is Lake's Folly. And Grand Maxim last, but only probably 4 or 5 off the leader. The speed's not hot. And Dixie Whistler now wants to wrestle the lead away from There Goes My Hero, and that's precisely what happens. So taking over now is Dixie Whistler. She clears out the lead a length and a half to Shim and Dyer, who now parks in second, and third the inside is There Goes My Hero. Meanwhile, the favourite Party Crasher found 3 back the inside. It's on the fence, bailed away at this stage of the race, covered by High Society Girl. A length and a half away to Grand Maxim, who's on the outside there of Lake's Folly, still only 5 lengths off the leader. So they run down the back of the straight now. It's Dixie Whistler at a controlled speed, led by a length and 3/4. Second placing is Shim and Dyer. The Bolter running second there, the despised outsider. Still behind those then on the inside is There Goes My Hero. High Society Girl's had a good run here. She's 4th placing on the outside as they just gradually lift the tempo. Party Crasher, the 3-year-old, he's back on the fence, he's back on the inside in need of a run, but he's got plenty of time to get out.
then Grand Maxim, and last of all there is Lakes Folly. So the leader is Dixie Whistle. They're playing into the hands here of Dixie Whistler, and young Felicity Atkinson doing the steering today. Second placing is Sheeman Dyer. Now here's a move. Grand Maxim's getting going, and High Society Girls pushing up. On the inside, there goes My Hero. Party Crash is going well. Toroke's about to force his way into the clear. He's now angling one off. He's now about to shove out 3 deep. And Lakes Folly's last of all. 400 metres to go. High Society Girl hit the lead, but in doing so, the gaps came for Party Crasher. And he's out running now, Party Crasher. And here he comes. 300 metres to go. Launches, comes down the outside. There goes My Heroes on the fence. Then came High Society Girl, but Party Crasher went up and went on by. 200 metres to go. There goes My Hero, sticks on a length away, but Party Crasher's in front. And Toroke's to go, and Party Crasher races away. Second is there goes My Hero. Lakes Folly's up to third. 460 Whistle, High Society Girl. Looking to run fifth. Then Grand Maxim. Shim and Dyer last in. 3-5-2 and 1 here on the second on the pace train. Wheel on the short price favourite. Party Crasher. That's one here with Toroke riding right, Michael. Beautiful ride by some anxious.
Couple of the emergencies going to get start. Scorching Legend, Reece Jones.
Leaders really ran along there first up for him and made it an impossible task for him to chase them down. He was off the bit and chasing a long way from home. Still kept finding the line. The run was actually okay. Just back slightly in trip, maybe a little negative there.
Looks really well. He's been super casual and relaxed since getting into the yard. I couldn't really put a negative towards him. He looks good.
And Hulu, the last of them, to Cameron Crockett and Jake Tracy Holmes.
The locally trained mare up in grey, but was a good first up winner there at Musselbrook.
Another one that's been up on the toe since walking in the yard, but I did check with his handler and he said that's just natural for him.
I'll head out shortly ahead of race 4 on the program. But Diamond Lil back at the races today, and David Pfeiffer is here, her trainer. She's a beauty, isn't she?
Yeah, she is. She just keeps getting better in preparation. She still doesn't look like she's a fully finished horse, but a trial suggests that, you know, she's in great order. She's fit and she's ready to go.
She had a good prep last time in.
Yeah, let's hopefully she can follow through and go a few more better.
What does Karen do from Barrier 1? She obviously likes to go forward.
Yeah, she's got good gate speed. She puts herself there pretty comfortably. So, you know, obviously Karen will sort out what to do. But come Barrier 1, it makes it a very easy decision for him. You know, if they're going to really pressure him, they can just take a sit. But if not, we can let her do her thing out in front.
This thing about her, she'll always give you her all.
Yeah, that's right. She definitely does. So, exciting times.
Good luck with that.
Thank you.
There's David Pfeiffer ahead of race number 4.
Was just absolutely glowing in the parade here today. Alicia Collins in terrific form. Drawn a bit awkward. She's going to have to give it a 10 out of 10, but if she gets some luck, I'm sure this horse will run well.
$26 there, about clear proof. If you like Corey's pick of the yard, his horse has always shown good talent. So late mail numbers for me, 6, 1, 5 and 11. A little bit concerning with the late drift Invader Zim, but I think it's a very likeable setup here. He's a horse that does have proven second up form. Did enough first up. He gets the blinkers first time, so another tick there, and he does like the jar out of the track, so a lot in his favour. And if he's ever going to beat the likes of Blazing Harry and Diamond Lil, I think it's with a run under his belt. Blazing Harry, 62 kilos, that's a fair leveller, but he does look a horse destined for bigger and better things than this. I like the way he's trialled up, and in the past he has shown real glimpses of serious talent, so we can follow him through the grades. The gamble is whether he's quite screwed down here. First up, 5, Diamond Lil. That money continues for her, $2.60, so she'll go as fast as she wants to go. That's her asset. However, she just has to harness that. She was a little bit fresh in her trials, but understandably so. So Karen McAvoy knows her well. That's a tick, and 11 clear proof goes in as the 4th pick, and that was Corey's pick of the yard as well. So 6, 1, 5 and 11, Tim.
Favourite just starting to firm now. Diamond Lil currently $2.60 with tap.com.au. Had been around the 270, 280 mark most of the day. But just a little bit of late money sees it into a $2.60 chance. It's over 55% of the total tap hold. It is our only loser, a decent sized loser at that. We're not that keen to push against it, just with the scratchings this morning. Looks to get a pretty soft time up front. She's the progressive one. She'll go forward, make her own luck. So not that keen to take on this favourite $2.60 tap.com.au. Struggling to lay the second pick, Blazing Harry. $4.60 on opening, 5 this morning, now a $6 chance. It's a big winner for us, hard to lay. Invader Zim, there was money for it earlier in the week. Brad's tip, 8 into $6.50. It is back to an $8.50 chance, and looks like it may even start a touch longer than that. The firms have been a couple of Archibald gallopers here. Cador, 26 taken on Wednesday, 11 into 9 this morning. There's been a little bit of money around for Mickey's Medal, 13 into 12. Doesn't go back to the top of the betting. Now into $2.50 the favourite. So he continues to firm late. Not a lot of money for anything to beat it.
Big bet, one scone.
How does she look to you? O'Diamond Lil over behind the gate, Shani, and the others here ahead of race 4.
O'Diamond Lil's just absolutely picture perfect. I went and had a good look at her in the tie-up. She's had 2 trials leading into this and they haven't missed her. She looks prime, ready for this. They've worked her out. She's a funny, quirky type of mare and they brought her around with the pony and she was actually really settled. So it's really positive there. She was the first one to be loaded into the gates. Blazing Harry, I wanted to touch on him. He'll definitely benefit with the run. I was quite taken by Sparkling, the Victorian mare. I thought she presented really well in the yard. Invader Zin's another one. Look, he's arrived around here quite hot, but that can be him. He's a lighter type of gelding, doesn't carry a great deal of condition, but he certainly looks in really good nick. And I believe this is Rory's first ride back.
Looks like Bucephalus has lost its mind.
It'll be a nice return to the winner's store for him if Invader Zin can get up. Of the rest, pretty much all positive reports, nothing negative from over behind the gates.
Thank you, Shani. So the last couple getting set. This is the benchmark 72 for 3.
Sparkling moves into line. Diamond Lil, the well-supported favourite from barrier 1. They're ready to go now. Set. And they're racing. Clear Proof didn't handle the start well. Llewellyn did. And it races straight to the front from Star May. And Diamond Lil will use barrier 1.
Okay, now it is working.
Going forward in the white part of the track is Cador looking for a spot near the lead. Blazing Harry's behind it in a 3-wide position. Invader Zim in the centre and Mickey's Medal racing through on the rail. So Blazing Harry just eases back, looking to find it back as Clear Proof goes underneath. 2 lengths to Scorching Legend from Sparkling Hulu. Son of Deck is the last one. They're strung out. Llewellyn in front by a length from Cador, O'Diamond Lil, then Star May. 2 up to Mickey's Medal. A half the outside to Invaders in, then Clear Proof, Blazing Harry. 2 for the back to Scorching Legend being ridden up. 500 metres to go. Llewellyn a half in front to Cador. McAvoy's coming off the fence on the favourite O'Diamond Lil. Then Star May under the pump from Mickey's Medal and Invaders in getting wide. 2 for the back to Blazing Harry. Cador shows the way. Has to go for the stick on O'Diamond Lil and she's responding now. Mickey's Medal on the outside goes with her. O'Diamond Lil and Mickey's Medal. O'Diamond Lil half in front to Mickey's Medal. O'Diamond Lil though will land good bets first up and win it. O'Diamond Lil beat Mickey's Medal. 3rd position Cador on the inside. Then came Sparkling Blazing Harry. Further back Clear Proof, Scorching Legend, Star May. A gap to Hulu. Well, the blinkers did naught there for Invaders M. It barely beat 2 home. Son of Deck and the leader, Llewellyn.
Well, they put plenty on. They've got plenty out of her. O'Diamond Lil, who sat behind the speed. And while she travelled okay, she didn't look entirely happy not leading. But nonetheless, McAvoy gets her off the fence coming into the straight. And whilst others were there to beat her, she found sufficiently to pull clear in the end and defeat Mickey's Medal. Cador winds up in 3rd spot. And Sparkling was 4th.
4 wins from 9 stars. She is well.
I'm shutting down Bucephalus. Bucephalus is not working.
Doubt it is. She showed a bit of versatility, as you said, Gav. I don't think she was all that comfortable in behind. She's a free rolling style of mare. She was a touch fresh, a touch keen. I think when Karen finally got her under control to some extent,
Bucephalus has lost its mind.
nice little kick.
Simply not working.
There's only improvement to come with her.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Brad, because like you said, once she got back in behind there, she wasn't happy. She did, savage onto that bit for a long while before she dropped the bridle, probably coming to about the 700 metre mark, just to conserve that little bit of energy. She didn't have a big finish on it, but she toughed it out well.
So the numbers here, 5972, have put a stack on Diamond Lil, and they've got the lot.
Well, back to Doomben for race 3 on the card. A curious 3-year-old plate, this time over 1350 metres. And Rory, we kick off with the favourite here in Pisces for James Cummins and James McDonald.
Yeah, well, he's quite likable, isn't he? He's got a good trainer, good jockey. He's well placed at the set weights here with the highest rating, and he seems to map well from a good draw at the time.
Okay, it's J-Mac riding, that's why it's the favourite.
Means number 2, likely, I think, to posse up in front of the favourite here, Kiramar and Ryan Maloney.
Yes, that's his forte. He can position wherever Ryan wants to, in particular from an inside gate. He's very genuine. Good luck to him.
Kirama also trains the 3 So Naive with Mark Zara.
He's an interesting horse. He's a Group 3 winner in New Zealand. He's been run places in the Guineas and he's been
PC,
so he's got a very positive job.
the jocks. What can we do about them?
At $18 all the way through. So
They do what they do best. Tuna, welcome back, Tuna.
Let's look at 5. Cosmo Centurion.
Tuna Bucephalus has gone sick.
It's been up a while now, so
Not working. He says, I'm not going to work today.
I'm Heroic will be the 6th.
He's taking a sick leave.
Handled the wet track, but not well with the weights.
Here's Ruins of Rome from the Chris and Corey Munn stable, Martin Harley.
Yeah, I think pretty similar with this 3-year-old by Castelvecchio. He's 1 for 1 on a heavy, but needs to find a length or 2 at this level.
Here's El Morzillo for Kelly Sweeter and Jason Collett.
I'm just hoping she can position a little bit closer. Now we're up to 1350 metres with her. She's perfectly placed here today, and she's just got to handle this heavy track.
Pirata's Gems, well, she's had 2 goes heavy tracks, yet to win. Chris and Corey Munn's Jamie Mallum.
Yeah, she's had 3 runs this time in. She won first up and then won latest at Eagle Farm. Yeah, but that is a little bit of a concern, that heavy track stat.
Southern Charms looking outstanding. Chris and Corey Munn's Tim Clark.
yeah, they've got her going quite well, the stable. It sold at Doomben 2 starts back, and then with only a 65 at Ipswich last up, but she got it done quite well. So good test for her today.
Ready to ship is a 13. A go forward horse here, surely, Maxi.
Yes, and probably needs to find a length or 2, but has one on this kind of ground.
And of course, trained by Toby Edmonds, Steve McLean, and Cole Wilson Taylor in the saddle there. Booming Bianca will be the 14. Toby Edmonds, Steve McLean again, this time Tyler Schiller.
Yes, up a little bit in grade here, but you can't do any more than 2 from 2.
All right, a punter is just making his way up the alleyway now, so we might take a quick look at him, Maxie. Kevin Kemp, Noel Callow, as he comes into the yard with the pony.
Yeah, well, I think this is his go. A heavy track, and again, position handy, and he too is pretty genuine.
All right, he's looking the stock standard look for him. He always looks in good order. Picking the yard for me, well, I picked Cosmo Centaurus on the form and a little bit on spec here today, but I've got to say, I think I'm going to settle on the 2. Good luck to me from the Kieran Smar stable. Absolutely faultless parade by him, full farm and collected, and he's very, very fit. Alrighty, that is how they looked in the yard. Maxie, you're going with?
I'm going to go with El Morzillo. Best backed here, Pisces and El Morzillo. Hoping she can posse a little bit closer here. I think she's beautifully handicapped, and I thought her run was okay in the Victory Stakes. This is a lot more easier than that. 8 on top of 1 Pisces, 2 good luck to me, and 4 a punter.
Yeah, I'm going 1, 8, 2 and 4. I'm with the favourite Pisces with McDonald Factory here. Inside draw. Hopefully he's been back in the ruck and he's 3 runs back from a spell. He's fit enough to get a dig in the ribs here, surely.
I'm going to go with 2.
I think she's big danger, El Morzillo. She's too good a man.
Unless that gets tailed at the last moment.
Yard here off 1 run. 2 good luck to me, drawn inside Pisces, and very, very genuine. All preparation, and I'll throw in a punter as well. 1, 8, 2 and 4.
All right, Ronnie with the favourite here. Let's get to Tim Ryan now for a market update.
Thanks, Bernie. Honours with James McDonald and James Cummings. Pisces has been a very good firm. 280 into 260 today. We've had 370 earlier in the week. Over
PC10 Doomben.
Hold. It is a big loser. Honours all over it. Good luck to me. It's been quite easy. 390 out to 480. We're keeping El Morzillo safe. It is a $4.80 chance change today.
Best of luck, gentlemen.
10 into 950 and a few bets for Hunter, 15 to 12. There are a couple of small firms. The big money is on Pisces.
I turned on, except for the 3rd.
10 is a class dropper. Good one. 10 is.
Last out. So naive, fast away.
10 and 5 both, I think.
El Morzillo's right up there early. 3rd on Settling Down. And Booming Bianca protecting the rail in 4th. Good luck to me about 5th away. Then Southern Charm going forward, trailing on the action. Followed by Ruins of Rome. Pisces go on the improve. And Tedworth in midfield inside of a putt up. Feed Cove ready to ship Iron Heroic. And Tuna Piera's Gem last. That's the first call into the first bend. 800 left to Rana, and the leader was Cosmo Centaurus, half length to So Naive. Racing third, Moving Bianca, and El Mozillo. Colin's got a beautifully placed, but just easing 3 wide now, didn't want to risk a pocket. Southern Charm going up 4 wide, just behind them was Good Luck to Me. The pace is bumping in the middle part. Ruins of Road 3 wide with cover. Pisces near the rail. McDonald is now having a ride for luck, followed by a putter. Pirata's Jim skirting wide, and Brendan Ship and Art Heroic for the last pair. Flattening for home now, 350 left to Rana. Elbows alone presenting at the right time. Gets them outside of Cosmo City.
Get it out of there, man. What are you doing?
Ruins of Road is running on, and Pirata's
Nah.
Jim is right down the inside. Elbowzillo's in front, and now breaking clear. Ruins of Road's after it, Gately. Elbowzillo's gripping on. It's got a length margin.
Bad idea.
Elbowzillo.
8.
Ruins of Rome. Cosmo Centaurus. Pisces had his chance. Pirata's
Man, that was bad. 8-5.
Luck to be Southern Charm. I'm Heroic. Moving Bianca, ready to ship. At a long last was So Naive in 122 and 65.
Well, a brilliant ride by Jason Collin to have. Earl Morzillo much more
8-7-5-1
used to with her,
and
but getting out to 13.50.
8-7-5-10 or 1.
Position there.
8,
And she's been
7,
trained by Kelly's
5.
leader. Terrific second up
8-7-5, I think.
Ruins of Rome with a big price, very good.
That was a bad one.
Cosmo
But
Centaurus had led, and then Pisces running back in fourth.
Oh, just brilliant from Colin. She showed that she can be ridden a little closer there. They've gone steady in that race. In fact, they've gone slower overall than the previous race as far as overall time's concerned. I'm tipping they've come home a lot quicker. So he read the play beautifully, found the 1-1, just eased out, and very, very good, I thought. Tyson's had his chance, and the second horse just out of maiden class has done a really good job. But she's a good filly, El Mozilla.
they don't PC. We just saw a slaughter, man. This is bad.
Something like that. He didn't want to be too far.
This is bad.
So we left it up to Jason. He's, they sort of do their own thing. But look, she was tough. As I say, her normal pattern is to get back and find the line. So she's done a good job. Second up, 13.50 on every pattern.
Frank 11 Flemington.
I guess you've got to
Frank, welcome back.
jockeys on tracks like this.
Flemington.
Kid. At the stalls, race number 3.
So far, we are taking heat at Doomben. Nothing good happened. The first one was a clean shot, but after that, this one, the jock kind of slaughtered the horses, man. The jocks kind of slaughtered the horses.
Basis Raiders there with a big scandal. Shadow, it's also in Brains of Lady or an up lady and find some sort of a stand serious break.
I think we're about to see a change in the coming week. Since yesterday, things are looking a little different. Things are looking a little different, but we probably are going to see some changes. Few weeks in between, they were absolutely disastrous, but we'll see how it works today.
Six here, the full 1200 metre, and there may be some way these are used here. So Eugene Gorman serves as a VAC committee member for 25 years in 2 terms. But all that said, enjoyed a distinguished career in many aspects of Australian life. We get much of a guide out of
8751.
first races to where he goes. Criminal barrister, I think there'll be a personal business, politics and law,
So I was going to try the sort of race here. Certainly keep Norman handicap. I'm about to talk now. 3 wireless horses at the moment. Lovely suit race about it. 2 so 3 riders actually starting to run right behind the barrels at the moment. Expensive, having a little giggle to themselves. Obviously, a couple of these horses are really stirred up. Love a Zoo on task and very edgy. Of course, I've seen the horse taking takes back that I remember 7 days ago. It was a late scratching at Caulfield because it wouldn't go from the time stalls to the mountain yard. There's one of the favourites was taken out. So Bubbles has got her down to the gates, but now she's really got a little bit of a performance. So she is one of these players you have to take completely on trust. At least they've got her to start today. She got the got to start, but now she's starting to work out what she's there to do. Material Dreams number 5 is also riderless. Grace's Rain. Cape's Mount is also riderless. I'm going to try and load Love Zoo in first. This could be an assignment. So Love Zoo, who was a late scratching from Caulfield last week.
So true, PC. We'll take the odds for Doomben.
Behind the stall, Star Series is going to be loaded first.
2945.
Despite their best efforts, Love Zoo is a scratch. Unable to supply.
Loading away very open race, and now the warning sign, so stand by.
The chase,
this favourite might be coming out. Yeah,
Jack's much defaulting to now. Your second selection is your on top hit.
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. Refused to load. Yeah, so the favourite is coming out. They couldn't load Love Zoo, refused to load, so it's a late scratching at 105. Number 3, Love Zoo, a late scratching.
We're seeing
with that horse after its antics at Caulfield last week, twice in the betting and twice unable to start. Rest of the field loading away really quickly. Down to a field of 12 as Cindy Falls goes in. Cindy Falls is forward. Matriarch Rose is in the gates out wide. Brazen Lady is about to come along. So a very open race, but the favourite nudging into favouritism, Zabella. Third event, 1200, and away they go, and here comes the star from barrier number 5, jumped away pretty well with also Zabella, and over on the far side, Gracie's Rain. As they complete 200 metres, it's going to be Zabella the Grey spearheading the field from Gracie's Rain, Material Dreams, Cuisine, and here comes the star. New York Scandal behind those horses, followed next in the field by Matriarch Rose and Star Sirius. Southern Fire, Impending Shadow, Brazen Lady, and Cindy Falls is at the end. They make their way past the 800 metres, where it's Zabella leading in the middle of the course. Gracie's Rain closer towards the rails. They're a length and a half. Here comes the Star Cuisine, and out deeper on the track is Matriarch Rose. They were followed by Material Dreams, a length and a half. Star Sirius, Impending Shadow, Southern Fire, well back Brazen Lady and Cindy Falls. They reach the 350. It's Zabella about to be shook up with Gracie's Rain. Here comes the Star on the outside, prominent, and also Material Dreams over on the far side. As they reach the 200 metres, Material Dreams just nosing. Here comes the Star. Star Sirius from a long way back is coming. Here comes the Star. 50 metres to go. Star Sirius coming, and here comes the Star. They go to the line. Star Sirius has beaten. Here comes the Star, and Cindy Falls rocketing home for third. Behind those in a decision for fourth, Gracie's Rain, Material Dreams, Zabella behind them, followed by Southern Fire. Matriarch Rose pulling up alongside of Impending Shadow from New York Scandal, Brazen Lady, and Cuisine amongst the tail enders.
South Australian form to the fore in Seymour Bloodstock colours. Richard and Chantel for operating from a couple of boxes on site here at Clinton have grabbed the
Late coffee on 12. Brilliant. 12 got through.
nice run. Fresh, with the benefit of being able to get her toe in on the front of
This is second hit. Michael Freeman's first starter. And it was a horse played straight away when we put the markets up yesterday. $8 taken. He got into as short as $3.08. but it's in loaded drifters today, $3.80 back to $6.50. Short barrier one, and we've been getting off the fence a little bit. Maybe that's the reason for the slight drift today. 4 miles of glory. Horses drawn wide, maybe just a little bit better suited with them getting off the fence. So that money's just dried up 4 miles of glory. But it was interesting yesterday. Cuban Rain is the third pick there as a $7 chance. It's just a little bit easy today, 650 out to 7. It's been a bit of specking for the Dealmaker stablemate to the favourite, Leicester. Former Kiwi. So you will appreciate these positions, 9 into 8, just in the last 15 minutes or so for US. So a bit of interest in it. We heard from Keegan Lakeman about Mackinac Peach. It is a terrible, terrible drifter. It's been $6.50 out to $14. May even start longer than that, which is no money for Mackinac Peach. It's all about the favourite. The winner of Kowloon is just a little bit of late spending for the stablemate US division.
Coach Keegan said in the interview it just didn't handle the wet on in the barrier trial. Let's head upstairs to Ben. This is all about number 1, winner of Kowloon.
On the ladder. Set to jump. Miles of Glory just not quite right. They're racing now. Miles of Glory fairly away off the inside. Quill Ambition ridden for speed with Aerotas and the favourite Lob's third, winner of Kowloon, then Mackinac Peach. They were followed by Miles of Glory on the rail, being covered by Cuban Rain, and last is Questa. They approach the first turn, 9.50 left to go, and Quill Ambition led by 3/4 to Aerotas, and winner of Kowloon, the favourite Park third. It's being covered on the outside in fourth by Mackinac Peach, and Cuban Rain fifth on the outside of Miles of Glory. And Questa can see them all at the 650. So Quill Ambition runs along at the 600 now. Led from on the outside, Aerotas, winner of Kowloon, every possible, the favourite on the inside at Mackinac Peach. Then Cuban Rain getting to the outside, Miles of Glory ridden for luck, and then Questa. Around the turn at the 400, it's Quill Ambition, Aerotas, winner of Kowloon, is into the clear now and starts to chase, but really has to because out wide Cuban Rain starting to work home well. It's Quill Ambition in front, winner of Kowloon, trying hard with Cuban Rain. Now the favourite starts to lift in the centre. Out wide, Cuban Rain, winner of Kowloon, and Questa from last is starting to flash home out wide. Winner of Kowloon in front inside the 50. No, it got to the front and won, winner of Kowloon. I'd say winner of Kowloon just from the fast finishing Questa. It will get the prize, the favourite there. Third, I'm not sure. It was a while before I got back to the Miles of Glory. Aerotas was there. Quill Ambition, Cuban Rain, Mackinac Peach.
Yeah, the numbers will be 1, 2, 6, 1, 2 and 6 for sure. 1, 2, 6 and 7 it'll be. 1, 2, 6 and 7. Wow, you've done well on the totes. $1.45, I'm pretty sure it might have started at $1.50, $1.70 and $1.04. Quista, the stablemate, $2.10 and Cuban Rain, $1.50. Who you might have been getting excited about the 300. Winner of Kowloon didn't really travel a hell of a long way, but when the job needed to be done, it got done.
It did. Look, it's unusual. It's led and had no pieces. They said it's 2 runs for a Canterbury Road Farm. Today they got to sit, got a little bit of cover there. And it might have been just a bit different too, a bit of mud coming back on the face. But the stablemate there, I thought ran very, very well. Coming from New Zealand, I suppose most of them went over there. And its debut run here in up in Newcastle was very, very heavy track. So it might be wonderful. When it does that,
Right, this is this fourth one here, which is a 1600 meter quality. We had a 1600 meter to begin with today, and the linear went through with a 422, right, 59%. This is a small field, and we've got about what, 7 horses. Now, if we look at the odds, that's 2945. Two is the favorite. Through the rails, it's 9. And 9 definitely is going to be there in some way or the other. But 4 is the linear. It's down here, but it's a small field. It's a small field. And 10 is the check, which is the outer drift, the largest drift, and 12 is the other one, but that's a larger one. And we've got this 5, which is an EW in the thing, It's like 150% down. So 4 looks good. It's not exactly it's suffering. There's some reason it is suffering. Probably because of the management. They're not able to take care of this that is happening. But 2 is suffering more. They are in the best hands, by the way. Now, here, 5 definitely has one of the best jockeys that's there. The jockey balance is here, which is 2, is under a lot of pressure. Obviously, because it is a neutral. 10 is the check, which is the EW, basically. That's the second horse pool. They're tailing. So if 2 wins, 3 probably, 10 probably is the second. And the 9. Now this 9 is the only one which is through the rail. So it has a lot of advantage. It is one of the best horses in this spell. So there's no doubt about it. But 4 still is the linear. The 1600 meter we had here, this was a benchmark 85. This one is a quality listed race. So we're expecting good horses here. That's all. And the pressure is the highest here. Then it is 9. But the one in between is 10, which is here. So that's the one. 6 is the lowest pressure, which is an EW. Then we also have 12 within the rails, which is there. 2 is definitely, it's a favorite. It will get somewhere. But where, I don't know. But I'm going to go 4. Since it's the linear. So the last linear here on a 1600 meter was a 422 with 59. Here it is a 635. It is no doubt it is opened. It is exposed. What, it's 49. This one was 59, 49. So the pressure has since it is exposed, the pressure has also reduced. So probably because of the age, that's the thing. But that's, the problem here is this, that this one as an EW is a very dangerous horse. The 6 is a very dangerous horse for 2 reasons. 1, it has a dedicated jockey. 2, it is one of the best from the spell and is carrying the lowest pressure. So that 6, I don't know whether it will deliver. It's a 6-year-old mare. It has a dedicated jockey. So that 6 is with the lowest pressure. We've got some physics going on that too. But I'm going to go with this one. I mean, the racing is racing. 4. We'll go with this. The last time it backfired, we went through this. The jock absolutely disastrously destroyed this horse. I hope that doesn't happen with 4. It's not one of the best jocks, but I mean, come on. If we have to go with the jock, then it is 5. That's the best jock. If we have to go with a jock, then it is 5, which is the best jock. But that's like that.
But it was an improvement, so that did coincide with leading. Fitter again for that. He strikes this 4th up, and if he can improve again off that, maybe he runs a cheeky race here.
Yeah, the 2's just walked past me now, Gav. So that wasn't wrong.
No trip to OPSN for you, my friend.
and get me to Specsavers. Another one, I really like this horse. He's always parades really, really well. He's super relaxed. Just a bit of a dude, to be honest, but he looks great.
Gurudeur number 11, Chris Swallow, Rory Hutchings.
He made good late ground at Canterbury, first up behind No Drama. Ran past it, rise to it in the straight. Sets up his preparation really nicely. He ran a lot of good races the last campaign without winning. So again, he's got to be a place chance.
I reckon he's got a little bit of improvement to come just looking at him in the yard here today. He might take another run to come to hand.
Onto the grey, Barcio Del Mist to Liam Cherie Curtis, Molly Burke.
Month freshened since running well at Warwick Farm. Last start was the first horse off the bit, but she kept finding the line. So that makes the drop back to 1,700 metres. Some query, but she's racing well.
The greys are normally actually hard to get a guide on their coat. It's just, I don't know what it is, but you could normally not get a guide. But this mare always looks terrific. She's always got the dapples. She always looks really athletic and fit and forward. And another one, her demeanour's perfect.
On to number 14, right in the market, Good Banter. John O'Shea, Tom Charlton, Karen McAvoy.
Couldn't have done much more first up. That was over the mile behind Know Thyself. So again, sets up her preparation really well. Ideally, this would be 2,000 metres. Hasn't won since the Adrian Knox, but she too suggests that another win isn't far away.
She hasn't turned her hair since being in the yard. If anything, I'd say that she's got a slight bit of improvement in her. But yeah, no.
Number 15, our Emperor Zoe for Big Price with Kent Jr. and Chad Schofield.
She got on speed babes at Warwick Farm last start, but she's held her form well at her past couple of starts. So slightly harder here. It's Saturday grade, and she's another one that didn't want the rain, and that's a bonus for her.
She's pretty keen and eager to get on with things. She's been towing the strap around since she's entered the enclosure. Looks nice and healthy. But she's deep into the prep. She still looks really well.
Number 16 is Pure Alpha, Chris Wallace, Aquatic.
Change of tactics, we ridden further forward, so the switch horse up from Melbourne, touch keen in the middle stages at Flemington last, just found the 1,400 metres, a touch too sharp on a good track. So out to the 1,700 metres, looks a nice profile for him, fourth up, and that might just spike him up a touch.
He looks rock hard fit in the enclosure here today. He's got no more improvement left in him. He looks really well, very forward.
Number 17, Perfect Play, Annabelle and Rob Archibald and Brad Knock.
Long time between wins, but he'll put himself right there on top of the speed. He's a hard, fit horse, and back on top of the ground looks to suit him.
There's another one, obviously deep into the preparation. It's funny, a few of these horses are sweating up here today. I just didn't think that would be happening.
Number 18 is Cormac T for Annabelle and Rob Archibald and Tom Sherry.
A scratch from the barriers last Saturday at Gosford has obviously taken no harm from that. He lines up 7 days later. So raced well at Canterbury first up, and his record suggests he's rarely far away.
Yeah, he looks terrific getting in the enclosure here today. I know he didn't race there at Gosford last time out, but I did comment about him, how forward he looked and how well he looked. And it's the same again here today.
Number 19, Gentileschi, Paul Massara, Leah Gabbard and Jendo Atkins.
She was an arrogant winner there at Musselbrook first up. That was over the 1,450 metres on a heavy track, but she carried 60 kilos. She was too good for those. Setup-wise, it looks a nice scenario. Second up, 1,700 metres, and albeit her 2 previous wins at Scone were a much easier grade, they were both dominant as well.
She looks a highly strung.
14 BC.
She has been slightly up on the toes since getting into the enclosure. She's not getting hot at all, but yeah, she's pretty keen and eager to get on with things.
And finally, Mr. Kipchoge for Chris Waller and Jay Ford.
1 win from 17 stars, so he's hard to catch, but there has been a few occasions there where luck has deserted him, including last start at Warwick Farm. So soft track, just about his sweet spot, and he just does drop 4 kilos up in grade.
Yeah, he looks super healthy as far as his coat-wise goes. He's absolutely glowing and walking out very freely.
Head of the next event on the program, and Tom Charlton is here, of course, with John O'Shea with the mare Good Banter. It was very good first up.
Yeah, she was excellent. She really couldn't have done much more over an inferior trip. So, you know, she's likely going to take good benefit from getting out and trip. It's a very thick sort of 1,700 here. So, you know, I think that'll suit. She would appreciate getting out a bit further, but of course she's trying to stop.
Yeah, she'll settle off the speed like she normally does.
Yeah, we just got a big action, just want to keep it as simple as possible, try and get her in a position where she can get flowing when needed. She handles wet ground, you know, the wetter the better for her. So you can make a good case for it. Just, you know, hopefully it's enough of a test to really see her best.
You happy with her since the run at Randwick?
Yeah, she appreciated sort of like the frame filly that, you know, we don't do a lot with at home, and she appreciates just coming into those races a bit fresh. So 3 weeks between runs probably suits. Like I said, when she gets up the play, you'll see the best of her, but she's definitely capable to.
All the best with her.
Thank you.
There is Tom Charlton, Corey. They're off to the gates.
Yeah, I'm with number 9, Kind Words. I really like this mare. She's a lightly framed type of horse, but she's very big as far as alphabetising goes. She's strong. She's drawn awkward. She's going to need a lot of luck for Benny Osborne. If he can sort of blend in midfield and take up a little bit more forward position than where they've got her on the speed map, I think she'll run super.
Late mail numbers 19, 9, 2 and 14. Another wide open race here. $6 the field. Gentle Ashy, the local mare, on top. For me, would have liked a little bit more rain around for her. Maybe that would have been a touch more of an asset, but she does have a turn of foot. Should be okay on a dry track today. She was a big winner there first up. That says that she's come back well and she's still untapped. She's a mare with a really good strike rate. 9, Kind Words. She's been easy. She might be looking for 2,000 metres now, but I think it can be forgiving of her last performance. The 2 runs prior to that were great. Miracle Spin, not surprised that he is firm in betting. It's hard to ignore that last form reference around Lay Bon Pierre, and he is a past winner, albeit at Midway at Scone a few years ago. And 14, Good Banter. Holding her spot, she too probably would have appreciated a touch more give in this track. But 19, 9, 2 and 14 here, Tim.
Yeah, it's got even wider here now, $6.50 the field. Nickel favourites, Miracle Spin and Good Banter, but just a touch easy today. Good Banter, $5.50 out to $6.50, and Miracle Spin, $6 out to $6.50. The better few firmers, Pure Alpha, just a small one, 8 into $7.50. The biggest firm has been for Perfect Play, $14 taken this morning. It's now into $7.50. Plenty of late money for it, Perfect Play. And Mr. Kipchoge, hunters are a forgiving bunch. 1 from 17, it's been 10 into $7.50 as well. Brad's tip, Gentileshi, a little bit soft, $8.50 out to 10.
So they're at the start. In fact, Shani, they're moving in over there at the gates ahead of race 5.
Do you know what I'm noticing, Gav, is a lot of these horses are struggling, well, not struggling with their temperature, but a lot of them are arriving at the gates really hot, which I wasn't expecting today because, it's warm, but it's not that hot. So a lot of these have sweated up. Cormac Teach is probably nearly one of the last ones to load in. Of course, it was a late scratching at Gosford last start, but I can't really fault too many given the heat.
Upstairs we go. Here's Darren, race 5.
Starter about to release the field. Ready to run. Racing. Kind Words jump well. Prometo being sent forward. Our Emperor Zoe there with Cormac T and Pure Alpha. So there's plenty having a crack, and Zach Woody goes to the front on Pure Alpha. Stayed off the fence, and High Dandy scoots up on the inside, headed off now. Cormac T lands into a clear third position from our Emperor Zoe. Then Curator rise to it, got close to heels. Now Prometo couldn't get across, and Bullock is stuck through.
Downs, welcome back.
Back in the field now, Murphy's pulling hard. Then came Good Banter slipping through on the rails. Gentle Issues deeper out. Further back to Miracle Spin on the inside of Mr. Kipchoge. Perfect Play, Kind Words. And the grey Baccio Del Mist is last. High Dandy leads the way by a length on Pure Alpha. Really staying with it up on the outside. And they've opened up a margin of a few lengths there. Our Emperor Zoe's tucked away on the inside as they start the run down the side of the course. They're followed by Prometo. Then came Curator. 2 further back to rise to it. Similar margin to Nels Murphy. And then came Good Banter. Further back to Miracle Spin, just creeping a bit closer from Gentilishi. Perfect Play. Mr. Kipchoge, Kind Words, and Baccio Del Mist around the turn. High Dandy in front from Pure Alpha, Cormac T, Prometo. Our Empress Zoe back on the inside, further back to Curator, and rise to it. 250 to go. High Dandy giving a good sight, but Cormac T starting to close in strongly now. Pure Alpha behind them, then came Prometo. A few swoopers coming from wide out. Cormac T got to the front, just in front. Kind Words the inside. Prometo, Gentilishi late. Oh, great go here. Cormac T, Gentilishi, and Kind Words. Mr. Kipchoge flew at the end. Prometo close up. Good Banter late on the scene. Then Perfect Play. High Dandy got swamped. From rise to it, Baccio Del Mist, our Emperor Zoe, Curator, Miracle Spin, and Nels Murphy.
Well, Cormac T hit the front. It looked to be game, set and match, but Kind Words has had other ideas. Has come hard and late over on the inside. Cormac T scratched at the gates last week. Gentilishi was the one flashing home late. Kind Words getting up on the fence. Wow, this is a close one.
I don't know here. They're a long way apart, aren't they? So it's very hard until we see a still shot here. You're just guessing. Cormac T, Kind Words, Gentle as she looked gone. I had dead set given up on her, but she has come with a big burst down the outside. I still don't know.
90.
Is it any clearer? Cormac T, Gentle Ashy, they'll fight it out. But
It's a dead one. It's a dead. It's a dead heat.
You don't, you're the one that don't need the Specsavers. Give us your verdict.
If I had to say, I'd say inside.
All right, so you've gone Cormac T, just awaiting the judge. Cormac T or Gentle Eshies come hard and late on the outside. The main word was the width of a tally-ho behind them. We'd love the semaphore board rather than the replay. We know that the replay's going to say it's pretty close. But there's still no number up in the frame as of yet. Between Gentle Eshy on the outside, Cormac T, and underneath of them, a breath away was Kind Words, who has just missed out. Judge still looking at the print.
Yeah, still nothing through yet.
Now, 18 gets it. 18 gets it. Cormac T.
18, 18, 18, 18.
Oh, well done, Brown. Brown down from the judges' box. Will defeat Gentle Eshy and Kind
No,
Words.
18. They announced 18. Boom, boom, boom.
It's time for
Frank, sorry, Bucephalus is sick today.
over the mile and favourite. And first horse to take a look at is the two Mabia, I'll get that right. Annabelle Rob Archibald and James McDonald.
Yeah, I think he only has to run Randwick. He's passed 2 runs to win this race. He wasn't far away in the Doncaster, but it was a good effort. He was great the other day with a big weight, wide, no cover on a race in a race that was suited the horses on the inside. So I just hope they're going to sort of get off the feet off the inside at the right time and come down the middle, give him plenty of room to move and very hard.
Yeah, even I think 4 should win. 2 has James J-Mac.
Trained by Tony Gold and Regan Bayless to ride, and he's got some nice duckle shoulders.
Yes, and that's showing in his form too, Bernie. He's going great guns at the moment. All of his runs just about this time would have been really good. He stepped it up to stakes grade last start and beat Miss Jolene. That form line is strong. And likes it here, so there's a few ticks with him.
Yeah, have a look at Cosmic Vega. He's up on his toes and looked me up beautifully. A winner on a heavy 9, Ronnie. Kira Mara, Jason Collar.
Yeah, he has been a win on a heavy 9 and a Kilmore Cup, and that's only at the end of last prep, so he needed to run first up and could improve.
Osmos is first up today. Waterhouse and Bot, Timmy Clark.
Yes, just where gets the crossover on. 1,600 metres first up. We know the stable's good at doing that. I don't know, Ronnie, do you think she might sort of be up on the pace, I guess, with the stablemate? And what are you thinking first up today?
Yeah, I certainly got the crossover noseband on her. That means that when I just steady her up a bit. She has raced well here in the past, but just off such a long break is just a question mark.
Yeah, testing conditions. Sabak is number 9. Annabelle and Rob Archibald, Jamie Mallam.
He was great first up in that benchmark 100 and then not himself last start. So 6 weeks and 2 trials since. It looks a nice race if he can handle his stablemate.
Where do we put point toss in the mix here? Tony Goll and Ange Jones.
Needs improvement on what we saw there first up. So, yeah, it's been a while between drinks for him, but there's some old for him.
Brookhaven does round them out. The big guy looking great. Chris and Corey Munns, Tyler Schiller.
Yeah, first up 1,600, so it's all about fitness with him. But he's got the right form, no weight, and he goes okay first up, so he might be one to lob into 3rd or 4th.
So they're all looking fantastic, actually, here in the yard. I'm sticking with my original pick, which is Tenzing from the Tony Gollan stable. You can see those beautiful line of dapples across his hindquarters coming out. He's in great order. Let's hope he can win his 2nd stakes race.
Yeah, he's a big drifter. What about that? $4 out to $10 for Tenzing. Well, it's all about the stablemates for Annabelle and Rob. Alma Mabir has been very heavily supported. Sabak won't go away in the market either. Strong support. And also Brookhaven, the first upper, 8 in a 1.5 to 650. Hybrid number 2, Alma Mabir. Good to finally see some solid support coming for him. I thought he had a class edge on them. Tenzing for 2nd, Sabak, and then number 5, Cosmic Vader, 2, 4, 9 and 5.
Very hard to beat, I think. 2, 4, 9, 5. I'm more at ease now with this firm really late. He was still 3:10 20 minutes ago. He's 2:15 now. So I think they've woken up, and I think he'll be very hard to beat with things being. Tenzing unwanted. The stablemate hasn't gone without support here. Some bark. He's $13 in, really. And best of the rest is Cosmic Vader.
I have 2 bets. One is a 4 win. The other one is a 4 to 10.
Well, they're all in and set to go. Doomben Handicap. Mr.
Lee.
Future Sky Racing.
I have two bets. One is just a single 4-win.
Almabir was one of the first to go with coin toss. Sabark's rolling forward up outside the pair. Brookhaven jumped well, eases back to fourth on the inside of Osmos. Then came second last Cosmic Vega, and Tenzing settles in last position. They sort themselves out fairly swiftly, and the pace is only fair. Heading to the back straight, just over 1,200 left to run, and coin toss the part of 3/4 over the second elect Sabark. And Almabir just sitting there pretty in third, the heavily backed favourite. McDonald giving it a great run in transit. Brookhaven right behind it, Osmos on its outside, to the Cosmic Vega and to the Tenzing, last of the 7 and 7 off the lead. Underneath the 1,000-metre pole astern, no change to the order, and the pace still average, with coin toss wheeling and dealing up front, one of the outsiders. 3/4 Sabark in second. Almabir came away from the rail now, third in a 1-out, 1-back trail.
That's okay.
3/4 fourth the fence. Away came Osmos, and then second last was Cosmic Vega, and Tenzing was last. Now McDonald has taken matters into his own hands, approaching the 600, wasn't happy with the speed, went around the two leaders, they handed up, and now Almabir is in control. Sabark is still second, coin toss back to third.
Dude, when you have J-Mac, you gotta work a little harder and make sure that you get through.
Below the 300 metres, Almabir is now in full flight. He's trying to pitch a margin over Sabark. Brookhaven on the inside of Cosmic Vega. They're running on strongly. Favourite is no good thing there across the track. And Brookhaven towards the inside, swept to a clear lead. Tenzing finishing resolutely, but it's Brookhaven. Great effort first up. We know that
12.
Osmos, or near the inside Cosmic Vega. They're followed by Almabir, who was disappointed.
12 and 4.
Toss and Sabark the last pair.
Well, Brookhaven first up from a spell, written by Tyler Schiller for Team Months, has been able to score and win comfortably.
12, 4, 6 and 5. 12, 4, 6 and 5. What the
That's a decent training performance. First up a mile testing track. Had 53 kilos, but a feather in their cap, the Months boys. Too good.
Yeah.
Nicely there, and Osmosis good first up, but she's the favourite. Would have to be the flop of the day there.
What happened in there is...
And that early market must have been right when they wanted to take him on early, so he's just not the same horse here today. And that is Almabir, and next to Sabark, his stablemate, not much better.
And can you believe it? It's Chris Muntz's birthday. Happy birthday.
Thanks, Bernie.
I won't ask you how old. That would be rude.
Yeah, it would be.
Let's just talk and focus on the win. What a win. What a training effort.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, this is bad. This is again the same thing. So these two, 9 was absolutely a mule, that is for evident. 9 was not there. 9 had a drop of 61%, but this is bad. This 20 and 9 on these two horses. 9 we had the physics. 6 we had the physics. 12. 4. This guy, the jock was a moron, man. This jock was a moron. 12 had a jock with a huge relaxation. This 12 had a jock with a huge relaxation. He just went through. Relaxation here, relaxation here. That's one of the thing. And this guy was a moron. And then again, this thing came in, the 5. But seven win Flemington.
Oh,
started up to be called forward, 250 for the favourite number 7, Kelton. At the gates here for the running on the K.A. Morrison. So always the Silver Bowl, much contested 3-year-old contest over the next couple of months. Of course, final stage first Saturday of July. There's 6 races this afternoon. There are 6 styles of final races, and a couple of the horses that finished first and second, one heavy from those races as well. Still in the Silver Bowl behind Zoo Rain, who would win any award at a show. Beautiful looking horse going into the stores. Now Zoo Rain goes up with Super Photon, Handicapping Boom and Ruta Royale. First four in the line over the 1400. Here's Yeldy coming forward. They're on banks. Those strings attached about to join them. Calcano very relaxed. The last Caulfield winner just saunters up to the line. 3 to get set. Sugarcoat is the next one forward into single figures. Sugarcoat 11 to 950 with Books. Big Sexy joining them. And to complete the line is Kachink. Field of 10. So the last coming forwards, and that is Kachink. Field ready. Set to go. They're racing. Sugarcoat missed the start by a length and a half. Zoo Rain began well on the inside. Away from Sugarcoat, it was a decent line, actually. Showing good toe as Ruta Royale, as expected, with no strings attached there. 1-2 after 200 from Zoo Rain and Hot Diggity Boom. Super Photon getting to 5th on the outside of Gildy, and then came Calcano, who's a bit further back today. Who's a little bit missed up from Big Sexy, and at the tail of the field settling down into stride is Sugarcoat. No strings attached as they reach the 850, sped away about 3 lengths in front of Ruta Royale, and the speed's been solid. A length and a quarter, Zoo Rain, then Hot Diggity Boom, Super Photon as they approach the 650. Yeldy next on the inside of Calcano. The favourites at least 8 off the lead, and they were followed by Kachink well back with Sugarcoat and Big Sexy. No strings attached, 450 metres out. Led by 2.5, Ruta Royale, Zoo Rain, followed by Hot Diggity Boom. Next in the field is Super Photon. Calcano's behind a wall at the moment, just has to ease out. And then came out wider Kachink. It's Ruta Royale at the 250. A length in front of Hot Diggity Boom. Zoo Rain on the inside, and then Calcano late. Ruta Royale, 100 to go. Zoo Rain up on the inside. Hot Diggity Boom. Yeldy's getting through with Calcano across the track. Hot Diggity Boom lunging at them. Oh, it's a great go. Zoo Rain or Hot Diggity Boom in a photo. Photo finish. Yeldy for 3rd, Calcano for 4. A gap then to Ruta Royale. Big Sexy, no strings attached. A gap in the field, Kachink, Super Photon. And at the tail of the field, Sugarcoat after missing it. Great go. Zoo Rain's kicked on the inside. And it'll be Zoo Rain. Hot Diggity Boom, Calcano number 16, and it's Zoo Rain just last from the inside door. He's drawn Barry 1, 4 of his last starts, and that's bookended his 2 races right across the track. But Zoo Rain number 16, Luke and now this performance, a great effort by Robbie Griffiths, training runner for the placing for Filio da Centro, 16, Zoo Rain with a great result on the decent run by Robbie Griffiths. It's great for that, downgrade anything later on this afternoon, but deliberately separate through here last this afternoon. Placed the rain, previous 2 more than a bonus. Zoo Rain that price. I'll not say that forget the weather. Keep resuming stats for Flemington, whether it's in a straight line or around Bloodstock. It's got a nearest towards the inside of Brutal Royale. The 10 presented once again. Squeezing up on the inside. The Blue Curry was still able to use the whip. Just had to steer him away from the tiring Brutal Royale. In the meantime, Hot Diggity Boom puts the speed into the race. Was on track right, and then Yeldy was getting a run through. Look, the winner with about 26 Andrews Memories. The favourite at $4.80. 1700 fast at $5. Number 8, Burning Bright is at $5. 10 from $7.50. Number 8. We've been a merger. 4 head of the herd. $7 in from 11. 3 Thermo Dynamic. $4 down to $5.50. 2 Godzilla, Mr. Norse here, former Queenslander, even $8 into $7.50. Very open race. It's Bruce number 5 at $10. I would have to say that there's back number 8 Burning Bright for the race number 4. It's a very open affair. I think 6 Andrews Memory. And
play a big part in the finish here. It's been unlucky the last couple. I've gone 6, 8, 7 and 5 and ready to go. What's she done?
Thanks, Liam. Race 4 on the Parks track today, John. We start with this marvellous old gallop on number 1, Francis Boy.
He's looking for career win number 20. If he was able to do that, that would be an amazing achievement. He's back on the Parks track. He's got a decent enough record here. He's won 4 races. There's been a little bit of light spitting rain the last half an hour, so that's a definite bonus for Francis Boy.
Godzilla, he's been with the Snowdens, he's been with Tony Gollan, he's down here in SA with Travis Dowdle.
He's a good-looking horse, as many of the stock of Shallar are. He's going into this race a month and a half off since racing at Doomben in a midweek level race where he ran second. Doesn't win out of turn, hence why he's probably found his way into a couple of different stables, but he's quite honest.
$8.50 with Sportsbet. The 3 Thermodynamic, this is well in commission. In fact, it's second pick in the market at $4.80.
He goes quite well fresh, Thermodynamic, and his best run in South Australia was a first-up win here back in October last year, where he won quite comfortably. Didn't quite hit that rating for another in his other 4 starts in that preparation, but he did win the Clare Cup. First up, 15.50. You could imagine that the Bain Taylor Yard have got him nice and fit for this.
You've got the 4 on top, John, head of the herd. It's an $8 chance with Sportsbet.
Fair to say, when he came to South Australia, he was going awful, and he put in an absolute shocker at his first run here, but he's turned his form right around. He was good 2 starts ago at Strathalbyn when he got to the line well to beat Gilded Age. Again, he got to the line strongly last start at Bordertown. Probably not a good form race to come out of, but he covered extra ground, and he does have some form in New South Wales. It's quite handy.
5X Bruce, only been with Matthew Sayers for, I think, 3 runs.
I went head of the herd, and it's Bruce only narrowly got beaten by head of the herd, and he finished off the race quite well at Bordertown. There's 2 runs for Matty Sayers have both been good. The other one was a win at Strathallan, so he's got very similar form to head of the herd, and I give him a good chance. The market is very clearly letting you on.
Yeah, $15 for the sport. The 6 John, Andrew's Memory, a $4.80 chance right at the moment.
Really honest horse, Andrew's Memory, but his ratings have been slightly down this trip on what he was doing last time. 1,550 metres, maybe a little bit of a query as well, but you get Lockie 9 off on board. That's a big help, and around the park track, he matched pretty well.
Memory favourite is the likely lane 7, Think Hard and Fast from the Andrew Bottom race of $4.50.
Quite a consistent mare, Think Hard and Fast. She's been a little improvement this time in terms of her ratings. I'd like Tony Gregg to say the name of that horse. I think it'd be good.
The 8 Burning Bright. This is basically the right trip for Burning Bright. Around this mile trip, $9.
Another horse that doesn't win out of 2. She's 2 out of 25 with 12 minor placings. Comes out of one of the series finals where she ran her usual honest race, went third to Fine Future. There's been a bit of...
Right, this is the 5th one here at Doomben. Now, that 8 is the favorite. We look through the odds, it's 8, 2, 7, and 1. We look through the 8, look through the rails. Then 8 is the favorite. It's at 236. That's the highest spell. That is the highest pressure, probably. That's the highest. It's got all the advantages, but there is only one disadvantage, which is the jockey. The jockey is the disadvantage on this horse. Is all good. It's got 2 races, got 85% of pressure, and that pressure has not been increased. That pressure remained the same, right? The problem is the jockey. That's the thing. If we look at the handicapping, then we've got these horses which are highest in handicapping, out of which, if we look at the best jockey, so that will be here. That's one of the best jockeys, which is here with one of the best hands. This is probably Chris Waller. So that's there, but the jockey pressure on out of all this is here with this 17, which is a filly. This is a mixed sex, by the way. Everything is mixed sex. This one has got 1 race with 59% of pressure that is there on that horse. These horses are, if we look at the appreciation on this horse, is like 1260. 17 is a fabulous horse. There's no doubt about it. But it's a mixed sex. And if we look at where it is lying here. From here to here, climbing is a difficult job. 8 is gate number 3. The problem is the jockey. That's the problem with this horse. That's the jockey which is the problem. The other one which is within the rail is 3, which is a neutral. Here the jockey is not a problem because this is a jockey which is relaxed, and it is a dedicated jockey on this neutral. So this has been tested here at Doomben. It's been there. It's there in some way or some form. That's that. These 4 are the top horses. All right. These four are the top horses. All 55, 49, 49, 49. Now, 6 is obviously gone to an EW because it lost. There's some problem with 6, which happened definitely. The appreciation is on 12, which is there a little bit. The 3, the appreciation is very less. That's the lowest appreciation on this horse. And it's a neutral. 8 is a difficult job for this jockey. 8 is a difficult job for this jockey. That is 100% a problem. This one is a neutral. I don't know whether it's a dedicated jockey, but if it's a dedicated jockey on this horse. That's a much better situation. That's a much better situation to have a dedicated jockey, especially when it is a colt, because the colts, they have a mind of their own and they do whatever they want to do. And this is a lot of relaxation on this horse. There's a rig. I like this filly, but that filly is way down there. The filly is way down there. This 17. It's got one of the best jocks and with a jockey pressure. So that's that. But and the appreciation is huge on that horse. So but it's very difficult from that position to deliver. It's here. It's very difficult to deliver from that position. 8. Now, where are the drifts? The highest drift is this one. 8, 5, and 9. Both are 35, 30. Both are 35 and these are 38, 38. This is a higher appreciation. 38, 38, 35. 1, 4, 5. This is 4. It's a chance. The 3 is a chance. The 3 is a chance.
Settle.
The 8 is the favorite, but either it'll win, which rightly is the odds on it. But it's not going to be easy for 8 to win. The problem is the jockey on that horse. I mean, colts are difficult animals. These are very difficult animals. They don't respect each and every jockey. The jockey has to be a friendly jockey. A new jockey on a colt which is that good is a bad idea in itself. I mean, the horse has no problem. The horse is a fabulous horse. If this was a gelding, I would have gone with this 8 blindly, but it's a colt and that jockey is a problem.
Riverina Lightning will take its place. It's been cleared. She moves back in. Another runner getting agitated in the gates.
Riverina Lightning's moved in. There's something going on with another runner at the stalls. And now Wagunda, three's decided to rear. The barrier adjoining Riverina Lightning. Corey Parrish has emerged behind the stalls. Settles down, and then can't see the horse being backed out. Corey's climbing back in, so maybe everything's okay there. Maybe this time. Yep, gates open and they're off. Rendezvous was about 3 lengths slow. O'Red, one of the first to get going here and had the early lead from Brassy Road. Sir William Bruce, Midavani pushing through. Not all that far away is Shall Exceed. And then from a wider gate, Funny Impacts, not all that far away. Albanian Stars left midfield in a wide position. Followed then by Wagunda, who's over on the inside of Jay-Zeal. Dente's Inferno. The saddle slipped a bit on that runner, I think. And towards the back of the field, we've got Smart Alyssum, and about 4 lengths away last of all is Rendezvous. They head past the 800. O'Reg had the lead from Funny Impact to Midavani, a length on Sir William Bruce, and then Shall Exceed, who's starting to track up pretty well with Riverina Lightning. Behind them to Brassy Road, Albanian Star and Wagunda. Jay-Zeal, Smart Alyssum, further back Dente's Inferno, and Rendezvous is last as they turn for home. So it's O'Reg the leader, a length on Midavani, Funny Impact, Sir William Bruce, Riverina Lightning, Albanian Star getting to the outside, Brassy Road held up, Wagunda was next. It's O'Reg in front of the 250. Can he find the line today? He's battling on pretty well. Riverina Lightning, Albanian Star, Jay-Zeal out of the pack are running on. O'Reg is on tiring legs. Riverina Lightning, Shall Exceed late going up to it. O'Reg headed by Riverina Lightning in the shadows with Shell Impact, and it's close between that pair. Riverina Lightning, Shell Impact just in front of O'Reg, and then Jay-Zeal, Albanian Star, Smart Alyssum, Midavani.
Scone is showing.
Behind the top.
One from the
Oh
outside.
no, Scone is on the other side.
And they're all locked and loaded now. Stand by. And they're off and racing. Dollar Magic in the centre, left well. So did Zealously going fast. Now, Passagiata wasn't great out. Zealously shows the way from Dollar Magic, and Passagiata now pushing through into a prominent position in the early stages. Followed then by Miss Rebel, who's not too far away in the blue jacket on the rails. Spanish Fox to find harder next. Left field in the middle of the ruck from Masira. They're followed then by Tanglewood. Back towards the inside then as they travel to the around the home corner is Sharp Shot. Well back Ningaloo Star and Unstoppable. Into the straight, Zealously swings in front by a length on Dollar Magic, stoked up to give chase. Boy, they put a gap in the rest of the field. The field is going up the inside, followed then by Spanish Fox, but Zealously a length and a half clear from Dollar Magic. Left field, and then came Spanish Fox, the favourite in front, 100 to go, Zealously. Holding Dollar Magic, and left field, Unstoppable late, but a big win to Zealously. Big Dollar Magic, photo third.
Brilliant,
field,
Frank.
Spanish Fox the outside, Unstoppable late on the scene. Then came Sharp Shot, followed by Masira. Further back in the race then, as they pull up was Lonrose Queen, who was coming home fairly well there at the end. A gap to Passagiata, who didn't show much toe early from Tanglewood, and a gap back to Defiant Heart, and Nosy Parker was up about midfield.
Well, Zealously began quickly and has done it at both ends. It looked to be in a spot at bottom when Donna Magic, the local, got off the fence and gave chase, but she's found terrifically well over on the inside, Zealously, and has pulled clear to win, and she's had her ears pricked on the line. 6 will win it over Dollar Magic, tight third, either left field or Spanish Fox. Zealously goes all the way.
Doomben and Scone are on the same tab.
Sense of timing. And he made light work of those, didn't he? Once Passaggiato didn't punch up to lead, Brake just said, well, I'll go straight to the front here, ride it like the best horse in the race, and that's what he proved to be. So I think we're just getting confirmation of the numbers now, but zealously, no doubt that he's the winner. Dollar Magic Brave in second. So 6, 7, 2 and 15.
Super right there by Braith. He's riding with such confidence at the moment, and his boss has got a grin from ear to ear, as well as his mother over there. It's his 199th winner.
Goodness me.
He's looking for 200 here today.
Let's head to Brisbane.
Time for a Group 2. This is the Spirit of Boom Classic at Group 2 level 4, the 2-year-olds. And your favourite is, actually, it might be Beskar over Gallo Nero. So Grafton Burners is a local. Let's kick off with him, guys. Kelly Sweet of trains and Jason Collett to ride.
He's a lovely colt. He's first up today.
Yeah.
His first preparation.
It's only the Flemington which is on the other tab. PC.
Trying to do it ever so easily, finding him lying very, very nicely. It may come up a little short of 1,200 metres, but I'm sure he's going to be rocketing to the line and putting his hand up for maybe a Sires or a JJ Atkins in about 3 or 4 weeks' time.
All right, here is the 2 Gallo Nero, Michael John and Wayne Hawkes for Tyler Schiller.
Yeah, he's a beauty, I think. He's had 17 weeks in a Rosehill trial win. He's got strong form lines. Look, it's not easy. First up on a heavy.
Yes, probably. I don't know about the Morph, but Flemington definitely on the other tab.
He's got the talent to win.
10 months win another with Cool Archie with Martin Harley.
Yes, he too is very genuine, this fellow. He did win his maiden year on a very heavy track 2 ago and then backed it up with a gutsy win, beating Talk to Be Sure in the Dalrello. He's got a nice barrier, got a bit going for him again today.
Is Talk to Be Sure going to do everything right here today for Matt Dunn and Andrew Bowman?
Yeah, well, that's the key, isn't it? He's still a mate, but he's a talented horse. He was scored wide and good there first up. He's held in high regard by the stable. And he's certainly...
Okay.
In Creek will be the 5, Peter Will Holbert, Mark Duplessis.
This is his toughest assignment so far, but he's a nice horse, this colt by Better Than Ready. They've been teaching him to relax. He did that last start, he dominated at Eagle Farm, and the recent trial was the same. Nice and quiet, and rounded them up. He's got some place chance here.
Yeah, definitely. That's the largest drift.
That's just what he looks like. Chris Waller and J-Mac.
Yeah, he's a big laid-back character, isn't he? He's had a trial win since the Pago. I'm sure he's going to be a black booker here, but I think he's going to pick up the JJ if he's good enough. We'll learn more about him today.
Here's Beskar, Anthony and Sam Friedman, Mark
He'll
Farrell.
always be
One of
like
these beautifully bred colts. He looks the part. There's money for him today. He maps well from the draw. He's been held back for Queensland, and he certainly he has a big future in riding this.
Midnight Spirit is the 9 from the Tony Gollins stack. Alrighty, I do like Grafton Burners here, so hoping for another local victory. He has had, 8 weeks between runs, but he's been back to the trials and he looked a picture of health. So Grafton Burners for me, Maxie.
All right, I'm with Gallo Nero, number 2. Just hope he has a touch of luck. Tyler Schiller on him from the awkward gate. Beskar, number 8. 1 Grafton Burners, a strong finisher. And number 3, Cool Archie, 2, 8, 1 and 3.
I'm 2, 1, 8, 4. I'm with Gallinero as well. I think Grafton-Burners got a big finish. Beskar's been the best back. The 360 now, so lots of confidence.
It's a neutral. The problem is it's a neutral. Just because it has a dedicated jockey, that's all. There's no other reason. And the 5 is the largest drift, which is the supporting one. So
Ready to jump. 1,200 metres. The light is on. To level, racing. Cool Archie made a good start from a good game. Beskar was nicely away. Lucky Lass showing speed with Talk to Be Sure, Namaste. And look at her, the bird. Look at her, the bird. It's hurting across from the outside and leads within 200 metres by 3 lengths. Going to second, Paddock.
3W, yes, 3W.
Landing fourth the rail. Then Cool Archie, Beskar sixth the
The result might, I don't know, we'll see. That 17 is a fabulous horse. I don't know what it'll do, but
Midnight Spirit over on the inside, and Hyde Barbie and Kilmer the last pair. Short of 600 left to run after.
14 is running.
Mid-range, leads Farnicle to the Lucky Lass.
Is that a 17 there? Man, if the 17 is stopped there, if it gets an opening, it'll be very, very difficult to stop the 17.
Short of 300 left to run. The bird leads from Farmville coming at it. On the outside, Talk to be sure. Cool Archie. Archie's bursting through. Then go Graf the Bird and Gallo Nero on the outside. One to go. A great three-way go. Cool Archie. Gallo Nero. They bit off Graf the Bird. Photo finish. Cool Archie. More on the outside. Gallo Nero.
What is that, Cool Archie?
Just picking late Graf the Birders. Best car possibly fourth. Then came United.
Three, baby!
Well back one.
Three. Three. Three.
On the inside of Gallo Nero, there's Chris Mance. Trainer Cool Archie. Has he got his
I think it is 3.
Gallo Nero was gathered on the outside.
Yes, it is 3.
Is 4 off. With Martin Harley riding hard, and then the widest runner, Gallo Nero. He dives. Does he get there in time? There's not much in this. Their heads are out of sync.
3-1-2, I think.
He's got that last long. He's got his head down, so we'll still wait because that can be misleading. But just the
Nose.
Just the
Big burst late.
race fitness. That's all it was. I think second and third were terrific. Making long, sustained runs from back in the field, but take nothing away from the winner. And how good
Pinocchio. 3.
How good are they going? They are in the blue. Let's have a talk with Chris Mance again. What have you got to say now?
Oh, gee, I tell you what, days like this don't come along real often, but I tell you what, you enjoy them and you make the most of them. But it's, I'm so proud of the staff and the team
Yeah.
done with these horses. And to be able to win.
No, there was nothing else. I was pretty much sure the 8 was in trouble. You see, what happened is, firstly, it's a mixed sex. You've got a rig. Then you have these colts. Then you have these 2 fillies. So obviously fillies are threatened in a scene like this, because they're all male horses in here. So fillies definitely did not have much chance. The 17 was a very good one that did not get through because that's not possible, and they did not even show the paddock on 17. So I was not very sure. But here, when we look through the rails, these are the 2 horses which are within the rails. All right, so the physics is there. I do not like to go with the neutrals, but here the thing was, we are, this is not possible without a dedicated jockey. So that's that side of the game. Plus, if we look at the BB, it comes within the BB. This was difficult because, I mean, 8 winning. It's a good horse. If this was a gelding, I would have gone with this. It's a 236, but the jockey was the problem. Three, 2, 1, and 8. Got them on that one. Yeah. 3, 2, 1, and 8. One, 9, 5, 10.
A cool Archie for 10 months. Let's head to Kembla.
Thank you, Bernie. Welcome back to Kembla Grange Race 5. It's the first leg of the quadrilla too. Good little race. This a good little race. The favourite, $3.90. Apollo Mission. Let's have a look at it. Mitchell Beard's got 3 of the 8 runners. Number 1, Flying Sultan. Holly Durnan's on board. She claims 3 kilos, $6 for flying salt.
He's very confident. His first up around Albury was quite good. Then Sam last away farm the other day. I do think he likes a little bit of giving the ground which he gets here today. So 1 and 3 Mitch has got in the race. On his best form, he's a real player.
Number 2 is Apollo Mission, $3.90, Louise Day for Mitch Beard.
Yeah, well, he had 3 runs back to spell now. Only bit a couple of at Randwick last start from Midway. Before that, his runs weren't too bad. So there's good support here for him today. Handles wet tracks, which is probably why.
Victory Lane, Keegan Latham for the price camp. Second up this afternoon, well in the market, $4.60.
Second up form too, waiting for him. And he's got good record here in his home track. So I can see why there's good support there. I've got him in the numbers.
Number 4, Los Padros, the gelding by Zeus Star, Mitchy Beard, John Ben Overmeer's on board, getting it to $8.
I actually thought he was the best of Mitchell runners. He won here first up very, very well. He just got back too far. I think it was about 10 days ago here behind Let's Go Again. A couple of issues around that race. And I thought he finished off the race very, very well. Barrier, JVO the ride, and getting up to terrific odds.
Titanium Miss, Tracy Barton, Mitchell Bell's on board. Norton Bit goes on for the
Flemington.
Played by Prochester, and then came along the inside, settling down into stride. The
Free
vocalist politely
Flemington.
done. Then came out deeper on the course somewhere. Adjudicate as well, back Rookie, and also Mustang Morgan, and 2 further back is Dancing Juice. Coral Impact is the leader in light rain at the 1200 metres by a length and a half to Fact Check. 2 lengths to Love Your Mama, third on the outside at Chiquita Lodge, and then came Niner. A length and a half to Oxford Blue, and they were followed further back on the inside by Hot Majesty as they continue to run this along a bit as they reach the 1,000 marker. They were followed by Alfaba, who's 3 wide. Showrunner kept it wide, a length and a half to Stylish Secret. The favourite would be about 12 off the lead, followed by Prochester and then the vocalist. Well back in the field is Somewhere, and then came Adjudicate, politely done. Towards the back is Rookie, Mustang Morgan, and Dancing Juices last as Fact Check now took off. Coming up towards the home corner at the 600 metres and went to the lead from Coral Impact. It's going to be a staying contest here. They were followed 2 lengths off those horses by Niner. Also Love Your Mama, Oxford Blue hooked to the outside. Hot Majesty behind them. Prochester runs up behind them. Stylish Secret to the outside. Fact Check went behind. 350 metres to go. Wanders out past the middle. It's about 2 lengths in front. Hot Majesty, politely done, runs on. Prochester, Adjudicate, Fact Check. Nearly under the arches, politely done, just about got it. Politely done from Hot Majesty, Adjudicate, Love Your Mama. Politely done, 50 metres to go is surging on. Politely done. Politely done has won it from Hot Majesty, Adjudicate. Photo for 4th, Stylish Secret from Prochester. And then came Rookie. Next in the field, out deeper on the track, Mustang Morgan. Fact Check has run up to the outside fence, almost taken a pie on the way through. Followed then towards the back of the field was Showrunner. Niner pulled up quickly. Coral Impact, Dancing Juice, Faber, and the vocalists.
You can head to Wikipedia and punch in 144 and you'll find the imagery
5.
of Jordan Charles at the 400 metre mark, just looking, hoping, waiting for a gap to emerge, blowing it down as Daniel Bryan says so often do, especially given
last
very
race that really
did
to suit that
She's just been running through the bridle a little bit. The North Mid, a little bit more control for him. Bill Raider.
All right, this is the 6th one. It's a 2,000 meter quality group 3. So if we look through the odds, it's 19510. All right, 1 is the favorite. If we look through the rails, 1 comes in there. It's a stretched. So first of all, it is a horse. That's the first thing. It's a stallion. And again, the problem is this thing is not stallions are again difficult animals. It's the same like colt. They don't respect anyone. They're very difficult animals. You need a friendly jockey on this, which unfortunately is not the case. So that becomes difficult for one. That's That's the problem. If this was a gilding, I would have gone with this. If you look at that, that's the highest pressure. It's a 285. There's no reason for this to lose. The only reason, you know, I don't want to go with this is because it's a horse, and we kind of having the situation which is here, where these guys are, you know, with jockeys that are not friendly jockeys. So that's that part of the story. And so if that's not the case, then what are the other possibilities that might happen? So this is the second linear, which is number 6, which is gate number 11. All right. This is the second linear. And that is right after this one. The pressure line is, I mean, they're playing genuine. They're playing genuine. They're not, this is not like, you know, we were doing last few days back where the weird advantages were kicking in. Now, talking of the advantage, this one goes through the rail, which is an EW. That's the spell. That's the spell on this horse. This is a fabulous horse. Goes from gate number 10, and it has been placed as an EW because I'm sure it has defaulted somewhere. Might have been the scene where in the last few races it did not do good, or the last race it got scratched. Something on those lines must have happened. But that's that part of the story. All right. But this thing has advantage, the biggest advantage on 2000 meters. 2000 meters is a long run. This one is with the advantage. If you look through the advantages, then we get the other one, which is here, which is again an EW. I'm sure this is also a moron, which has gone rogue. So that's that part of the story. Then we have these horses. But here is the thing. If we look at the pressure line, now that's one. It's well within the rails. It's not that it is not going to get there, but winning is a difficult job because, you know, that's not the best jockey, but that's the highest pressure on that jockey. That's not the best jockey. The best jockey is here on this guy. The best jockey is here on this guy, probably, or this guy on 9. Now this is the largest outer drift. This is the largest outer drift, which is from gate number 1. And this is the second largest outer drift, which is gate number 9. Now all those things are possible, and this one is not getting in because it's lower than both of these. The other thing is the neutral, which is the gate number 14. So 6, the thing is, we are talking about 6, but 6 doesn't have 6 has 2 problems. One, it is from the midfield, and it doesn't look like it has a lot of friends to run with. That's the first thing. Nobody is going to give it the pack. Plus, it is a horse with a difficult jockey. So probably the best hands are here. These two are the best hands, 8 and 9, wherein 8 is the neutral, and I don't know what it'll do, but 9 definitely is one of the top-notch horses, which definitely has gone through some kind of foul settings, but this is what it is. I don't know. I don't want to go with 1 because this is a pressure line. I would have gone with this if this was a gilding. This is not a gilding. This is a horse, and it'll do exactly what this guy did because of the fact that they are like that. These people are. I mean, that's the problem. That is the problem. You putting pressure on this jockey doesn't make sense. There's a lot of pressure on this jockey, but this jockey is not the best. The pressure had to be on one of these guys, 10 or here, wherein 9 definitely has the pressure, which is one of the best jockeys, with one of the key horses. This is the largest outer drift. It's one of the key horses. So either this one or this one, which is going to get in, but I don't know. The rest, everything is very blurry. Can't go with the neutral here on a 2000 meter. Though, I mean, the last one, the neutral won. But that is because it was a dedicated jockey. Again, here it is not the same thing. So that's 14. This is 6. If we look at 7, that's not a great support line. We needed one of the key horses here, but that's not there. The key horse is here with 1. This is 10, and this one is 9. So the support line is there for 11 to build up a pack and, you know, realize that this is a race. So that 11 is a check. We'll listen to what they have to say about 11. If they say extremely bad, I'm going to step out. But if they give us a little hope that the 11 might get into this, or if PC has some insight, if PC can tell us what's going on with this number 11, I'd prefer PC sharing his thoughts rather than those people, because they don't talk sense. No, they can't win. PC, the thing is, I am quite sure, things are going to go through a change. Things are going to go through a change because people will have to start believing in the mathematics. The mathematics don't lie. 2 plus 2 is 4. There is nothing in between. So mathematics is something that is there. I mean, yes, we are dealing with a very volatile subject, which is horse racing, accepted, but there has to be a mathematical explanation on the wins and the losses both. And when we do that, analysis, we do get a reason why what happened. It's not that we are blind. We know. I mean, one of my cousin who was all fit, he was like 6 feet 4 inches. He never drank, he never smoked, he never did anything, no drugs, nothing. He was one of the genuine guys. He died at the age of 29 or 27 probably. And the question was, what happened? I mean, God knows what happened. Why did he die? He never had anything bad. On the other hand, I know people I smoke like freaking 1.5 pack cigarette every day. I'm drinking, I eat everything that I shouldn't be eating. I have high cholesterol, high blood sugar, all that. Now, if I die, my wife will have a clarity why I died, because I was a smoker. I eat everything. So, that's mathematics. If I die, people will have a clarity. Why did he die? Because he was a smoker. So that clarity needs to be there on the papers. 70% genetics. Yeah, that's true. But my point is like that you know, your wins will also have to be supported. Your wins needs to be mathematically explained. Your losses needs to be mathematically explained. And I think these trainers and the jockeys and the, you know, the companies, they're still not into it. And they're not looking at what is happening. They're not looking into it, what is happening. I'm quite sure they need a team. I'll be very happy if somebody, you know, gives me a job like that. I'll be very happy, but I don't think it's time yet. I don't think it's time yet, but that's more or less the fact. I mean, you put a jockey, you put a pressure on that jockey, but the jockey is not capable to deliver. I mean, you put me against Mike Tyson and put all the pressure on me and blackmail me emotionally. Will I win? No. Tyson is going to beat the shit out of me. Will make me a mango pulp. Five scone. This is scone, PC. Fifteen's getting tailed. You're with 5. I don't know. I have doubts with that one. One is a good horse. If this was gilding, I would have gone with it. But I would rather stay out rather than getting with the thing that is so weird.
And Reese Jones scratched from a class 2 yesterday for this. That says the stable thinks she could be competitive in this grade. So doesn't jump a few grades, but has won her past 2 and both are short odds.
Yeah, she's another one. I couldn't really find a negative for her. She's a nice horse. Maybe just starting to get that win a little better.
So they're off to the gates for the Denise's Joy 3-year-old Felix here over the 1100 metre trip, and Matt Laurie is here with Soft Love, and it's hard to knock a girl that's unbeaten.
Indeed, she's done nothing wrong.
Yeah. How's she travelled up?
Yeah, pretty good. She's been up here for a little while. She had a trial last week, and yeah, a little gallop on Wednesday, and we're right to go.
She'll settle off the speed. Is what she typically likes to do.
Yeah, it looks like there's quite a few quick ones here, so we'll be off the speed and hopefully coming hard late.
What sort of an opinion have you got of this girl?
Look, she does seem to have a very good turn of foot. She's sort of just progressed sort of under the radar, but you know, winning the other day was very good at Caulfield, and you know, we're hopeful that she can knock this off and maybe head up to Queensland.
Pick up a bit of black type along the way, be all right?
Yeah, exactly. If we can get black type for a year long, I'll be very happy.
Good on you, mate. Well, you've had a good shot bringing the right horses up so far. Let it may continue here.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thanks, Matt Laurie. Good to catch up with him, Corey. They're heading to the gates for the Denise's Joy.
He's been doing really, really well with the horses he's bringing up from down south. On with number 4, Sunrise. I really love the way this horse won last time out there at Randwick. I know it's probably her stiffest test to date, but I think she's just going to amble across from that what looked an awkward draw, but I think it's going to work out. So she's amble across. If she doesn't lead, she'll sit outside lead, but I think she'll be very, very hard to beat.
Late mail numbers 6, 8, 2 and 12, I can say I'm with the favourite. To this point, she's just favourite, and that is Soft Love. So at what point do the punters think that price is too big and get involved? Currently $4.40. There was briefly $4.60 there. We'll speak to Tim in a moment, but she's untapped. She was great there winning at Caulfield last night. A little gap between runs, but she has trialled well since then. And as the guys touched on, Matt Laurie with his stable in Sydney has been lethal. Other than that, Gerringong, she has to run a race here. She's firm in betting, which is a really good sign. She strikes this first up. Did some really good things in her first preparation. She'll be in front of Soft Love, you'd think. Albeit there's a Bit of pressure here on paper, but she can just take control if they want to overdo it. Shohisha, surprised that she's soft in betting, continues to be soft, given what she did there at the back end of last campaign. She'll be strong late. And Thames, a lot of confidence around her today, holding her quote at around that $4.60. So 6, 8, 2 and 12. Tim?
Favourite Soft Love, the tapped-up comedy lay of the day, was well backed earlier in the week, 350 into as short as 290. We identified it as being overbet. We thought she was too short. We don't like the barrier. Barrier 1 getting back on the inside here today. It's going. We've led the market all day. We've got it to a high of $4.60, and we've just tapped out a little bit there. We think that's her price. We're just back into $4.50. She's very, very equal late. Over 40% of the total tap hold. She'll be our biggest stand all day here at Scone today. Thames, the second pick. It's been a big go all week as well. The same form line, 11 taken Wednesday, 5 into $4.60 today. Gerringong is firm today, 6 into $4.80. Photograph has seen some support, 11 into $8.50. And Sunrise met with some specking, 14 into 12. There's plenty of firmers with one big drifter. The tab.com.au, lay of the day, Soft Love.
Okay, so they're at the gate. Shani, how do the girls look over there at the 1100?
Really well, Gav. I actually kept a close eye on our favourite here, Soft Love, who's just about to move into the gates, and she stopped in front of the gates, and she must have stood there for a good minute or so, just taking everything in. So she seems like a pretty casual type of filly. Shohisha's come back really well. I was really taken by her last preparation. I really followed her with a lot of interest, and I was rapt with what I saw from her here this afternoon. So obviously she'll continue on into preparation, but she's great. Seascape, I should say. She's just a big ball of muscle, and she's all dappled up and looking absolutely fantastic. Gerringong, I went and had a good look at her in the tie-ups when I spoke to Neil, and she's come back in really nice order off that little bit of a freshen up. And then we had Thames. Don't know a lot about her, but she's a real racy type, really wanting to get on with things. She certainly looked good there with the breath on aboard in her stablemate photograph. She was another one that was in really good order. So we've just got one riderless here that is trying to get this galloper in the line, and we shouldn't be too far away from starting. And just touching on Sunrise, actually, she's just on the pony. She's a bit hot and bothered at this present time, but again, I don't know a lot about her, so she may have been like that at Randwick the other day, but she's not by herself, she's just a bit hot.
Okay, Shani, thank you. So importantly, this kicks off the first leg of the quaddie. Satin Stiletto comes up into the gates. So the tap lay of the day. Are you holding at the 450, Tim, or are you going to give them a little bit more?
Yeah, we're just holding at that 450. Equal top of the market now. We've been top all day long. We've got it for the absolute maximum here. It's a huge stand on this Scone standalone meeting here. $4.50 tap.com.au. There's been further support for Gerringong on the high of $6. It's back into $4.60, so it's been the best back in the last 90 seconds or so. It's on the equal second line there with Thames. Still a little bit more money for Photograph. It firms in again, $8.50 into 8.
Okay, so the last few to get set, they include Lady Olena, who's about to come up. Where he was a big Game of Thrones fan. She an old battle axe, Lady Olena. This girl's a lot more demure, the one we're looking at in the Arrowfield colours on screen. So let's head upstairs. This is the Denise's Joy, 3-year-old fillies lining up as we go to Darren.
The remaining runners to go forward. Zealously a comfortable winner of the previous. Wraith Knock in the saddle. Leading Dollar Magic. The Spanish Fox got the bob for third, an inch in front of left field. Okay, Wavebreaker moving in now. Wavebreaker goes forward. Sunrise is the last to move in. Alicia Collett. See the Sunrise can wind up in the run. Very speedy time. They're all set now. Ready for the Denise's Joy. Gates are back, they're off, and Sunrise began brilliantly from the outside draw. Landed about a length and a half clear. Overfull being sealed up to go up and join it. They're followed then by Summer Flame, Sudden Stiletto. Moving through the middle then is Lady Elena in the early stages of the race. Seascape's got out pretty deep. Then came Wavebreaker. Now the favourite, Soft Love, a little worse than midfield on the inside of Gerringong. Shohisha there. They're followed further back then by Duck Egg Blue. The two Godolphin runners well back. Photograph on the inside of Thames, and Tatoka is the last one as they straighten up. But Overfull takes the lead clearly now by a length and a half. Sunrise being revved up, followed by Summer Flame. Lady Elena running on from Sudden Stiletto. First Love will go back to the inside. Gerringong to the outside. Photograph is all strung up, cluttered up here. Overfull just in front. From Sunrise trying to come back, and Summer Flame going up the inside, and Summer Flame hits the lead. Summer Flame ahead in front. Flashing home Gerringong. Summer Flame beat Gerringong. And I think Thames on the outside might have nicked third. Oh, heads everywhere here. Toka Sunrise,
16.
First Love over full. No luck at all for Photograph down the straight. Then came Shahisha from Lady Elena, Wave Breaker, Duck Egg Blue, and Sea Skate. And also well back was Oakfield Jupiter.
16 will win it, Summer Flame. First up, Chris Waller, Jeff Penzar will defeat. It looks like Gerringong, the 8 and 12. Thames, who rattled home. We'll confirm all numbers shortly following the Denise's Joy.
Welcome back to Doomben. It's time for the Chairman's Handicap, a Group 3 level, of course.
Yeah, I saw that. It got blocked by the rails.
Take a look at this Frenchman, number 1, hot favourite, Sir Delius from the Waterhouse Bot Stable with Timmy Clark.
Yeah, he's a very interesting horse. He's 31 weeks off. He's a young French import of 3 solid trials. So he's won his past 2 trials. He started 15 to 1 in an Arctic Triumph.
Yeah, that is how it is supposed to be, PC. They're hand in gloves.
All right, let's take a look at Allegra now on the Bjorn Baker Stable with Rachel King.
Yeah, 2 sharp for him first up. He could improve. Did run second in the Cloud Cup on a heavy track last year. So I think what he does here today is probably all leading.
PC, what's on 11, PC?
For the locals is Nick Alsper, and Mark Duplessis rides for Team Gear.
Yeah, I think he's at a very big price on the tote at the moment, this fellow, for a horse of his ability. This race fell away a little bit with the scratching of immediacy, so I think a very rough place chance here, third up.
Floating's got very nice wet track form. Jason Collett rides for Matty Smith.
He's ready for a peak performance too. He's third up now. He loves it soft. If this favourite stubs his toe, he's the one that's there to pounce for him.
Here it is, the 6 against Williams again today. A great strike rate, and Sean Ritchie, Colin Murray, Cambridge.
You should have done that long time back.
Counties Cup in New Zealand last summer. His latest run was quite good there at Hawke's Bay in the Cup. He gave them 10 lengths start, but wanted to hang inwards, laying badly in the straight. But when he straightened up, he hit the line hard. It's difficult to measure that form against our local horses.
What's Encoder going to do on this heavy track today? Lee Friedman, Tyler Schiller.
On a quick backup from the Hollandale last week, we're just watching today.
Okay, number 8 is Star Vega, Anthony and Sam Friedman, Kyle Wilson-Taylor.
Yeah, he's getting fitter, might need one more, and he has a few wet track convictions, but he's a horse that was placed in a Queen Elizabeth, the Bendigo Cup, so they're eyeing something off with him. It might be another Brisbane Cup time.
Yeah, I would agree. But what about Kabosh? He's glowing. Chris Waller, Jamie Mallon.
Yeah, well, it's the right distance for him. We've seen
11 Doom was a huge run. That's what I think.
He's won here, and it
We'll see what they have to say. It looks like it has done.
His stablemate is Strathcade with Ronnie Stewart.
Had an easy trial since the Sydney Cup. He likes it soft. You could easily include him in the multis here.
Again for Waller is Man Zoyce with Craig Williams.
He hasn't won since winning the VRC Derby back in October 22, but a much better run last start. I think this is a downgrade in competition. He can go better.
Yes.
Mark Goodwin trains Warp Speed with Jake Bayless.
Could be an on-pacer here with no...
Downgrade, we can see that.
The Glamorous and Corey is the 13 Sean Fire and Andrew Valiant.
Up to 2,000 metres today. Just happy to watch and see how it goes.
14.
Alrighty, that is how they looked in the yard. Well, it's hard to go past the Frenchman, isn't he? And he looks hot to trot. I know he's first up from the
Big
spell,
weight drop
but he does
too.
have some
Yes. It's been placed as an EW.
He comes here with impeccable
It's been placed as an EW. I mean, on my papers, it's EW. 11.
All right,
Coffee 11.
Up with Sedelius, he's very hard to oppose here.
Coffee 11.
Floating, who will enjoy giving the ground. The 11-man Zoyce
Each
and
way.
number 9 Kabosh.
1 and 5, the 2 numbers for me. 1, 5, 10 and 9.
And they are loaded. Here's David for the call.
Sedelius, odds on.
It's no big bet.
Fidgety in the game,
11.
Sedelius. He wants to get on with it.
Let's get this. Let's get this.
Now he steadies. Racing. Came away with them, Sedelius. One of the first to go was Kabosh, and Coda rolling forward today, as is Floating and Nereus. Sedelius will call him fifth of the first call, and then Nick Spur. Warp Speed coming across from a wide gate. Allegro settling a little burst in midfield, followed by Adam McClory, and then came Star Vega, Man Zoyce, and Strathayers last of all. The Champions Field make their way out of the straight, going by the 1600 metres, and the Kiwi Darius takes up the role as pacemaker. Floating is in second, racing third Kabosh. He's getting the box seat trail, and Sir Darius is fourth, one out of one back. So in a good position, the odds on he. In Kona's not, he's three wide and posted. Another line of three, Warp Speed around Nick Alston.
11-2.
Travelling inside that pair.
Lewis, let's keep our fingers crossed. Just let's hope that it's get it.
Last man, Joyce, and Strathtay is still last 10 off the lead. Heading along the back straight now, with just over 1,000 left to run. They've almost completed half the journey.
Run, baby.
Darius from floating.
Should be a piece of cake for this horse.
Challenges from the front. Meanwhile, Kabosh continues to truck along nicely and forth on the inside.
That is a 7 which is running.
The 800 metre back bend. Might be about to wings three
Not a
wide.
problem.
Speed's covered ground on the run. They're in the inside.
Where is our friend 11?
Between runners, then Star Vega. Man Joyce hopping onto the three wide line with two behind him. Adam McClory and Strathtay. It's a bunch field now. 600 left to run. And Kona has worked triple time. From
Way off. Not 11.
inside the pair. It does leave a shift away. Flooding Sports
Just stop that 11 moves in.
room to move. Star Vega pitching inside runs. Man Joyce
Just
coming
hope
wide.
11 moves in. Where is it?
In the home straight by the 300.
Come on, dude. Where are you?
Certainly this is now starting to wind up in the centre. Here comes the import. He's still got work to do. He's got to catch floating. Can he? 100 left to run. Floating in front. Sir Darius. Here he comes. Sir Darius. But the other hand pulled away. And the favourites over the Germans.
1-1-1-1-1.
Get over the line there. Joint strap taking.
1.
Next in Star Vega. Followed by Kabosh. Here is Miguel Spur.
We all lost.
Electron. And Kona last home in 26.31.
So 1, 5, 11 and 10.
11 got there.
After the Chairman's handicap, and that's what we've been waiting for today. We've been waiting to see this
1, 5, 11 and 10.
with amongst the best French form with his rating of 104, and the connections haven't had to wait very long.
Sorry, not hurt him. I think so.
So they would have paid a bit of money for him. He's a young horse that had 60 kilos there. He seemed to get lost in stages.
That's the 11.
Big surge the last 50 metres. He's
11
got
and
some
10.
on him, there's no doubt about it. You've got a great side of here on floating there.
When at least we got the
But
EW.
great benefit in this horse, and I think he's will be another without a fight. And it's a big statement, but I just think
$13. We
run
are
up here and qualifying for more races in the spring. He's a lovely prospect.
Oh, a lovely
The five.
prospect. One hell of a sexy animal of a horse, this Sir Delius. Let's have a chat with winning trainer Adrian Barton. I mean, he looked at goods, and obviously he has delivered.
Yeah, look, he's a really quality individual. He's
moron of the highest order, man.
you saw the qualities on him in the yard today. Good to see him put it all there together today. Yeah, he's only going to keep improving off the back of that experience. 2000 still well short of his best. You saw how strong he was through the line, but I thought he showed a nice turn of footness.
You see, what happened here is this, that this one will fail because this is within the rails. That always happens. The moment the drift is within the rails, there's something wrong with them. That's gone. The one was a good horse. There is no doubt the one was a good horse. So the other drift was here, which was rightly placed. The other drift was here. This one, I don't know what happens to these guys the moment they are here within the rails. They will fail. This one got through. And the one.
Lovely big individual.
And there was this 10 which got in.
He thrives on his work, but great constitution, does very well.
We spotted him.
No, they're playing good. They're playing
Thanks to
gently.
Owen Glenn. He was looking for a Melbourne Cup prospect, and we're able to partner with him as a major shareholder on the horse out of Tattersall sale. And we had some owners in the stable that were looking for similar prospects. So we're able to put together a nice partnership.
2, 3, 7, and 1.
Well done.
Thanks very much.
Right, there he is, Adrian Barton. He takes out the Group 3 champions with this very exciting French galloper, Sir Delius. Here's Kevlar.
Thank you, Bernie. Welcome back to Kembla Grange, race 6. Only a small field of 7. It's the benchmark 64. The favourite, Zaragoza, well back, $2.30. Get to Timmy Ryan shortly. Number 1, Mr. Rocket, $3.40. Robert and Luke.
There's Flemington.
Terrific Hutch. It's one of the more interesting races of the day, isn't it? King Zephyr coming back to the 1200 metres, trying to find a horse to beat King Zephyr is the real challenge here. Geordie Childs rides +1/2 and is drawn at an effective barrier to make a decision here early as they get set. DK is in with the astrologist, who's taken on the world previously. The astrologist. There's Cadigo going up with also Limbs Kosciuszko. Be a little while to work out how the Limbs horses do measure up here after the sad demise of racing in Singapore, and Danmar bringing his top horses back. Impressive enough in Crosshaven wanting to rear in the gates. Who Dares joins them, Patrick Maloney. That rain continuing to fall here at Flemington. As Astero is joining them, Craig Newitt had a good couple of winners yesterday on the provincials. Astero going in, the prodigal son is going to be one of the last, with also Title Fighter. Always a great spectacle as the horses are spanned right across the track. Top of the famous straight 6 here at Flemington as Our Last Cash goes in, Blake McDougall. The 11 King Zephyr is riderless at the moment. The prodigal son comes forwards. The prodigal son is in. Now King Zephyr walks up quietly. Winner of 5 from 6. Goes into that middle alley, and Title Fighter the final one. Just about ready. One of our features run in soaking rain here. They're locked away. Set down. Starter has a really good line. Gates Crash and racing, and King Zephyr broke away pretty well. Had a slight brush with running by to its outside. The prodigal son began pretty speedily too. Cadigo out well. Out wide, Limbs Kosciuszko is showing speed also. So they complete the first furlong. The leaders are Who Dares with also Cadigo. King Zephyr isn't too far away in the yellow jacket. The Astrologist and Marble 9 wider, followed by running by Crosshaven Aviatrix. Limbs Kosciuszko has the back of Marble 9. They were followed by Impressive Enough, and back in the field DK, Title Fighter, Our Last Cash, and also Astero and the prodigal son. Who Dares linking onto the course proper at the 600 metres, had a slender margin from Cadigo, and then King Zephyr, the Astrologist, Marble 9, Crosshaven behind those horses, and then came Limbs Kosciuszko hooking out deeper, Title Fighter up the outside and then running by. So it's Marble 9 just in front. King Zephyr's trying to get into its work. Aviatrix is still there, and Title Fighter's a threat at the 200. Title Fighter moved up, grabbed Aviatrix, Marble 9, Limbs Kosciuszko behind them, Title Fighter from Aviatrix, DK is flashing home at the 50, Title Fighter in front of DK, and Title Fighter beat DK, and then Limbs Kosciuszko. Fourth was Aviatrix from Marble 9 and running
one, I think, up to
Astero. The prodigal son next from the Astrologist. King Zephyr, not today, from Who Dares, Cadigo, Impressive Enough, and Our Last Cash.
Or as we mentioned, pre-race, so on.
Tommy Treble, it's an outsider here.
Straight
Title Fighter.
This year they won
$65.80. It's $12.80.
more than enough time for Blake Douglas to have Title Fighter ready.
A big listed success for the son of a gun.
Everything go to plan in the state Southwest a couple of weeks ago. A very different story this afternoon, and have a look at the price he has gone around.
Only I think that. Now it started raining at Flemington. Raining.
Has finished third ahead of Aviatrix.
To the Queensland Winter Carnival stay relatively intact after that performance. Aviatrix will follow Marble 9 from 4th place. So
10, 12, 1 and 2. Today is
bit of a debrief from Jordan Childs.
Today is one of those days anyways.
But getting a little bit soft today, $4 out to $5.
Kembla.
To Renner,
Lewis is on 8, Kembla.
Thursday, 13 into 950. Calgary, also a small firm, 14 into 10. Just One Look, a $21 chance. That's in from $26 this morning. 60 seconds to jump here at for Kembla. And the betting's starting to get a bit serious, and the favourite has firmed again, Richard. So it's the one we're laying now. Zaragoza, $2.15, with Mr. Rocket getting out to $3.70, Flying Rani, $4.80. So it's a pretty quiet betting affair, Richard. The best push I can give you is for Zaragoza. My one concern with it, taking a short odds, the barrier one over the 1,000 metres. They have been getting off the fence a little bit there at Kembla today with that soft 7 track. So that's my one small concern. But as I say that, the friends again now an even money chance. So good push late for the Robert and Luke Price train Zagreus.
Yeah, I just think with the two coming out, Timmy, there's just no speed. It'll be interesting what happens. Does Kieran Layton just say, right, I'm just going to the lead? It half stops and waits for him, but it might just be too good in front. Or does Calvary King, I don't know, just one look. There's just no speed with the two coming out. But I'll leave that up to the young ladies and the boys that are on board. This is now odds on number 3 Zaragoza, $1.95. They have come for this number 3 Zaragoza, $1.95. Sounds like you're having something to eat at the Chinese. $1.95 Zaragoza, $3.70 Mr. Rocket, $5.50 Flying Rani. Here's Ben Hall. Good luck, punters. Anyone stay back?
And away they go. Zaragoza began awkwardly off the inside. On the other hand, Just One Look began with plenty of speed with Mr. Rocket. Raduncula's not far away with Flying Rani. And Zaragoza is going through along the inside, improving sharply. And Calgary King is last. Down onto the course proper, 700 metres left to go. The leader is Just One Look from Mr. Rocket, who's in close attendance, second inside the 600. Zaragoza third, then came Raduncula, Calgary King, and Flying Rani. Can see them all, but there's not much between them around the turner. Just One Look at the 425 from Mr. Rocket, who's the immediate danger. Zaragoza back to the inside, chases hard, and then came Calgary King. Zaragoza underneath, Just One Look, Mr. Rocket, Calgary King out wider. Zaragoza with the big bald face of the 200, got to the front from Mr. Rocket, Calgary King. Zaragoza under hard riding in front from Mr. Rocket, Calgary King coming home hard late, but there's Zaragoza. Zaragoza won by 3/4. Calgary King in second in front of Mr. Rocket, photo 4, Just One Look of Flying Rani, and Raduncula was last in.
Right, this is what's going on. This is the 7th one here at Doomben. We look through the odds, it's 2, 3, 7, and 1. That 2 is the favorite. Now, if we look through the rails, it stands like that. It is under pressure. Pressure line is okay, but it lacks this side of the rails. It doesn't have the physics. It's a linear, it's a good horse. There's no doubt it is a good horse. There's no doubt about anything else. The second linear is this one, which is 7, which is well within the rails. The physics is way better on this one. This physics is way better on this one. So that's that part of the story. The 7 is in better position. It's a better horse also. The other things that might happen is, so that's the largest outer drift, which is gate number 9, 11, check. That's the largest outer drift. It's placed rightly. It is supposed to be here. If it gets here within the rails, that's when they foul. So that's 9. It is that there 75, 50, 72, 72, 65, 80. It's a good job here. 4, 12. This one. This is also in very good hands, the 12. The 12 is in also very good hands. But for a linear, it's a problem. And it is not the largest. So this one is again in trouble. The 3 is the one which is a drift. It's a larger drift. So I don't know whether that'll work. Because the drifts, the moment they get into the rails, they behave very differently. I still have no clue why that happens, but the moment they're within the rails, they kind of do everything that is not. This is the second one, which is not there, and it is tailing. That's the largest inner. I mean, these two are the largest inners. All right, this is the largest outer, which is gate number 9. This is 1, which is a neutral. The pressure is not great. 7. It's between 2. 2 is the favorite. 2 is a good horse. There is no doubt 2 is bad. It's a fabulous horse. There is a huge jockey pressure on this horse. That's the EW 72 to 71. This is 819. This is again another EW. We'll see what they have to speak about 7. Lewis 2 and 9 Queen Morph.
He's rated well. I've only just spotted him now, but he looks.
I'm going to be back in a jiffy from the washroom.
He looks forward enough and fit enough. He looks good.
Here's the warrior from Mudgee. Compelling truth for Mac Griffith and Braith Knock. He's hard to ignore, isn't he? Given his record, 22 starts, 11 wins. Last start, Wagga Town Plate winner. Slightly back in trip, but I doubt that'll worry him.
Couldn't knock his parade so far. He's a beautiful big horse. His coat's nice and healthy. He's got a great demeanour on him. He's a real relaxed, casual top horse.
James Cummings well represented here. We start with Contemporary first up. Chad Schofield on board.
His form doesn't read well on paper last campaign, but he did have excuses along the way, particularly first up when he had no luck whatsoever angling into the clear. So proven fresh horse. We know that Godolphin really target this meeting in the past, and he's a sleeper at odds.
He looks really, really well in the yard, Brad. He's a horse, he always sort of looks well. He's not the biggest of he's a flashy type, but he's not that big. Big hind quarter on him, but another one that's just got a terrific attitude.
Number 5 is Nemeth for Mitch Beer and Rory Hutchings.
He was good first up. That was only 1,100 metres behind Dragonstone. He probably would have wanted a touch more rain around. An improving track probably goes against him. He was here in the Luskin Star 12 months ago, pulled up with excuses and then won thereafter at Randwick. So capable horse on his day.
Super relaxed and casual. Hasn't really turned a hair since being in the yard so far. He's a nice style of horse. Yeah, he looks well.
Pisanello is 1 for 1 here at Scone. Number 6 for James Cummings and Karen McAvoy.
He's a one-dimensional back marker, and that's to be giving away a big head start, but he does have a big finish. So we're reminded of that at Canterbury last start, came from last and rounded them up. So just needs to be left alone in the early stages. He's been kept fresh since last start. Little tick over trial, and improving track is a good tick for him. He can unleash that powerful turn of foot.
Well, he's the best looking horse that I've seen here today. He's got dapples on dapples over his hind quarter. He's absolutely glowing in the coat. He always looks good, but he looks extra special here today.
Number 7 is Grand Impact for Mick Price, Mick Kent Jr. and Anna Roper.
Synthetic hook filler again, so not sure how he'll react to 1,100 metres first up, but he ended last campaign in career best form, and his recent Randwick trial suggests that he's come back really nicely. So I'd be more confident 1,200 metres, but given that trial, I'd expect him to be thereabouts.
A little casual type of horse. He hasn't really jumped out at me in the parade so far. He's got a nice attitude. Walks out quite smoothly.
Number 9, Renosu, James Cummings, Dylan Gibbons.
Another one for Godolphin, so well represented in this race. Close up fourth at Canterbury, first up behind his stablemate Pisanello. Record does suggest he improves with a run under his belt, so that bodes well for his chances here in the form through that race. Reads well now by a barber and in flight.
Couldn't knock his appearance so far. He looks well. His demeanour's good. He's paraded okay.
Number 10 is the novelist, Gave Waterhouse, Adrian Bott, Winona Costin.
Took a few runs last campaign to find winning form. I think the expectations are similar this time back. He's trialled well, winning his most recent hit out there at Randwick.
Just getting a little bit rough looking in the coat. They're starting to get a little bit warm. But yeah, small negatives.
On the well-back Caballas, number 11, Björn Baker, Ash Morgan. Comes back to Gelding, undergone tie forward surgery since last start. Hit the ground running in his first campaign for Björn. He won an Eskimo Prince where he beat Macarena and Handicap. That sort of stable really raised the bar in the spring in the Moya Menaco and Sydney Stakes. I like the way that he's trying to be well placed in this grade.
Yeah, he's one of the nicer looking ones in this parade. He's a narrow type of horse. He doesn't carry any extra condition. Looks super, to be honest.
On to number 12 we go. Ballroom Bella for Gerald Ryan, Sterling Alexio and Zach Waddick. She led last start at Randwick, didn't finish off. Won well first up in easier grade. The barrier gives her the chance to find some cover, and I think she'll be more effective today on top of the ground.
She's not wound up at all, but she's noticeably getting warm.
Number 14, Fire Star. Peter Snowden and Andrew Atkins to be looking further forward. Yeah, so change of tactics. Last time he wasn't the best into stride, just found himself in a really awkward position, so nothing really...
There's a saying in India that the one who wins after losing everything is called a king.
He's a super relaxed and casual horse so far. He hasn't really done anything wrong.
So...
Looks well as he walks past me. Yeah, I've got no negatives.
Number 15 is Fleetwood James.
You have to have the faith.
His one was better than Reed's first up. That was on a good 3-track there in Melbourne, and it was a race that really turned into a sprint home. So a better setup here, Sting out, 1100 metres speed on.
Really like him. He's got a beautiful big action as he parades. Holds good condition. Looks well.
Number 16, first up, quick tempo, Mark Medavini, J Ford. It can be a touch hit and miss, but he ran well in this race last year. Big odds went second to Buckpool Red, so horse to discount with that in mind, and I think we'll just throw him into your trifectas and first fours.
He's been a little bit buzzy since he's walked in the enclosure. He's not getting hot at this stage, but he is quite wound up.
And finally, we're going to Miss Icelandic for Matt Laurie and Harry Coffey. Scratch from the benchmark race to have a crack at black type. She's probably the right stage
PC6
career to do that. Drops 4 kilos up in grade, given the perfect ride to edge past Passagiata. At Randwick first up, we saw Zellesley come out and frank that form line, and Maps get the same soft run here just in behind the speed.
Nice horse, very athletic type. Yeah, I couldn't really knock at this stage.
Okay, there was good tempo just getting up on its toes in the yard as they head out and prepare for the Hortensia Stakes. Good to see James Cummings on track with a
6 is getting tailed,
James, good
PC.
to see you. We'll go down the board. Contemporary comes here first up.
Yeah, look, he's training well for the first up run.
Queens, boom!
But we could foresee the horse just needing a bit of luck at the right time, back in the pack with gaps opening up ahead of him.
Pincinello, I think, won on this day last year.
He did. He's one of the couple of runners who were brought here to Scone for this carnival this year that have been here before and won. So we saw a photograph, a bit unlucky there in the last, and just about should have won. Chatsco Bill believed. And we'd love to see Pincinello show the benefit of having won here 12 months ago on the Friday, just in a Class 1. But he's come along.
How old is 6?
Kerry can get him to switch off and get the first half of this.
How old is 6? Is it over 5 year?
So, well, in fact, Corey said he was the best big horse he's seen here all day.
Yeah, and it's a big effort. You know, he's been here for a few hours, but he's settled in well, and he likes to charge around the place a little bit, but he's settled up well up there, and yeah, we like the way he's trained on since form boosting in Canberra.
Reduso comes here second up.
Yeah, he's a better horse second up than he is first up. I thought he was still quite solid first up, fighting on there in that same race at Canterbury. So if we can rely on him improving here, and he can overcome what looks like being, destined to be a
He
wide
would
run,
win by 2 lengths.
he can fight on solidly. It wouldn't shock me if that horse has got big improvement in it.
Fleetwood, you've got also second up.
He's got to turn it around after running, big lackluster on a very, very rock hard track first up at Caulfield. But he can turn it around quickly, get back in the game with a good run here. He's going to enjoy the jar out of this track this afternoon, and we like the way he's trained on.
All the best.
Thank you.
Good on you. There's James Cummings. Corey, it is over to you.
Yeah, I'm with number 6, as you said, Pincinello. I just thought he paraded much better than these other horses in the parade. He's a magnificent looking horse. He's drawn awkward. Kieran McAvoy's going to have to give him an absolute 10 out of 10. He just needs solid tempo early. If he gets that solid tempo, it'll allow him to come from off the back of the field. But on looks, Pincinello for me.
Yeah, the market likes Pincinello as well. So Caballas on top for me, 11, 14, 6 and 7 late male numbers. We're going to need a clever ride equally here from Ash Morgan for a very different reason, given that he has drawn barrier 1 as opposed to the outside. So just needs like angling off the fence at the right time. He's not a horse blessed with natural early speed. So a few things need to fall into place, but I'm really encouraged how firm he is in betting now, $5.50, and it's been a constant stream of support.
all throughout the week. So Cabalas on top, 14 Firestar. I think he's the roughie that runs well. Excuses in 2 runs back wide first up. Second up, when Furman bet him, he just half missed the kick, got himself back into an awkward position and went to the line pretty much untested. So he is better than that. 6 Pisanello won't be an easy watch, but he'll be screaming home at the finish. And 7 Grand Impact. I love the way that he trialled up. We suggested he can pick up where he left off last campaign, and that was in really good form. So 11, 14, 6 and 7, Tim.
Yeah, Paddock's really starting to sort this race out. It was wide open this morning, $7 the field when just after scratching. But we've had a few firms here, including Pisanello. It's now your $5 favourite, 7 into 5. It isn't the best backed runner. That is Cabalas. The second pick there is a $5.50 chance, who's been a big go all week. 11 taken Wednesday, $8 this morning, now into $5.50. And actually joins Pisanello as equal favourite there, $5.50. It is our worst way and the best back runner in the race. Cabalas Australia is the horse that we like. With the form through the takeover target last week, back to the 1100. We've been cuddling him down and he keeps firming, $8.50 into $6. A good support for Australia there. Compelling Truth is a $9 chance. He's pretty solid as a $9 chance. Fleetwood, a really good firm. From longer odds in, $15 into $9.50. He's the second best back to the Godolphin runners. Grand Impact just a touch soft, as is the Novelist, and Contemporary sits there as a $15 chance. So 3 really well-backed runners here in order: Cabalas, Pisanello, and Australia, the horse we like.
Brad, just before we go to Shani, in terms of the speed, what unfolds here?
Yeah, there's a bit of pressure on paper, you'd think. So you've got the Novelist going forward. I think Firestar will be ridden with more intent today. You've got Compelling Truth. Brenosu and Ballroom Bella won't be too far away. So there should be enough pressure there for all runners to get their chances, including your favourite Pisanello, who maps to be giving away a fair head start.
Okay, Shani, so the last of them I can just see arriving at the gates. How are they over there?
I was up talking to Bob about him, and he's come back in terrific order. He looked great. He had doubles upon doubles, so really like the way he's come back as a gelding apple. And Bella's just about to move in. I thought she presented quite well. Nament is looking really good. I did see him first up at Hawkesbury, but he's looking particularly well. I thought his run was fantastic there. I know why Corey put Pisanello on top. He's just an absolute giant of an animal. I wouldn't say giant, he's just a big, beautiful gelding. He's a bit hot, but he had a beautiful skin on him and looking really well. He's just on the pony now. Firestar is another one that I was taken by, just how relaxed and casual he is. Compelling Truth is in the same sort of boat, actually. It's been a while since I've seen him, and he's looking absolutely fantastic. So no knock on any of the horses here. They've all arrived around here quite well. They're all on their best behaviour, and we've got about 3 to load. Yep.
Okay, Shani, thank you. This brings up the second leg of the quaddy, the Hortensia Stakes over the 1100. Last look at the market, Tim.
Just probably on the favouritism as a $5 chance for the big late go is Australia, now into $5.50. That's from a high of $8.50 this morning. He is the best back runner late for Australia, and now into equal favourite, 3 equal favourites, $5.50.
Goodness me, market tells the story. We got a shot at Flindell giving the thumbs up. That was probably to himself. Upstairs we go. Here's race 8. Here's Darren.
$1. A narrow victor there over the fast finishing Gerringong. Okay, they're just about right now. There's the light, and the gates are back. They're off. The Novelist began very sharply in the black jacket and is looking for the lead. Renosu quickly up on the outside. Grand Impact improving its position, going to third, followed by Firestar, and then came Nemeth back towards the inside. They're followed further back by Cabalas about midfield. Then Compelling Truth from Ballroom Bella Straka going up the inside, Miss Icelandic. Further back to Quick Tempo. They're followed further back by Contemporary. Back there in the white cap is Pisanello. And Fleetwood is the last one, racing up to the turn. And showing the way, the Novelist after the sharp start from Renosu Firestar. Cabalas is starting a run going up the inside, and Grand Impact coming down the outside. It's the Novelist just in front. Cabalas moves up on the inside, and Cabalas takes the lead from the Novelist. Clear then from Firestar. It's Cabalas a half in front. Now a length. Back as a gelding and landing big bets to win. Cabalas too good there. It's Cabalas beating the Novelist, and Striker in it for third, together with Pisanello late on the scene, and Firestar far. For then Contemporary late. From Miss Icelandic, Fleetwood, Compelling Truth, Renosu dropped off from Grand Impact, Ballroom Bella, and Nemeth has pulled up pretty sharply.
Darren Sand back a gelding and back a winner. Obviously, they've had an opinion of him pretty well from the get-go, Caballas. And today, from the inside gate, he was just saving ground, Ash Morgan, and he slid up after being only fair out of the gates, but he slid up behind the leaders and then got up underneath of the Novelist to go on and win the Hortensia Stakes. So will defeat the Novelist who tried to lead all of the way. Third will be either, it looked like a Straka or Firestar trying to grip on, but Caballas, he's on his way.
Now he is pushing. Now, after the game is over, now he is pushing.
First up win, Ash Morgan just used barrier one perfectly there. Didn't hustle him, wasn't the best in the shot.
Fifth.
Let him slide up. I think it was plan A to come away from the fence when that run didn't present. Was happy to ride him with a bit of arrogance and he really dashed clear. So not sure where he ends this campaign, but as I say, that'll do him a world of good, Corey.
Without a doubt, that'll bring him on, I reckon, a lot.
He's pushing at the last 200 meters. He's not pushing. He was not pushing the horse. He was getting tailed, but I don't know how old is that horse, but this is... He's pushing it at the last 200 meters. What was he doing the entire field?
Beyond Baker stable, but he's just, you know, he's working hard and he's getting the rewards.
And indeed he is. So 11-10, take note 14 Firestar, third and one. The striker will wind up in fourth. The lock is here for Björn Baker. He's come back a gelding and that was super.
Yeah, it was, Gav. Yeah, we were real excited all week, you know, when he drew one to get him here. He also had to throw it off, and even Josh Pard rode him a couple of his trials, and Josh said to me about a month ago, he said he's airborne, this horse. He said he's a different horse to what he was, you know. So both ops have done him good. He had a good run, drew one, but he sort of slightly missed it and had to sort of do a bit of work to get up there. Ash had to sort of dig him up a bit. Then he over-raced a little bit, and I'm thinking, oh, yeah, I'm a little bit worried, but just when he let down good.
We could see that Ash probably wanted to get off the fence, but it didn't matter, did it? He just won so well.
No, it did. We were talking before the race. We said, well, you know, if you can get the nice run on the fence and get to about 3 or 4 off, it'd be good, you know. But then, yeah, it just opened up beautiful. And I think the track's playing pretty fair, you know. So, especially looking at that race, played pretty fair for us.
Made him in for a good track.
He is. He's a very nice horse.
Good on your lobby.
Righto, thanks, Gav.
There he is, Glenn Lobb. Let's head over to Corey with Ash Morgan.
Geez, a different horse being gelded.
Yeah, that's right. He obviously gelded in the wind off. I got it to him in the week and he did a real nice bit of work. But full credit to Josh. He's trialled him beautifully this time and really teaching him to get the right way and hit the line. And drawn one, I wasn't too keen on, so I didn't want to have to hold my spot. But I was able to just creep up into box seat without having to start him. And I thought the lead would roll off to the fence to the middle, and if I'd come up underneath, I'd be hard to beat. But obviously the team's always had a big opinion of, and it's good to see him do it. Thank you, Roy.
There he is, Ash Morgan. Tim, you've got your head between your knees. You all right, my friend?
Yeah, it was a pretty bad result, that one, but
He should have pressed the button at the last 600 meters. He was trying here where there is no hope. What was he doing the entire field? He's pushing it at the last 200, 250 meters.
It's time for the ladies. This is the Magic Year's Bright Shadow at listed level, and your favourite here will be number 2, In Flight. But let's have a look at a fabulous sprinter from Queensland. I speak of Tiger Shark here from the Natalie McCall stable.
Yeah, she's very fast, Bernie. She's drawn an outside gate, usually breaks first, and then she's got to try and get over. I think she will. She was terrific first up at the Sunny Coast. There was a leader, Cam Pye, who leads all the time, and she just let that leader go and gunned her down very easily at the straight. She's got a great second-up record. She's second up today, so she could take some catching, Tiger Shark.
Yeah, she looks fabulous too. All right, Ronnie, tell us about In Flight, the favourite here from the Joey Pride stable with Jason Collett.
I thought she looked very hard to beat. She's just so genuine. She's an 1100-metre specialist. She's third up now, back to her own sex, loves it wet. I think she has to be top pick for sure for mine.
And a horse that was very close to her last start is, of course, the 3 Kin, James Cummings, James McDonald.
Well, they're tied to the hip. There was nothing between them at Hawkesbury the other day, and she was only first up there. So she's obviously hard to beat. Got McDonald on board, which gives her a great chance. Just I thought She had more of the rub of the green than in flight the other day, but she might have more improvement as well. So there's not much between them.
Yeah, Maxi Liquor is looking for win number 10 here, Tony Gollanance-Jones.
Yeah, she loves to lead as well, and I think she can cross the horses inside her. And that'll give her a good chance of giving a solid kick in the straight. I think she's probably better over the Ragged Eagle Farm over the 1,000. But have a look at her record. She's had 17 starts for 9 wins.
She's got a dedicated jockey on that four.
From Spell, from the Annabelle Rob Archibald stable, Jag Dutton and Chester.
And she's had 20 wins.
Two in Doomben.
She has raced well in the past, fresh. Had really nice heavy form early in her career, but the last 2 over her career on the heavy tracks haven't been as good. But this is a new preparation. She could well be very dangerous.
Could Team Monks have treble here today with Navy on the highway with Tommy Herry?
They certainly can. She's a talented mare. She's won 4 of 8. 1 start on her heavier win. And it looks like she blotted the copybook first up, and she did. But it was just a case of her getting involved in a speed battle over the 1,000. She came off second best, but she since had a good gallop here on Tuesday morning with Payline on the course proper. She got through the ground beautifully. I think a nice patient ride by Tommy Berry sees her right in the thick of things at the end.
Miss Hellfire is number
7
8
is getting
from the
tailed.
Archibald stable, again with Tyler Schiller.
Yeah, she needs to find some old form, but she's shown really nice improvement when she got
But it's
to
a 4-year-old mare.
second up there at Egan Farm. So she's, it's been a while, 500 days since the last win, but she has got a little place chance here.
Mighty is nice and relaxed, Tony Gollan, Andrew Mullion.
Yeah, she's got a wet track query on her, but apart from that, everything's very positive. She was if not to win at Eagle Farm last start when held up in the straight.
Dick Black on Beauty will be able to lead today. Jamie Mellon for Tony Gold.
Yeah, Tony's also got Liquor in the race. Look, she'll be up there, but I just think she possibly needs something a bit easier.
And Superb will round them out. I feel like they've been strategically waiting for some stakes money here. Adam Campbell and Emma Lang.
Great last start behind Economics. They went
2-9 Queen Lewis.
Couldn't believe it. She was back last, and her stats were outstanding. So look for her to try and round them up from back in the field.
Yeah, really interesting to look at these mares in the yard here. Some are really fired up, like Liquor. She's such a powerhouse, and some are cool, calm, and collected. That's your favourite in flight.
Ooh, Lewis, that's huge.
Navy on the highway. He's slightly in the middle. She's pallied up with the pony now. I think she's much better than what we saw first up, and I love the booking of Tommy Berry.
2.
We're about to see the favourite in.
7 is getting tailed, so
Thoroughbred colours.
that's
Into the gate. She goes
the
into
the
Barry
4 I
number 2.
like.
Got her
The
in on
4 I
top here.
like.
To beat number 7, Navy on the highway. The Queen
I don't know. This feels like it is going to. I'm out.
Midnight in Tokyo. 2, 7, 3 and 5. Ronnie?
I am out.
Reform stands up, 2, 3, 7, 1. Flight just to hold off Kin here. I think
No, I'm.
highway.
Let's.
No, stay out. Stay out. 2, 3, 7 and 1.
Well, they are loading nicely, but let's get a market update from Tim Ryan.
Thanks, Bernie. 2 horse plates from the punters here, both with the horse reform.
I'm out. This thing can play very weird.
She's over 40% of the total
The
hold.
7 is getting tailed. The 2 doesn't have the physics. Then it is J-Mac in between 3.
The punters don't want anything else.
All right, it's one-way traffic for the favourite here.
I don't know, but that's weird because it might fail from there.
Stand by. Racing. A good line away. Kid landing in the second half of the field. There goes Liquor. She's got great early speed and shoots straight to the front. A swarm chasing her in the early stages, including Tiger Shark and Davy on the highway. Followed in by Superb and Mighty. Black on Beauty 4 deep. In flight, drifting back along the rail now, and Kim is right with it. And Kim, I suggest, is a bit deep. And the last pair, Midnight in Tokyo, and this Hellfire. But only 5 weeks span as they travel by the 600 metres. Tiger Shark is testing Liquor up front. Black on Beauty working hard third, and Navy on the highway. She's cruising in fourth, then Superb. Kid is very wide as they approach the turn. In flight, looking for room to move, has something to offer. And the last trio, Miss Hellfire. Mighty at midnight in Tokyo. In the straight, 300 left to run. Tiger Shark assumed control. Trying hard, Davy on the highway. Black on Beauty running a race. In flight, gets out now. Comes with a runner. Wide of his kid. And then Superb at midnight in Tokyo.
Two, baby.
Go. And the favourite is scorching clear. In flight, she loves the wet. And she
2, 3, 5, and 7.
midnight in Tokyo. It's Hellfire, followed by Black on Beauty, Superb, Mighty, Tiger Shark, and Liquor.
Boom, PC.
Tried by Joe Pride, written by Jason Collett. In Fly was shown.
2, 3, 5, and 7. Finally, decent ride, yes.
Rival King gets second. Then Navy on the highway. But the rival continues, and In Fly has beaten Kid again. She's just so genuine. She's so tough. She was in a foreign position, really getting probably a length or two further back, but he's the man, Collett. He just keeps his cool. But just a nervous moment when she had to get into that bumping duel, could take a little bit out of them, but she knuckles down, and he just presents his horses so fit at the right time, Joe Pride, and they hold their form. So a dominant performance. Kins held that form from Hawkesbury, and that's a nice little first up run from midnight in Tokyo. But the two favourites, that's how they liked them, and that's how they finished, 2 from 3.
All right, let's have a chat now with our winning trainer, Joey Pride. A little bit stunned at the hot Queensland speed in the early part of the
That was beautiful.
Yeah, look at she sort of got back a bit further back than we anticipated, and I'm sure that Jason wanted to be. But as you can see, she's very adept on wet going, and when she got a bit of clear room, she really stretched out, and she's an absolute swimmer.
Yeah, she is an absolute swimmer. I mean, she's not overly bulky either, so she just sort of skips through that ground really nicely, doesn't she?
Always found that
12, 14, 1, and 2.
Particularly the fitters that can't be these big heavy horses that sink down. It makes sense, right? They sink into the ground, but these smaller horses just skipping across the going, doing a lot easier. They're coming in here.
They are coming in here. What is going to be the plan for her this winter? They're obviously carrying on.
I haven't got anything specific that I really wanted to target with her. She's yet to run out 1,200 metres for us, but I can't help but think that she will. Yeah, maybe the Morton Cup here, but I'll just say, let's get her home, have a look at her. I mean, anywhere where there's a wet track, I would think I want to be. So, there's a lot of options. I mean, there's even races in Sydney. So we'll just keep an eye on the weather and we'll follow the bad weather.
Well done.
Thank you.
I like that. Let's follow the bad weather. Let's have a chat again today with jockey Jason Collett. And, I mean, confidence levels must be great when you're going out there on a mud park.
Yeah. I've had a couple today, Bernie, and it's made my job very easy. It was easy. I was travelling lovely. Bit of a bumpy duel early, copped a squeeze, and she's probably not the biggest to be getting that sort of battle. So I gave way, but loved the way she travelled into it.
Once she got that free air, that action, as I said to Joey Pride, just skips over the ground.
Yeah, it does, and it's so effective. It's she's nice to get some black type for her.
Enjoy the win, well done.
Will do, thank you.
All right, there he is, winning jockey Jason Collett. 2 beats 3, 5, and 7. 106.07 the total time, and yeah, just a lady that was extremely happy in the heavy going here today. Let's head to Kepler.
Thank you, Bernie. Welcome back. Race 7 here on the card. This is the Super Maiden Plate over 1,400 metres, a field of 10 runners. Number 1's Big Odds, Current John. Paul Murray trains. Craig Crow's on board. Second up after 9 months off. $41, Wayne.
I've looking at the horse. He will need the run today. Only fairly lightly raced. Had the 1 run back. I think I need another one.
2 and 3 are both out. The second pick of the race is number 4, West Head. Brad Whittup trains. Grant Buckley's on board. Was terrific here a month ago.
He backed off the map on that occasion. Really well found. That was first up run for Brad, I think, too. So he's been in the stable there for a while. Runs last prep were quite good. Very hard to beat.
Pierre Boulevin is riding for Diane Portman Lane. Audencia, first start for Diane, $26.
Yes, his last couple of runs have been a bit average. His first couple of runs back from a break were okay. So it's been placed on heavy tracks. I'll be getting through the ground okay.
Number 6, Fair Head. Matty Smith, Heavy Van der Hooven's on board, $41. Nice barrier 1 for the filly.
She hasn't run since December. One run on a wet track where she went no good on debut, and then the next run was on a good track where she only went slightly better. I just think we'll have a look at her today.
Glitter Strip. The filly ridden by Chad Lever, riding for Robbie and Luke Price, placed on a heavy ground, $15.
Been waiting for her to do something like she did last start. She's just mixing her form a little bit. She had 14 runs now. Still has won a maiden, but she's about 7 or 8 placings. She can run up to that run here a week ago. Give you a chance.
Haberfield, for those people that live at Haberfield, hope you're having a good day. Matty Smith, Louise Danes on board. This is rock solid, Wayne, $8.
Yeah, I don't know what the postcode is, but I think this thing will go very close to Haberfield. First up run recently at Newcastle was very encouraging. Kept on him wide. That was on very heavy track. Actually, every run this filly's had been on wet track, so obviously knows what they're like.
Nine's out. The debutante at Kieran March stable is number 10, Pharaoh Queen, the filly by American Pharaoh. I can tell you, John Van Overby is on board, $12. Oh, sorry, $23.
Yeah, it's easy to market.
Hamilton.
It was in here last week, scratched.
Everyone charges goes into the stores. Is about the smoke in front of it. The Adelaide Cup where Silence What's on the line? Enjoy good luck today. Berkshire Breeze and Virtuous Circle. So about 7 to make up their positions here. Berkshire Breeze into favouritism with bookmakers, 20 cents clear of Athabascan, $5.50 into $4.80 Berkshire Breeze. Athabascan at $5 on VOP. Bit of light rain around here again, just sweeping across at Flemington. Cross the track. Going into the gates, into the middle alley is Finao. Virtuous Circle comes along to a wide gate. Athabascan joining them. And Berkshire Breeze, the two elects in the race, drawn 17 and 18. So a full gate here, the Lexus Andrew Ramsden, 18 of them to go. And the field is set. Stand by for a start, and away they go. Military Mission from barrier number 7 broke away evenly. Elma Rise away quite well with Tar View and Girls, Girls, Girls. True Marvel isn't too far away from the action. From out wide, Smoke and Romans is trying to hunt across with the Adelaide Cup winner Silent Sorrente. Berkshire Breeze is midfield from that wide gate. They thunder past the 100 metres on the first round. It's Tar View holding its position on the fence. Girls, Girls, Girls. Silent Sorrente 3 deep. And Smoke and Romans is 4 deep on that first corner. True Marvel 3 wide. Elma Rise is tucked in behind horses. One off the fence outside of Denmark. Then came through Irish Eyes, Military Mission. Berkshire Breeze is still 4 deep. Athabascan 3 wide. A length Strawberry Rock Lentanius. And further back is Loft 3 wide. Next in the field is Finao at the 2,000 metres from Basilina Night Endeavour. And Virtuous Circle is last of all. Tar View held the lead. Riverside at the 1,800 metres by 3/4 of a length. Silent Sorrente. Smoke and Romans has caught 3 deep. Girls between horses. And 5th along the inside is Denmark. A length away to True Marvel, followed by Elma Rise in a nice place. 7th one off the fence and 5 off the lead. A length Military Mission through Irish Eyes. And they were followed next as they reach the 1,400 metres by Glentanius on the inner. Out deeper, Berkshire Breeze. A length away, Athabascan, who's got the back of Berkshire Breeze from Basilina, Strawberry Rock Lot. Towards the end of the field, Finao, and then came Night Endeavour, and Virtuous Circle is last of the 18. So the leader is Tar View, leading out of the 1,200 metres, being tested by Smoke and Romans past halfway, and they're 4 lengths in front of Silent Sorrente. They're ensuring a staying contest here. A length and a half away in 4th, the inside Denmark. Then came the outside as they reached the 1,000 marker. 6 off the front in the race. True Marvel preceded by Girls, Girls, Girls. Then came Elma Rise. A length away Military Mission. Berkshire Breeze through Irish Eyes. A length Basilina. Athabascan's always been wide and about 8 off the lead now. And they were followed by Glentanius. Well back in the field for now. Night Endeavour, Strawberry Rocket, Virtuous Circle. They run the corner, 600 to go. Smoke and Romans has been left in front, but it's very vulnerable. True Marvel moves up with also Berkshire Breeze. Berkshire Breeze up the True Marvel at the 400. Basilina's joining in, and Loft on the outside starting to tank into it. Basilina at the 300 metres from Berkshire Breeze. They were followed by Loft and Finao from a long way back. Basilina, 200 metres to go. Still 2 lengths for Nao. Glentania's finishing well. Basilina's got the wanders. Glentania's trying to wear it back. Basilina, 100 to go. Jigs out enough though. Basilina a length and a half. And Basilina's got the golden ticket. Basilina wins it. Glentania's second. Third for Nao. They were followed by Through Irish Eyes and Loft, who fought out 4. A Gap Virtuous Circle, Athabascan True Marvel, Berkshire Breeze Military Mission, a Gap to Spoken Romans, Denmark, some tired horses here. Alma Ride, Strawberry Rock, Silent Sorrente, Night Endeavour, Girls, Girls, Girls. And the last to complete the course after leading
17. Man, where did that come from? 17. Yes. We
in the Lexus and David Brown
17.
went on to around to $15 or longer. I can't give you much of a push for anything at longer odds than that, Richard. So still sitting at 195 about his favourite. Hazard a guess, I'd say it probably starts
Win back off.
just monitoring around there.
Lee had 17. Congratulations, Lee.
That'll be close to its starting price there. $350 about Westhead, $750 Haverfield. So Haverfield will
See, I told you, Lee.
15 into $750 since markets first went up.
What did I tell you?
Today, Swag just that touch easy, but does look hard to beat. I do like that deep in form.
One who wins after losing everything
That's pretty comprehensive. Now back into $1.90 just as we
is
let
the
Tim go
king.
there. $1.90 for Swag, $3.40 West Head, and as Tim rightly pointed out, Haverfield, those in the Western Sydney, very well back, 15 to the $7.50. Good luck, punters. This is race number 7 on the card. $1.85. The rallies come again for Swag. Number 13, right down the bottom, the colt from the Michael Freeman stable. Keegan Layton looking for 3 on the card. Here's Ben Hall.
Thank you, Mardo. They're almost set for the running of the 7th. So Pharaoh Queen goes up, takes its position in the outside barrier. The red lights flash brightly on top of the barrier. And they're racing. Glitter Script began brilliantly, straight to the early lead from Fairhead and Haberfield. And there's the favourite Swag is burrowing through in between runners. Currajong's nice and handy, and Ordenzi is out a little bit deeper. Then Pharaoh Queen searching for a position, but is out wider. Now followed by Twilight Elegance in between runners there. Then West Head, who settles second last, and Ruby Lace will settle down last around the first turn with 1,000 metres left to go. So Ordenzi out wider. And over on the inside in the green colours, Currajong. Currajong leads from Ordenzi and Glitter Script back to third. Swag perfectly poised fourth, the outsider. They were followed by Twilight. Out wide there, Pharaoh Queen, who's got no luck at the moment. It's out 3 wider. It's around Haverfield and Fairhead the rail. Westhead's getting going in that 3 wide liner. They were followed by Twilight Elegance and Ruby Lace whipped them in there. Down to the home turn, 500 metres left to go. Ordentia strode clear by 2. Currajong and Swag to third. Then West Head out wide with Pharaoh Queen around the turn. 4.25 left to run. Ordentia did it go for home too early. Led by 2 lengths to Swag getting to second spot. Then Glitter Script and Currajong up along the inside, still fighting on her. West Head's down the outside with Ruby Lace. It's still Ordentia in front with 200 metres left to go. 2 lengths in advance over West Head. Swag is grinding away on the outside. 100 Twilight Elegance is flashing home out wide.
Oh! 12.
The bombing on the line. From a photo, you had Swag and Ordensia. Then came Fairhead and Haberfield together.
Lewis had 12.
West Head weakened on its run. Ruby Lace, then Currajong, Glitter Script, and the last one will be Pharaoh Queen.
This is very close. The outside does look prominent. It might be a winning treble for Lobby Downey. Twilight Elegance from Kieran Marsh stable. If it's got the bob in it, it looked like it at first thought. It'll get it. It'll get it. Number 12, Twilight Elegance. 5, Ordensia. Gallant for Diane Putnam and Lane stable. Looks like it's been beaten the lip. And 13, Swag. Just inexperienced. It didn't know what to do. It didn't know whether to quicken. Its legs were going quicker. Its body was going quicker than its legs. It picked.
Okay, this is the 8th one here at Doomben. 12, 14, 1 and 2 are the odds. 12 is the favorite. 12, 14, 1, and 2. So now, if we look through the rails, we get that 12, 1, 2, 12, and 14 is here. 14 basically is the second linear. The linear is this one, which is 10, which is in a little difficult position today because it is not there within the rails. But that does not mean that it will not get there. It will get there in some way or the other. The question is whether 12 will win or not. And 12 has the best jockey. It's that 1200 meters. It's got the best jockey. And the best jockey has the best pressure. It is one of the spell horses, the best in this spell. That's that. The downfall. And we've got 11 and 14, which are on appreciation. This is a 75, 550, 14, 11. And this one is 7. This one probably is a bad idea to go with. Again, this is the largest drift within the rails. Last time this was within the rails, it came in where? Third, I think. No, second. 2, 3. This one did not do anything. 2, 3. 1, 2. Two is a horse, and we have the same issue with the 2, which is that it is that horse doesn't have a jockey, friendly jockey. That's the problem that we have with the 2. So 2's not one of the things that I'd like to go with out of these 2. This is good. The jock's good. This is difficult for this guy to come up. This will not happen. If that happens, that will be very bad. And we don't have outer drifts here. We've got a couple of neutrals. This is 10. So yes, the 8 goes, then probably the neutral. 28. Stailing. 14 is again a linear. It's the second linear. It'll be difficult for these guys to come up. And all of them are handicapped. This is one of the most difficult races today here. Hands down. All of them are handicapped. Even the ones that are with advantage are also handicapped. This is here, so no happening. 12 probably. It doesn't have the physics. It'll be difficult for this thing to climb up there. But that does not mean it will not get there. It will get there in some way or the other. It will get there in some way or the other. Probably. But winning is a difficult proposition for this guy. It's in a very tricky state. It generally doesn't work from that position. 8-win morph.
I think both run well to frank that form line since.
Starting to get noticeably warm.
Number 13, Dark Glitter, Mike Van Gessel, Karen McAvoy.
Yeah, seems like she's been up for an eternity, this mare, but she just keeps on keeping on, doesn't she? So overachieving at odds in her past couple. Her form is there for everybody to see. The market's identified that now. We're not getting $31, $41, but no knock whatsoever.
She's a little war horse. Keeps going around. She just keeps turning up. Still looks well. She never really jumps out at you as far as looks goes, but she's deep into the prep, really deep into the prep, but still looks really well.
It posted is the 14, Chris Lee's Andrew Gibbons.
Fresh in 5 weeks since running well at odds in the provincial midway final behind Matt Chalate. Quinella had a bit on the rest there, but she's come back really well. She handles all going and did clear out with Tanglewood in a recent trial.
No negatives so far. It's played it okay.
Number 15, Zai Tung, James Cummings, Andrew Atkins.
Wicker's first time, just lacking that knockout punch this preparation to really put a race away, but I do like that little tweak, that little gear change, 53 kilos on her back. She's well found as well, but she does look dangerous.
Unassuming type of horse to look at. She never jumped out at me, but she looks okay.
And finally, we go down to Anahita or Chris Waller and Reece Jones.
Actually travelled quite sweetly there to the top of the straight at Hawkesbury first up alongside the winner City of Lies, but her condition just blew out late, so fitter for that and does drop 3 kilos.
I reckon she'll take a little bit of it today's run as well.
Okay, so riders being legged up to the Dark Jewel and the grey Watch My Girl is here. Ronnie Quinton is on track with his mare. What a great little record she's got, Ron.
Yeah, she has got a good record. And this is a little, fairly good little opportunity for her in a Group 3, you know?
Yeah.
She's honest as the day is long. The only thing, she just lacks that bit of acceleration, and that sort of brings her back to the others a bit, you know. But she's in good order. I couldn't be happier with her. Worked beautiful last Saturday morning, and you know, if she can have a bit of luck from that barrier, well, she's in the race.
She deserves a crack at Group 3 company, doesn't she?
No question. I run her in the Millie Fox Group 3 first up this time, and she didn't get beat far, but it was probably a bit weaker race than that. So hopefully she gets a chance.
She's trialled well.
She trialled beautiful. Yeah. Like she trialled behind a Group 1 winner. And she always does trial well, of course, you know, and they can't stop her. But she's in great order. I couldn't be happy with her.
Go forward somewhere?
Yeah, she's gone 13 or 16, but Alicia's got, not a game plan, but she's singing away on thinking, so that's a good start.
That's a great start. Good on you, Ronnie.
Good, thanks.
There's Ronnie Clinton. Corey, we're about to head over to you. What do you like in the big one?
I like number 8. Melody again. I know she's a decent old odds. She's drawn soft. She's probably a back-marking horse, but just her parade, she paraded absolutely outstanding. She was glowing in the coat. Her demeanour was terrific. So, yeah, going for a bit of odds here today.
Late mail numbers 9, 1, 12 and 15. Just note that Q's likely has lost a near 4 place, so that's being looked at currently. But late mail numbers, as I say, number 9, written in code on top, has been met with good support, pretty firm at the top of betting now at $3.80. It is a very likeable setup here. I like the idea of seeing her back on top of the ground. She's only 4th up. She's a mare that finds herself in really good form. And on a dry track to the one that she raced on there at Hawkesbury last start, gets the chance to show that turn of foot. That's her best asset, so we should see that today, and hopefully she can park up a touch closer from the draw, given there's not a lot of pressure here on paper. One, Vibrant Sun, I think she runs well off that trial. Not a lot of market support for her, just hovering around that $19, but seeing is believing, and she really trucked to the line, so I think she's a mare in a really good spot. 12 Count Your Blessings will run well. Didn't get a lot of favours there. First up, she can bounce off that. She had improvement to come off that run. And Sai Tung, no weight, 53 kilos. A filly that has been up for a little while. Winker's first time. Probably would have been more confident with her had it been a wet track, but she still gets her chance. So 9, 1, 12 and 15, Tim.
Yeah, no huge changes to this market from what went up on Wednesday. Written in code started off the week as a $3.50 chance. It was up to $4.20 this morning as we laid a few runners around it, but punters starting to rally back towards the favourite, back into that $3.50 quote. It's pretty easy to lay, over 40% of the total tab hold, so it's a lose-up. Despite the fact we're not that keen to take it on, we like Brad. I think it's the hardest horse to beat here. Barrier 3, no weight, $3.50. Very easy to lay. Zai Tung is a $5 chance. That's unchanged today. She went up 6, so she's a firm overall. The late money is for Watch My Girl. She was $8 this morning. She's now into 6, and most of that money is just come in the last 3 or 4 minutes. And a lot of that, I think, has to do with the fact there's not a lot of pace here. She looks like the leader. The late punters have identified her. as over the odds, and she's now into a $6 chance. Woolowin is on the next line at $9. She's just been holding her price most of the day. Count Your Blessing, $10. And a big watch on the betting for Kitty Rose, the import, having her first run here in Australia. There was betting for her early in the week, 15 into 11, but the late betting says she'll need the run. She's all the way out to an $18 chance.
Okay, so they're behind the gates for the Dark Jewel. We'll go to Shaddy in just a moment. Corey, you made the point, and you can see that they're noticeably behind the gates, so they're not sweating at all, or they appear to be a muck lather.
Yeah, I don't know whether government's because up in the stores, they're sort of the sun's behind them and they're standing in the shade. And it's quite cool once you get into the shade, and then when they hit the enclosure, the sun's hitting them and breaking them out in the sweat. I'm not sure what it is, but there's no in betweens. They're either really sweating or they're not sweating at all. So it's a bit weird.
Sure is. 350, so written in code favourite. Shani, over to you behind the gates.
Thank you, Gab. So written in code, I did hear that Corey said that she got herself a bit worked up in the yard, and to be honest, I didn't say it at Hawkesbury the other day, but her first 2 runs this campaign, she did exactly the same, so I'm not too worried. You're probably seeing her on your screen now, and yes, she's hot, but again, I think that is just her, and I think that's her makeup. I really want to keep an eye on the import, Kitty Rose. I feel like she's climatised really well since arriving in Australia. She looks good. Obviously, she might need the run here, and the market does suggest that, but I think she'd be a really nice horse going forward. Watch My Girl looks fantastic. Ronnie Quinton's horse, I thought she presented beautifully, especially over here behind the gates, as did Melanie again, and I don't know why Corey was quite taken by her. She was really relaxed today. Sometimes she's just a funny mare. She's very quirky, can get herself a bit worked up and whatnot, but today she's been on her best behaviour, given that she's at a home track too, so I didn't expect that from her. We've got one riderless, which is Arts Object. She'll be loaded in riderless there. Damien just waiting for her to go in. And these horses are really spread out, so they're quite a fair way from me. Vibrant Sun, she rides here a little bit hot. Of course, the Australasian Oaks winner there, so she'll only improve as she gets out a bit of a trip. But Brittany Code was the one I really wanted to focus on, and as I said, hot, but that is just her, Gav.
Thanks, Shani. Speed-wise, Brad, what unfolds?
Yeah, it doesn't look to be a high-pressure race on paper, hence that little trim up for Watch My Girl, the grey. So she had a tipping point, and the punters were happy to play that $8 into $6. Q's likely. Everything looks okay with her now. She'll stride forward. You've got Woolowin. Probably not be too far away just by default. And then we did see that change of tactics with a Love Pole to be ridden further forward. Maybe that sparks some improvement. But if you're on the favourite, as I am, you just want to see her just forward of midfield, be close enough if good enough.
Tim, over to you, market update.
Yeah, she fronts again, the favourite now into $3.40. So she's very strong in the betting late. The liability just keeps building for us at tab.com. She's very, very popular. $3.40, she'll jump that price. $6, Watch My Girl. She's been a good firm late in from 8. And then just chipped away at Woolowin. She's now into $8.50. So they're the 3 key betting horses late.
Okay, final 3 to load. Imposing in the Lura main colours. Vivo and Chris Lees goes in. And we're not too far off a start. Third leg of the quaddie is the Group 3 Dark Jewel for fillies and mares. Here's Darryl.
He's come back a better horse since being gelded. A strong winner of the Hortensia Stakes, running away from the front runner of the field there, the Novelist. So None Thought is moving in, drawn the outside barrier, and they're locked and loaded. The lights on for the Dark Jewel Classic. Stand by for a break. Set now. And they're racing. Speed by Melody again, one of the last out. And jumping quite nicely with Love Poem. Will have been handy with Arts Object. Out of heater going right up the inside. Pretty handy to the speed is written in code. And Q's likely is coming right down the outside going forward. So's None Thought. And the grey Watch My Girl is right in the thick of the action as well. They're followed midfield by Topanga on the inside at Count Your Blessings. Then came Zytul wider out. Further back there to Arts Object from Dark Glitter. Vibrant Sun in the middle of the pack. Further back to Kitty Rose. And then came Imposing. And Melody again is back last of all. So it's Q's likely in front now. By a half length on None Thought. And the grey Watch My Girl goes to third on the outside of Love Poem.
They're followed by Anahita back towards the inside. Then came Topanga, written in code, a bit strung up there. Woolawinet's outside, and Zaitung is the deepest. Into the straight now, and Q's likely shows the way by a length. The runs are coming from everywhere. Dark Glitter's going right up the inside. So's Topanga now, written in code. Written in code sprints hard, and written in code takes the lead now from Dark Glitter, and Melody again digging in. It's written in code in front, going up the inside. Melody again strong, wins the Dark Jewel. Melody again gunned down, written in code, and then came Dark Glitter third. They absolutely gapped the rest. Art's Object, Imposant late from Vibrant Sun. Then came Kitty Rose, Topanga, Woolawin. Count Your Blessings, Watch My Girl. Then Zaitung from Q's Likely Love Poem, None Thought. And Anahita was one of the last to finish.
Well, it's one for the locals. Melody again. Brown, take a bow. How do you like them apples? 37.20 and 7.20 has won the Dark Jewel over Written in Code, who looked home and hose. Well, Dark Glitter. What a warrior that girl is. She's run third, been up for an eternity, and has run another bottler, and Arts Object will wind up in fourth. It was one for the boys in the tab, and it is one for Brown.
One.
No, he ran a loser. He ran a loser.
You can thank Corey for that.
Corey has fans.
He's got the fans out, and they're all up and about right now because she has paid enormous odds, hasn't she? So they've really cleared out from the rest. You can see Melody again just biding his time. Christian Reed for the local trainer, Scott Singleton, dodged an easier race on Friday, so that suggests they did have some confidence here, and she unleashed a powerful turn of foot. Written in code. What price was she up at in the straight? Great knock, absolutely swinging off it, truck to the front. I think he was just blindsided to some extent, but in the end of the day, the best horse wins, and she just keeps on keeping on, doesn't she? Dark Glitter, she fills that third spot.
It's just a super win now. I'm going to say it was a great confident ride by Christian Reed. He obviously knows the horse really, really well. She drew soft, but he did take that opportunity. Probably could have snuck another 3, maybe even 4 lengths closer, but he rode a dead quiet. She was still last on the home turn. She went back into the game where it's not preferred, but gee, she was tough on the line. She looked really well today in the yard.
Scott Singleton's here. That's going to give you an almighty thrill.
Yeah, look, it's that's like our Melbourne Cup, do you know what I mean? We sort of thought if any chance you could win a race like that, it'd be at home, and if we had a dead set at the top of the game. Sorry, I thought when she walked in the yard, I had a look at her and I thought, well, if how they're prepared speaks for anything, she just looked the winner in the yard, I thought, and Christian Reed, he rode my first winner for me 20 years ago, and Max Kowalczyk and Sally that owner were the first owners I ever had 20 years ago, so yeah, it's pretty special.
It is. There's so many facets. A rider, also owners, and Shazzy Lee, it goes back to those days.
Yeah, same family. She's out of a sister of hers. They're enigmatic, but like I said on the radio this morning, on any given day, they're very good. It's just a matter of getting everything right on that day, and today was that day. But I just have to thank my team. Like, she's not easy, and after hoping this would come one day. But you sort of, it's not easy when they're going around the bush and you're trying to dream big, but not wanting to kid yourself either. But we just had the belief that she was good enough to do that, particularly if we could, we didn't have to travel down there to meet them. But yeah, look, I've got a fabulous team. We're only a small team. Mitch Stapleton rides most of the work, and yeah, it's pretty special for us.
I don't know, it means so much. Go and celebrate.
Thanks a lot.
Scott Singleton winning the Dark Jewel with Melody again.
Doomben for some Group 1 racing. This is the Doomben 10,000. All the horses are in the yard. Your favourite is Sunshine in Paris, and I've got with a number of runners here. And of course, it's over the hot 1,200 metres. Let's start with number 1, Overpass, from the Bjorn Baker stable with Josh Parr.
Yeah, well, how do we read him? He's the class horse in the field. He's definitely better soft over heavy. So where the sun's been blaring down for a little while now, is this track just swinging back his way? I think he's $7.50 after being $3.50 on a dry track before scratchings earlier in the week. Surely he gets to a price where someone wants to take the risk with him.
Here is Schwartz, John O'Shea, Tom Charlton and Craig Williams.
Well, he's been dominant, winning 2 or 3 this prep at Mooney Valley. Look, the soft's okay. He's just a few horses been scratched, but there's still plenty of speed underneath him, so needs a good ride. He's nearing the end. He's not far off going to stud, this fellow, but he presents well.
Well, Mazu's already won one of these back in 2022. Joey Pride, Rachel King.
He would have been a top pick on a heavy 10 in a field like this. A pretty fit horse off a win. Still, soft is great for him. It's put him straight back into the market here after being well into double figures earlier. Tough competitor and just little mapping issues, if anything.
Tony and Kelvin McAvoy trained V8 with Andrew Mullion.
Yes, he's actually got a pretty good first-up record. We haven't seen him since November of last year. Didn't really come up last preparation, so just watching to see how he goes today, fresh.
Desert Lightnings from the Moody and Coleman stable with Thomas Stockdale.
Yeah, another one that I want to just take a look at today and assess him for the future. That All-Age Stakes won by Jimmy Starr. It was a proper Group 1, and he was obliged to race a little bit wide and stayed on okay. So, yeah, just waiting for another day, but the return run was okay.
Our favourite for many is number 6, Rothfire, Rob Heathcote and Kenny Clark.
He was good last start. He was first up since December, finishing 4th behind Libertad. He showed great speed to lead, and I thought he held on quite well. He's going to have a few partners, though, that want to go forward here, so he's just got to absorb all of that pressure.
All right, let's have a look at Libertad now. Annabelle and Rob Archibald, Jamie Mott.
Yeah, no surprise to see him win the Victory Stakes, though he was at a big price. I think the surprise was that it came so soon because he was off the scene for a year. He went okay first up, but super second up in the Victory. He's one of the better roughies lining up here today for sure.
It looked almost as though Jeddah had beaten him. Brad Widdup, Tyler Schiller.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a shame that he got nutted on the line because he was in front everywhere bar the line. And he's going to get a nice run here just behind him. The track's perfect for him and he's right on top of his game.
Here's Hidden Wealth. He loves the mud. Tommy Berry rides for Tony Gollan.
Yeah, and he's well in the market, respecting that a lot of good judges like him, but I've just got a query on him at this Group 1 level.
Here's your favourite, Sunshine in Paris. Annabelle, Rob Archibald, James McDonald.
Yeah, look, she has been terrific without winning. She's had horrid draws for her last 10 starts, really. So she'll be really quieter today, I'd suggest. So she'll hope they really burn here. And I just feel that the gear change today, she's got the right form lines and should be hard to hold out.
What about the heavy trap for Benedetta here, Jason Warren and Jamie Mellon?
I think she's okay just delving through her form. She ran third in the Lightning on a soft 7 first up.
14, 10, all are dangers. The 10 is the linear, and the thing is, if we think about it logically, all of them are handicapped. It's a 1200 meter.
And yeah, I'm putting my faith in the
There's no advantage or disadvantage to anyone.
I just see enough pressure for these two.
It's all about handicapping.
Lady Lucan is the 15. What
PC is kind of with the linear. I mean, I would have gone with the linear. I still want to go with the linear, actually.
To below her best this pressure out there, pointing, and just needs the right horse to follow to run well.
And Team Months are at it again. They gave us a little bit of a tip for Payline here with Justin Huxtable aboard.
Yeah, I think Chris said the best 100-to-1 shot that he's seen for a while, but I'm not too sure whether he's quite up to this level, but I think he'll run well. Alrighty, they're about to move in. 12, Sunshine in Paris. 14, Benedetta. Number 10 for third, Jeddah, and 3, Mazu.
14, 12, 3 and 9. I went to 2 man to be steaming over the top of them lately, but I like Benedetta to beat Sunshine in Paris. The tough warrior Mazu fighting it out, and the best long shot here is Libertad. 14, 12, 3, 9.
All right, a couple to load, Tim. What's happening with the market?
Yeah, best part here, Sunshine in Paris, 420 to 320 today.
I'm going to go coffee 12. I don't know what will happen.
In the pool, Benedetta are firm today.
12 is in the best hands.
$4.80 also been expecting.
No, actually 17 is in the best hands.
Sunshine in Paris, Doomben 10,000.
All right, it's time for a little bit of Group 1 glory. Here's David Fowler.
The 13 ready to break from the gates as Payline goes to his position. And now they're all in, locked and loaded, ready to run. Lights off. Set for the 10,000. Started with the button. Ready to break.
Lee says something bad.
Great line out by Schwartz, who came out last. Hit him with an overpass. The 2 Speeds is the first to go. And Berry signaling his intention. He wants to lead on Hidden Wealth, and that he will. Overpass drops into second. Going forward, Marzu, Libertad and Genevieve, not far away.
This is Mazu.
By Desert Lightning as they go to that first bench. Schwartz, after the clumsy start on the way forward. Rothfire midfield off the track. Fed, Benedetta and Sunshine in Paris. The 2 big guns to the market.
Where are you?
Each other. 3 to V8, Lady Laguna, Payline last. Down to the halfway mark, Hidden Wealth. Tackled by Marzu and Schwartz, pouring on the pressure 3 wide. Overpass just behind them, Libertad and Rothfire. Fair wide, Genevieve. Park 7th to rail. Sunshine in Paris moving up to a dangerous trailing position. Benedetta still right with her. Then came at the others.
Dude, run.
Lady Laguna hooking wide. Then Payline and V8. In the home straight, plenty with the chance here. Libertad and Rothfire on the outside. Schwartz, Marzu battling on. And now Sunshine in Paris, given a cue, is coming right down the outside. Rothfire's in front. Sunshine in Paris is trying hard. Rothfire and Sunshine in Paris. Sunshine in Paris.
12, 6.
Fourth over the line was Benedetta. Then came Schwartz, Marzu. Well back was Libertad, Genevieve, Desert Lightning. Then came Lady Laguna, Overpass, Hidden Wealth and V8 last over the line.
Wow, Queensland were cheering Rothfire. He loomed up on the outside, but he just couldn't hold Sunshine in Paris, who really lowered late there. She lowered the neck.
12, 6, 17. That 17 moved in, huh?
Bloused him in the last couple of straights. Payline
12, 6, 17 and
is bobbing
14.
into third at the big place tote, and Benedetta number 14 back in fourth. But Sunshine in Paris wins her second Group 1 or third Group 1. She's an absolute beauty.
What a mare she is, and she deserved that. She's had no luck with barrier draws. He just blended into that race beautifully and was too good. What a story it would have been with Rothfire. He's had so
If you have a good management, it'll get in. There's no doubt.
down. He said 4 more strikes, he might have won, but all honours the winner.
17 and 14.
And we actually got our first taste of Rob Archibald chip.
What happened is this, that the 12 was well within the rails. There was no problem. This is a problem when it is there. It's mostly a problem. 12, then it went to 6 because that was the second largest. This was the largest, but this was the second largest. Okay, this went to this because that's tailing gates. This is 12, that is 11, and 17 was just management, plain and simple management. These people are good, they don't lose races. The rest is, everything is mulish. The 14 did get in. The 14 did get in some way, but the management talks, actually, they are very professional. These people are professional people, so there's no doubt that, I mean, for a prestigious race, you need to have a little bit of management going on. This was a bad idea anyway, because that's like that, plus they are like that. And I don't know, this is something that in the last race, this one actually went through, but this was not the largest one. This was the largest linear, actually. This one did not work, but this one went through. The last one here, it did not. On certain conditions they are not there, certain conditions they are there. This is good management, this is also good management, but it just doesn't work at times. The moment they're here, something bites them. No scratching. 2, 14, 1 and 3. Flemington, there you go, bro.
Yeah, a couple of nice chances for John McCardle. So best of luck. Both horses have been in terrific form. Regal says just doesn't have it.
Moving into the stalls, getting six. First one forward is Mac Ram, Chelsea, coming out to the last. 6 horses in single figures on the team. They won't get now. That's 7. There's a couple of lights go. Money is coming from Wings of Song. 4 number 60 for number 13, El Rocco. The tote favourite. $6.20 Wings of Song. $8.10 for Short and Black. 7 horses in single figures on the top. Very open race. Open danger. Open the market. Wings of Song goes into the heat of the winner championship. But they do break up the abilities. Fine to stay here in Clements up July 5. Actually loaded away. Super Rossi. 2 to get set. The wet tracker El Rocco and also Chorlton Lane are going to be the final 2 here for race number 8. As though just for this race that row has disappeared, which is good news. El Rocco goes in and Chorlton Lane the final one. Jayla Kennedy takes the outside. Stand by for a start. The LV Lachelle. Red lights flash and away they go, and Super Razi took a backward step and no speed Chorlton Lane from that outside gate. Pounding jumped well with Wings of Song, Hell Sing and Regal Zeus, and Macram isn't too far away from the action behind that wall of horses. Then came El Rocco midfield. Regal Zeus is going to cross and lead from Hell Sing, and then came Pounding third the rails. Over a length, Wings of Song, Macram. A length and a half away to Rolls, midfield and wide from El Rocco, and then Flash Feeling, Holy Man, Super Razi, and Chorlton Lane is last. Regal Zeus at Love to Do goes to the front with 1,000 metres to go by 2.5 Hell Sing, and then came Pounding. A length and a quarter Wings of Song, a length Macram, a half Rolls, a length El Rocco. Then came Holy Man's Flash Feeling, Super Razi, and Chorlton Lane is last of the group. 800 metres to go. The leader is Regal Zeus, out clear by 2.25 Hell Sing. They were followed in third by Pounding as they approached the turn. Wings of Song is 5 off the front, covered up by Rolls. Holy Man's tracking into the race from Macram, El Rocco, Flash Feeling, Super Razi, Chorlton Lane. So Regal Zeus deliberately leaving the fence, led by over a length Hell Sing, and then came Pounding. Next, Macram, Wings of Song out wider, Flash Feeling the fence, and behind them El Rocco, under the Persuader from Holy Man, still Regal Zeus, 250 metres to go. A length in front of Wings of Song up the middle, and Macram up on the inside. Regal Zeus stopping, grabbed by Macram. Pounding's finishing well, and Wings of Song. Macram at the 100 metres in front of Pounding, Wings of Song, and it's Macram riding the rails. Macram wins it, Pounding second,
17.
Wings of Song third. Regal Zeus and Chorlton Lane in a photo for fourth, followed by Flash Feeling, Rolls, Holy Man's El Rocco, Hell Sing, and Super Razi has finished at the tail of the field. And if you've got shares in the quaddie, I'd love to be you.
Backram just exists to take jam.
25.70 and $6.
He loves being
well at JD Hayes.
Yeah, and they've all collectively been at enormous price.
With an ambulance
There was a hundred earlier on, 150 to 1 when Carrick had a lecture of force for racing. A couple of summons ago, not quite that price today. The insurance would be straight a couple of times, say 55. Earlier on, 25, 70 and $6. So he won a $68 the leader, $19 into a 25, 70, and went to Pounding second to victory from number 3 and Wings of Song, and Catherine Coleman, Regal Zeus, hanging on to claim for place. No El Rocco, because Michelle Wright say the least. Numbers in the frame, 12, there's Ron 4. You've got a line in 4, quaddie, 5th one, Chorlton Lane, 137 metre, 5 right time, right now, it's result, racing, feels like you've got either, well, a lot of people will be deliberately one out in the last, so hopefully you've got bulk selections for the means to maybe lay off and spread bet a little bit. Macram victorious, 12, 3, 10, and 4. Chat for Bet Hayes at the moment. That we will, and well done to Luke Curry again. That was a very similar ride to what he produced, of course, on an earlier winner, but he went around to see right.
Okay, this is the 9th one and the last one here at Doomben. If we look at the odds, it's 2, 14, 1 and 3. If we look through the rails, 2 comes up here within the rails, right? Now this is a colt filly gilding race. There are colts, fillies. 14 is a filly, which is actually the linear, but the problem is it is not. It's the same situation like this one. This was here. It's difficult from here to climb up here and deliver. It has to be within the rails. These are very delicate horses. They have to be protected within certain parameters. But here it is not the case. Here it is this one which is within the rails. 3, 1, that's there. Now that comes out from gate number 11. All right. That's the spell. That's the pressure. This one is the highest pressure, obviously, because this is the linear. If we look through the pressure line, then we get 14, 1, and then this one. So this is relaxed. The thing is, this is a colt and filly. This one is not like kind of a situation where this colt is ridden by a unfriendly jockey. This jockey is friendly jockey, and it's basically a dedicated jockey on this guy. So that's that part of the story. Now that's that. So colt is good. Colt is in good hands. It's not the best jockey, but the best jockey is here on 14. The highest pressure, the best jockey is on 14. So that's the right arrangement. This probably is Chris Waller. I think so. Or one of the best, which is there. That's that. Now the other things are here, which is this one, which is gate number 4, 71, 18, 50. But then again, the moment they're up here, it becomes a problem. So that's a problem. Then we have this gilding, which is here.
Okay.
That is also not working. So then probably we will get someone from down here. Like there's this guy which is doing a lot of management on this horse. This is also a colt. That's also not an unfriendly jockey. This is a friendly jockey. So there's a chance that these guys, that's gate number 10, by the way, 11, 10. So if the jockey is smart, I don't know how smart is the jockey. We can find out. 10, 10, 10. That's gate number 11 is here. Actually smarter than the 2. Actually smarter than the 2. So these are here. So 10, 11, these are here. 14 happens to be the best jockey, which is here. These two have similar pressures on. They are like that. The relaxation is here on this 12 for some reason. I don't know what and how that will work. It's got the lowest pressure. Probably it doesn't do anything. Yes, probably it doesn't do anything. It's a mule.
Okay,
but that's what we have. So 2 looks good.
She's been a pretty well performed mare.
The one is, again, problem this side of the rail is missing, but that's that.
class, and she's had no favours with 60 kilos.
And this is how it looks like. So that's in between.
From 22.
He didn't run too badly first up behind Watch Me Win. They didn't run that race at any great tempo. He went out the back. He actually held ground okay. The only thing I'd say in his favour is that there's a lot of tempo here. If they overdo things, he might be sitting out the back and be able to run on.
Okay, what about the 4, Magic Max?
Similar comment for him. He's going to get a long way back.
Who has the two is a strong linear, it's a 392. There are better linears here, which is the 7, I mean the 1, but they have problems. The 323-14 is a filly. We've had a situation like this where it was all colts and then there were 2 fillies. Those fillies did not do anything. It becomes very hormonal on those circumstances because the fillies, they get scared of the colts. They think the colts will pounce on them.
That's very similar to what they did last prep. He was able to win that. Biggest query is here, there's a lot of speed against him.
$18 for the 8 winning Revolution.
He's another one that'll sit back off them, but he'll be finishing on. Good 3 kilo claim here for Alan Lai. Ran on well first up behind Voltage Point. Back to the Parks 1000, maybe just a slight query.
Okay, the 9, Cool Magnum.
Cool Magnum's an honest horse, but would need his very best here. Good sensible claim for Zoe Lloyd riding him. Zoe's won 3 out of 10 and been placed 3 times on him. So Cool Magnum obviously goes well for the apprentice.
Vexatious Dancer, Red's last runners at the Valley.
Ran pretty well also, only beat the length by New York Luster after being ridden aggressively to hold the lead. Prior to that, again ridden aggressively and was able to hold off Long Rodex. No doubt that'll be the plan here, but there's a bit of speed there, such as Sir Now and Been Our Angel, to at least keep her honest, if not cross her.
Deep Flow Diva running that race at the Valley as well, just beating Vexatious Dancer home. It's a lot shorter in the market.
He was a little bit slowly away and allowed to find his feet at the back of the field, but he made good ground late to Deep Flow Diva. I like the map for him here. He'll probably be a little bit off midfield. He'll probably have the first crack at those horses if they start tiring over the last 100, and he will finish on hard.
$4.80 with sports bet right at the moment. Then we get to the 12 Sir Now, John, the $2.70 favourite and your best bet on the program.
Extremely well weighted, has a fantastic record this track and distance, and Maggie Collins should know him well. She's ridden him 4 times for 2 wins. He never races badly. I thought he did a pretty good job on the 63 kilos last start when arguably in inferior ground also. Probably going to find these a little bit nippy over the 1,000 metres. She's had one recent jump out since the freshen up, but she's an honest mare, but sort of getting a little bit of time since her last win also.
$5 with sports bet right in the market.
He's a very fast horse, Been Our Angel, and his 2 best runs since coming to SA were both Parks 1,000 metre races. He showed great speed to lead those races clearly. He was only just run down by Sir Now 2 starts ago. He's got blinkers off here. I wonder what that means in terms of whether he will still lead. If he is able to find the front with the blinkers off in the frame, he'll take a lot of running down, and I can see him a very strong winning chance.
Okay, your numbers
I'm going down near the bottom. I think these horses down the bottom of the field are so well weighted compared to some of these other horses near the top of the weights. 12, 14, 11, 7. Very keen on Sir Now. I can't see it running badly. Importantly, he doesn't have to lead to win. I think he'll probably settle second or third in the run. Been Our Angel, I'm hoping that he might be able to lead from that gate. Horse number 11, Deep Flow Diva. Don't like the map for him. I think he's accepting just beyond midfield. There has to be tempo in the race. And Vinci Star in before. He's just a little bit worried that he's not going to get his own way. And some of these other horses have got race fitness just on in near the front of the field.
So they are the numbers for John. Very similar numbers for Tim. He's on 11, 12, 14, and 7. Let's join him.
Number 13, which is Starlight Valley. So there's 2 out. $2.70 Sir Now, $4.60 Deep Flow Diva, $5 for Vintage Star. That's the order. And I think they're all set. So they're all in now. Stand by for a start. Starlight Valley drawing the inside. They're ready to go. And they are ready to race here over the 1,000. Stand pretty well. Sir Now is the favourite.
3, Scone.
Stand by.
Best of luck, PC.
Racing. Starlight Valley off the inside away. Fair. Lon Rodex had speed. So did Been Our Angel out wide. Spearing out looking for the lead. And Vexatious Dancer's trying to keep it out. So it's Vexatious Dancer, Being Our Angel, Rosalia.
What is he doing?
Sir now the favourite pops in fourth, the inside from Vintage Star. Lon Rodex put out deep around Deep Float Diva. Cool Magna makes round the rail. Then came Starlight Valley. Further back was behind those Magic Max. Towards the rear, Winning Revolution. Validated's last of all. So it's Vexatious Dance in the leader. 400 to go. Being Our Angel the outside second. Sir now's had the run of the race. And Maggie Collins about to bring him to the outside. And here he comes. Look at Sir now rush up inside the three. Takes over.
Stuck, PC, stuck, badly stuck. Bad luck.
Deep Float Diva running on. Sir now's in front. Deep Float Diva out wide. Starlight Valley the inside, but Sir now.
That was just bad luck, PC.
Starlight Valley
was stuck.
The miners in a photo. Wide out running on. Then we had.
He should have taken care of that moron.
In that photo for fourth as well. Well back in the field, validated from Vexatious Dancer. Being Our Angel, well back in the field came Magic Max, Lon Rodex, and Rosalia last in.
Best on the break down on the shooting now on the 12. It's absolutely bombing in here. Maggie Collins for goal here in second. Starlight Valley the inside, number 13. Deep Float out to the outside, number 11. Well, I wait for that to be confirmed. But shooting now is having a very easy.
That's extremely genuine horse soon now. He's yet to run a bad race in his career, and he's obviously a bit of a fine horse. He takes a lot of racing now. Post up his late slipping now. Darryl Hewitt does a great job with them. Punters likely just having a breathe in when Maggie Collins decided to go between the 2 leaders, but she knew what she was doing. And once two now, saw that clear running a big charge through the win very comfortably. 12, 11, 13, and 8 have been posted. Deep Float Diva's run well from midfield and got home just to tip out Starlight Valley.
But that was not Scone, I think. That was somewhere else. My bad.
$3.40 for Whitson is the race favourite. Hindsight moved in. And they're all in here. 1200 the trip, set to go. Whitson the favourite in front of Miss Lottie. Signals there, they're underway. And they seem to break fairly evenly. Hindsight from a wide gate, pressing forward. Miss Lottie, Singer's up there nice and close as they settle down. Fonk is in close attendance too. Antalya was next. Brenlin's Trooper back behind there. They were followed by Supermano. Whitson's in the second half with Explosive Thinker, Turner, cleared and back towards the rear and dismounted Chivalbush. So with 7.50 to go. Then Sue Singer stretching out a length and a half clear of Mindside. Miss Lottie third the inside.
It's paraded good so far.
Holding Uzziah, second up, number 13, Scott Asprey.
We were on a different track altogether.
On the second up into his preparation. So that says that he's come through.
Scone is here.
Really well, nice and fresh. Was in career best form at the back end of last campaign, but I do want to see him again.
That's what I was thinking. Where are we? What are we looking at?
He's fairly buzzy and wound up.
Number 14 Flying Crazy for the Hawks family and Dylan Gibbons.
Blinker's first time. He actually won this race 3 years ago. That was the last time he actually won a race. So he gets a long way back in his races, but his 2 runs back this time have been quite good. So always a knockout hope, but his record says that he's very hard to catch.
He's an awkward type of horse. He carries himself a little bit different. With a really cresty neck on him. He's got a massive hindquarter on him. He's very healthy as far as his looks goes. Walks out well.
Number 15 then, Gravina, Matt Dale, Winona Costin.
Another one that's no stranger to running well in this race. He actually ran third behind Coastwatch 12 months ago. So he too was a long time between drinks, 135 weeks between wins. Did come close to breaking that drought at Wagga last start, flashing home into second. So he's another one you can throw into your trifectas.
Couldn't really find a negative for him. He's with the pony, but he wasn't upset before he got with the pony. So he obviously just needs to trot round. He might be a bit strong going to the gates, but couldn't find a negative.
Gallon Star. The last of them, they bet $26 when markets went up for Brett Rob Rubber and Anna Roper.
Was just beat by a superior wet tracker at Hawkesbury last start, went second to Cool Jake. I don't think he lost a lot in defeat. He gets some weight relief up in grade here, 53 kilos. He'll appreciate a firmer track. And I do like the prospect of him just being cuddled up as opposed to doing that work to get outside the lead.
He looks well. Another one that I couldn't really find a negative for. He paraded super. He's an old timer that's just relaxed to casual.
Off to Melody again in the dark jewel at $37. Corey, what do you like in the last?
I really like number 3, Give Me the Beat Boys. I thought his run was really good last time out there at Randwick. It sets up well again here today. He probably should settle 3 pairs back, 1 off for Ash Morgan, who's in great form.
Yeah, he does look ready to win. Give me the beat, boys. Late mail numbers for me. I've gone 16, 8, 11 and 3. 16, Gallant Star, who's pretty firm there at the top of betting. So a likeable setup for him. I do like the prospect of him being ridden with cover here, given there is a bit of speed engaged. And he gets the chance to show that turn of foot on a dry track compared to what we saw at Hawkesbury last start. Dangerous, fearsome, just hoping he can jump on terms. He's has this habit at the moment of setting himself an impossible task, but he has been flashing home at the finish, so I think he's going well. He just needs to get the first half right. Win chat, catch me if you can from out in front, albeit he will be a little bit race rusty. Give me, I haven't seen him for the best part of 60 weeks, and Give Me the Beat Boys goes in as the 4th pick. 16, 8, 11 and 3, Tim.
Yeah, come to the last race of the 2-day carnival. It's been a pretty ordinary carnival for Paddock. He made worse by Corey Brown, tipping the 40-1 shot in the previous and sending it around a loser. But to this market, Gallant Star at $3.40 chance. It's firm every day since market first went up. $6 on Wednesday, $3.90 this morning. It's in at $3.40 chance. It'll run our worst way. Win chat solid, a second pick, $5.50. Sorry, the instructor solid as a second pick at $5.50. Win chat soft at $8.50. Brudenell's also been quite easy. There's been money for Chrysler, 15 into 12. Fierce at a $12 chance. And Corey's tip, it's soft in betting, $9.50 out to 13. I actually agree with Corey. I thought it might be a horse to run a race here, but no real money for him this stage. I put up $8 on Wednesday. It's out to a $13 chance. Maybe the market thinks it was looking for a bit wetter track today, but the favourite, Gallant Star, $3.40. And this is the horse I did bet $51 all in about on Monday. It was 28th in order of entry. They only run 16, but plenty dropped out. It snuck the last one into the field. So a couple of eagle-eyed punters sitting on some 50-1 tickets each way about the favourite in the last, Gallant Star.
Well, I'd say that he was apologetic about tipping Melody again, but I can tell you he's absolutely unapologetic. Here's the last to wrap up 2 days at Scone.
Race not won the Golden Whip Series. There's the light, and we're ready to go. Down by, and they're off and racing. Flying Crazy missed the kick a little bit, so to Give Me the Beat Boys and Win Chat went out. Together with Osiris and Brutal, right there in the orange jacket and the instructor.
Leads on
Very
7.
wide and going forward into the first turn, but it's Win Chat Osiris. From Brutal, Gravina the inside and the instructor planted wide. They're followed by Gallant Star. Then came Tamer Lane further back to Coast Watch going between runners. 2 lengths into Age of Kings. Fearsome settles back in the field again today. Then came Car Bling, Flying Crazy, Chrysler. Give Me the Beat Boys. And back last of all is Well as Winchat establishes the lead on his own now. 700 metres to go by 2 on the instructor on the outside of Isaiah. Followed by Brudenell, Coast Watch, then came Gravina, Tamer Lane. Gallant Star's well back, about 7 off them on the fence. They straighten up. And Winchat in front, still travelling from the instructor. Revved up on the outside. Brudenell peeling off heels. Then came Isaiah, Gravina. Gallant Star, 4 off them, trying to get into it. It's Winchat, a narrow leader from the instructor, the outside. Winchat and the instructor, stride for stride. Winchat's kicking from the instructor. Winchat, the instructor, lunges and got up.
9, I
In
think.
the last bound, there's a double for Hieronymus. Edged out again, Winchat. Get back to Brudenell third, and Gallant Star fierce in it. Ball running on from Tamer Lane, Car Bling, Age of Kings, Isaiah, Gravina, Flying Crazy. Give Me the Beat Boys. And the last 2, Chrysler and Coast Watch.
Oh, goodness me. Thank goodness if you're on the instructor, it's a long straight here at Scone. Had a devil of a time getting to Win Chat. And Adam Hieronymus has driven him right down on the wire, and he may well have got up right on the peg. A thrilling finish, Brad, in the last.
Yeah, we're just waiting for official numbers, but
9.
you'd think the outside looks prominent, and there it is. He wins by a head, so he did take a long time to wear down a very gallant Winchat.
Bad day.
Straight took an eternity, didn't it? But the instructor just had that little fitness edge, and a bit of will to win really kicked in. Brudenell, he knocked away there in third, and there's a big gap back through the rest. Gallant Star race very flat. Maybe he's going
But Lee, you got that 17, which was huge.
Very tough, like you said, Brad. I didn't think
That
he was
was
gonna win.
huge.
Other than the last 2 bounds, he really stuck his neck out. He's tough. He's entitled to be a little bit flat, but I just thought it was a really good win there today.
The instructor, Adam Hieronymus for Gay Waterhouse and Adrian Bott. wins the final event to wrap up 2 big days here at Scone. Thanks to everyone who contributed to the coverage. Don't forget Thoroughbred Weekly tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
Welcome back to Doomben for the last race on the card. This is the Rough Habit Plate, a Group 3 level. For the 3-year-olds, we have a new favourite, that is the heavily backed Belle de Tell. We'll get to her shortly. Let's start with First Agreement, who was the early favourite, Annabelle and Rob Archibald, and Tyler Schiller.
He's had a soft trial since his last run. He's going great in the right races leading into this.
14, 2, 1 and
Really
3.
has to hold that form to be right in the finish again. Last couple of soft and heavy runs have been really good, so quite likeable.
Shangri-La Spring is number 2, Waterhouse and Bot, Timmy Clark.
Yeah, very good wing in the pack of play. Then expected probably a bit better kick last start. Should get a very cosy on-pace run here. That's the big asset that he's got. So I know he's won at 2,000. I'm just still in the back of my mind of saying, can he run 2,000 right out? The stable thinks he's a Derby horse, and you never second-guess them with their stakes.
King of Thunder's a 3, O'Shea and Charlton with Mark Zara.
Nice trial in 6 weeks since the Derby, sticking on okay there. Fresh here at 2,000. I think he still has plenty.
14 is the linear.
Bo Dazzler, Tony and Matty Sears, Jag up in Chester.
I think he's probably best of the Queenslanders here, this fellow. He's won over the distance. Very good first in the Queensland Guineas, went third to Depth of Character, and giving the ground is what he wants.
Imperialist is from the Wallace stable with Tommy Berry.
You're not really fancied, although expected very, very big odds here. Last couple of runs haven't been anything flash.
Our benefactor, Bevan Lemming, Noel Pello.
This fellow was good in the Queensland Guineas. He was one of very few horses actually hitting the line hard. He's getting wickers on today and will get every possible with Callow in the saddle.
Mason Nui is the 7, O'Shea and Charlton with Jamie Mallett.
Progressing nicely, 3 wins from 5 starts, dominated at Goulburn as a hot favourite, and then went to Canterbury and rounded them up again, so he's certainly heading in the right direction.
Here's Liberty Park, Waller and Maloney.
The wetter the better. Not sure what sort of level he can get to, this fellow, but he was good last start over the 1,600, running through the line. Better suited here, 2,000 metres.
Prince Levi's had a clip, William Crop and Ange Jones.
This horse was a little bit stiff not to beat Depth of Character last start. I mean, Depth of Character wins the Queensland Guineas, so yep, maybe at a big price, you might want to entertain him for a place.
Here is Croupier. A little bit cooler than what we saw him the other day at Eagle Farm. Mark Duplessis for Andrew County.
Another one expected big prices. He could go forward here with Shangri-La Spring. Needs to find a length or two, though, to win.
Deep Focus is from the Shayla stable with Michael Rod.
This has all been his first preparation. He's been good, but I just wonder whether there's another good run in him.
Maziz comes through easier grounds, Archibalds and Bot.
Yes, for that reason, just want to watch.
Real classes, Waller and Collar.
Yeah, look, 6 weeks in a trial since the final, so she arrived in Australia with a huge rap on it, but hasn't done a great deal in the 2 runs, so we'll learn more about her today.
And here she is, your well-back favourite, Belle de Tell, Waller McDonald.
Yeah, more than well back. She's off the map.
J-Mac is on 14, man.
Easy trial since the Oaks, 5 weeks since.
No wonder it has gone to the favourite.
A little break there, so these 3-year-old fillies have been so dominant this season, and the punters are really reacting, and she's still firm.
All right, that's how they looked in the yard for the last race here. The Rough Habit Plate. I am with the well-backed favourite, Belle de Tell. I hadn't actually seen her in the flesh previously, so she's all new to me, but she's your classic 3-year-old staying-looking filly.
This is the problem. I mean, up till 2,000 meter linears, they rule. Up till 2,000 meters, there's no question. The linears will rule with that pressure. But this one has problem with the rails. It has problem with physics. It doesn't have the physics to build up. If it wins because of J-Mac, I mean, that's the best jockey, best pressure on this guy. That's a separate issue, but that's going with the jockey. The right arrangement is here with the 2.
14, 3 and 8.
This is a filly.
Alrighty, they are loading up nicely. There goes Bo Dazzler up into his spot. He's probably the best of the Queensland hopes.
I'm going to go 2 coffee.
Run today, run by Sunshine in Paris. Third.
2 coffee.
Group 1 victory. James McDonald's first dip.
Each way.
All in now. Set for the final event. The red light is switched on. Ready to break.
if J-Mac is able to deliver from there, then I mean, obviously J-Mac is a very good
Liberty Park on the move.
jockey. There's no doubt.
Liberty Park came out of
Two
touch
win big
awkwardly.
bet. Two, I've gone with two. PC,
Bay
two,
Dazzler
yes.
beginning well. King of Thunder, our benefactor, nicely away. And
Dude, run. There is no looking back. Run, baby.
They plan to ride Imperialist forward as well, and that's what they're doing. He's going up to sit outside of Shangri-La Spring, who takes control of the rough habit with a lap left to go. Imperialist just skirted a bit wide around the bottom bend. Bo Dazzler, our benefactor, next Liberty Park, and Real Class is right off the track. King of Thunder has popped over onto the rail, and he races at about 6th or 7th position. Croupier between runners, and then came Deep
Two is
Focus
nicely
wide
placed.
around Prince
Where
Levi,
is
Maison
14?
Louis. After the good start, drifts back to be in the second half of the field. Then Maziz, Belle de Tel, second last as they go to the back straight, and Firm Agreement is last. So two of the major players in the market down at the back of the bus. Down the back straight, 1100 left to run. Imperialist takes over, lead Real Class by a length. Shangri-La Spring surrenders the lead, takes the sit, and in the end gets the box seat. Our benefactor moving up to be fourth on the inside as Shangri-La Spring comes one off. Then Bo Dazzler travelling right outside of King
Bro,
Thunder. King
you
of Thunder,
have J-Mac
Prince Levi doing it
racing
tough.
with you,
Liberty
so
Park's out
please
there as well. Then Maison Louis, followed by Croupier. Deep Focus has always been
don't
wide.
take
Belle de
things
Tel,
for granted, and now press, baby, press.
Maziz second last.
Press, baby.
To follow Belle de Tel, but they've got work to do.
Press the horse, baby. Yes, okay, fair enough. You're on. You're on, come on. Now that's the thing that you are here for. Run, baby. You are here to run. Run, baby. No, it looks like you're going to lose this. Run, baby.
Dick Focus right down the outside, but Imperialist and Big Odds causes an upset. Beat Dick Focus, King of Thunder, Maison Louis, and our benefactor. Belle de Tel warming up late, but too late. Then Real Class, Shangri-La.
5, you kidding me?
Prince Levi, Firm Agreement, never got into it. And Croupier last now, a couple of tail-end Charlies, Maziz and Liberty Park.
5.
Well, who would have thought the placings would be 5, 11, 3 and 7? Where were the favourites?
5,
Well, they were about
11,
last and
3
last
and 7.
Never, ever got into the race. But Imperialist, running up on the speed, and has given
Bloody
a terrific
monkey,
kick for
man.
Tommy Berry.
There's the 14.
Yeah, he's been getting back in his races, so obviously they took the blinkers off him.
So what happened? 5 was an EW. It was placed as an EW. It was a higher grade horse which was running. Was placed as an EW. 5, 11, 3 and 7. 5, 11 we spoke. That's the management. It'll always work. 5, 11, 3 and 7. But this is bad. What happened there? This one was with no pressure on that horse. It was a EW. There was no pressure on that horse. Highest advantage here. No, the highest was here with the other EW. But that one was unfriendly jockey. This one was a gilding without any pressure. That's the story. So this goes absolutely out of control the moment they do all that. This is why we've been losing. This is why we've been losing on those tracks where they're bringing in those horses and giving them advantage or no pressure and putting them as EWs and all that. This is, there's nothing, I mean, it becomes a gamble in itself. An EW on a Group 1 race. This wasn't a Group 1, but then that happened. Because it wasn't a Group 1, that's why it happened. Anyway, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. That is it. We had 9 races today here at Doomben. That was the last one. But tomorrow is Sunday. I'm going to be racing somewhere in Australia. So if you have a little time, please come and join me. We will race together, do a little chit chat, try to have some fun here. And thank you so much for being there, my friend Lewis. Thank you so much for being there. Lee, thank you so much for being there, my friend. PC, I can never thank you enough, PC, but thank you so much and stay blessed, my friend. Frank, thank you so much, my friend, for being there. Daos, thank you for joining in and thank you for being there, Daos. I think that's it. And Grandma, thank you so much for dropping by and